the coverage, flag to flag, of course, full coverage of this year's Southern 500 at the Darlington Raceway. It is the regular season finale this year for the NASCAR Cup Series, as we have a battle for the regular season championship boiled down to 3 drivers, 18 points separated amongst them, as well as, of course, the tight playoff battle, of course, to decide a champion at Phoenix at the end of the year. We need to know the 16 drivers who will be racing for a championship. 13 spots have been locked up through the first 25 weeks of the NASCAR regular season, and now into the final race tonight, 3 more spots will get locked up. At least 2 more on points, maybe 1 more different winner. We'll have to wait and see. We'll break down the points battle coming into this race for both the regular season title as well as the playoff title in a matter of moments. Before that, we do have to highlight the Fantasy League as well. Shout out to those of you that have played in our Fantasy League all year long once again. Second consecutive season in which we have done that. And this year, of course, or third consecutive year, excuse me, that we have done that. We started doing it before we did live commentary streams even. But if you win the league championship, you get 2 tickets to NASCAR races the following season of your choosing, excluding the Daytona 500. We crown 2 different champions every year. We have a regular season champion and then a playoff champion. Of course, the playoff champion is completely different, so you have a chance to double down on your winnings, or we could have 2 separate winners in that side of things. Now, there will be an announcement with that here tonight on the stream. I will announce that when more people get into the chat at some point later on in the middle of the race, but as far as right now, we do have 1 champion to be crowned here tonight. As you see on the screen, I'm currently on NASCAR.com. If you go to the quick links section at the top of the screen, there will be a tab that says Fantasy Live. I've got my cursor over it right now. Click on it. I don't have a fantasy team in for this weekend. I missed my lineup for a few consecutive weeks prior to the Olympic break. So I just haven't been setting my lineup the last few weeks as a result of that. I ran through a couple drivers. Otherwise, I was well out of contention for the title. But you guys, the fans, still have a shot to go for the title. And this is the way the point standings look coming into tonight. 4,899 points for Monster Jam X10. Has just a 10-point lead over Frank T26 coming into this one. It is extremely tight. I can't count out the next few people in the point standings as well. Hercules Harrigan sits third with 47.33. Little work to be had, a lot of help to be done to leapfrog back into the top spot tonight, but we'll see if it can happen. You never know what can happen in a full NASCAR race. We obviously don't know who Monster Jam X10 and Frank T26 have maybe used that they can't use these last races of the season, which have led them into the situation they're in the year. Dale 30 with 47.26, and rounding out our top 5 and 5th is Shrine at 1974 with 4,723 points. You can see the point standings all the way through the top 10 there. We'll see how this is going to lay out. 10 points after 25 races separating the top 2. It's going to be very tight, so we'll keep an eye on that throughout the course of the night. Again, champion will be crowned at the end of this race. The team is KRC League, so if you're not joined in the league yet, I'll put it in the chat real quick. KRC in all caps, space, capital L on league. All you need is your email to sign up. It is free to join. When you create your password and you go to join league, again, KRC League, and you'll want to make sure you join this week because the playoffs start next week. You'll automatically be enrolled into the playoffs as long as you're in the league and playing next week when it begins. So make sure to sign up this weekend. You'll still technically have until next Sunday to sign up, but you don't want to wait till the last minute. So be sure to sign up so you have a chance to win the playoff championship, obviously because you wouldn't have a chance to win the regular season title here tonight. We've seen players in the points all year long, and really over the last couple of years of me playing the Fantasy League on NASCAR.com, you could score over 250, 260 points in a race. So mathematically speaking, even though we have a couple people in the top 5 that are over 100 points out, it's not impossible that they can jump up. Wild things could happen. I mean, we saw last week at Daytona, I think the winner only had like 150 points. So crazy things could happen for sure. If we end up seeing maybe a lot of incidences with top drivers in this race. So enough of the fantasy league. We'll highlight now the actual NASCAR points standings into this regular season finale, because there's a regular season champion to be crowned here as well. 15 playoff points will be awarded to either Tyler Reddick, Kyle Larson, or Chase Elliott at the end of tonight's 500-mile race in Darlington, South Carolina. Tyler Reddick comes in with the current points lead. 17 is the gap between him and second place Kyle Larson. Only 1 point behind Larson is Chase Elliott, 18 points out of first from that of Tyler Reddick. So those are the top three going for the regular season championship here tonight. My pick is going to be Tyler Reddick to win this race. So for that instance, I do think he is going to win the regular season title. I think he's going to have a very fast race car. Reddick in the spring race earlier this year ended up getting into that incident late with Chris Buescher, cut a tire down, finished a few laps off of the lead lap as a result of that incident in the final 10 laps. He led over 170 laps in that race. You flash back to last year's Southern 500, he finished in second, led 90 laps. Southern 500 the year before that with RCR, he finished in third. Spring race in 2022, he also finished second. So, Tyler Reddick is really good at Darlington, especially with this next-gen car. I'd say he's probably been the best at Darlington with the next-gen car. Like I said, I think he takes home the regular season title. Obviously, mathematically speaking, Larson and Elliott are very much good and capable enough drivers to make up that kind of points gap. I think the big thing that can help them, because most of those drivers start up at the front of the field. Reddick starts up towards the front. Larson starts up towards the front. Chase Elliott starts more mid-pack. He's outside the top 10. He didn't break points today. I think the odds are going to be stacked against him a little more just based off of stage one alone. At least with this being a 500-mile race, the gaps in each of the three stages today are going to be a little longer. We will have to have at least one pit stop in every stage, maybe two, because of the amount of tire fall off that we usually see here at Darlington. No different here this weekend as well. Very hot, slick racetrack, abrasive racetrack. I think 2007 was the last year it was repaved. So very old surface here at the Darlington Raceway. It's narrow. The groove is than what you would tend to see on most standard mile-and-a-half ovals, especially what we've seen in NASCAR over the last decade and a half or so. But for that reason, I think there will be movement through the field today. It's going to be tough to dethrone Tyler Reddick. 17 points is going to be tough. And it's crazy, too, because Tyler Reddick didn't have a single race lead in the points until just 2 races ago when he got his second win of the season at Michigan. That's when Reddick finally broke through the points lead, and he expanded from a 10-point lead to a 17-point lead after Daytona. And that's a little bit more comfortable of a gap for him. He's just got to execute today. If he has a pit road speeding penalty on the first stop of the day at stage 1, that eliminates him from any sort of shot at getting stage points, puts him a lap down early. If we have a long green flag run, that puts a lot of cars a lap down the first stage on top of that, and he's not able to get the free pass at the end of the stage, then Reddick's in trouble. If he doesn't have any sort of a pit road or speeding penalty, especially under green flag conditions, I think Tyler Reddick takes home the regular season crown. If it happens earlier in the race, better earlier in the race than later for Larson and Elliott so they can nab those stage points, and by the time the final stage starts, they're pretty much on an even playing field. It's just whoever finishes better. That's going to be a lot of fun to watch. But I still think Reddick will be a contender for the win at the very least, just because of the raw speed he's got this weekend. And again, with the next-gen car, I think he's been the best at Darlington despite not winning yet in the 5 races we've had here with the next-gen car. So that is my take on the regular season championship battle. Now we have to go over the playoff battle, which is more important in the sense that we got to find out who, of course, the 16 drivers are going to be competing for the championship. Now, obviously, regular season championship important. You want 15 additional playoff points. We've seen the regular season champion make it to the championship 4 under this 16-man format since 2014. The regular season champion has gotten in all but 2 times. So 8 of 10, that's an 80% clip that the regular season champion makes it to the championship 4. So that's huge for Reddick, Larson, Elliott. That could almost be a guaranteed lock through these next 9 races. As far as, again, that playoff battle, the drivers who are, of course, first and foremost locked into the playoffs with wins, Kyle Larson has 4, most of anybody in the Cup Series. Few drivers have 3 wins on the year: William Byron, Christopher Bell, and Denny Hamlin. 2 wins apiece for Ryan Blaney and Tyler Reddick, and then 1 win apiece for Chase Elliott, Brad Keselowski, Alex Bowman, Joey Logano, Daniel Suarez, Austin Cindric, and, of course, last week at Daytona, pulling off the upset, Harrison Burton. Austin Dillon has a win this year as well, so we've actually seen 14 different winners, but Dillon, of course, did not get a playoff waiver, I guess you would say, or was not playoff eligible with his win at Richmond due to NASCAR's discretion with rough driving at the end of the race. So even though Dillon has a win, he would have to win tonight to make the playoffs. The drivers who would be in a must-win situation that have to make it into the playoffs with a win tonight, there's a lot of them on this list, so bear with me here. Kyle Busch mathematically has to win here tonight to lock himself into the playoffs. Same for Chase Briscoe, Todd Gilliland, Carson Hocevar, who starts on the front row, Michael McDowell, Josh Berry, Noah Gragson, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Eric Jones, who was fastest in practice and also qualified fairly well, Ryan Preece, Daniel Hemrick, Austin Dillon, as I just mentioned, Justin Haley, John Hunter Nemechek, Corey LaJoie, Zane Smith, and those are the drivers that are all running for points that still need a win to get into the playoffs here tonight. As far as the drivers who can make their way in on points, 3 of these drivers will get in as long as we don't get another new winner, of course. That is below the cutoff line. 3 of these 4 will get in. Again, repeated. Martin Truex Jr., 58 points to the good. He's 9th in the actual driver standings, but only 58, ahead of the playoff grid. Now, because he's that many points ahead of the cut line, there's a very high probability he can actually clinch his way on points in the first stage or 2 alone. If he scores quite a few stage points, he also qualified really well. So as long as he executes in the first half of the race, I think Truex can lock himself in pretty early. Ty Gibbs probably won't lock himself in early, but if he has good stage points at the beginning of this race today, he could get away with maybe having a rough finish and still getting in. Ty Gibbs is 39 points above the cut line, and the last driver above the cutoff line coming into this is Chris Buescher. Chris Buescher is only 21 points to the good over Bubba Wallace, who was the first driver out. Wallace qualified on the pole this weekend, and he was also top 10 in practice times overall. Toyotas have been fairly dominant in the laps led department on Darlington Raceway with the next-gen car. A Toyota driver in 4 of the 5 races has led the most laps at Darlington under the next-gen era, and 3 of those 4 times they've led the most laps, they led over 100 laps in the race. Tyler Reddick in the spring this year, Denny Hamlin in the Southern 500 last year, and Martin Truex Jr. in the Southern 500 in 2022. So Toyotas can be very quick again here this weekend, and they definitely seem to have great pace, especially on the short run through qualifying. 5 of them qualified in the top 10 positions of the 8 in the field, so that's pretty good there. Ross Chastain is 27 points below the cutoff line. He's had some good runs at Darlington in the past, but not necessarily this spring. He actually finished back in the pack, DNF'd in the spring race this season, and he's starting further back compared to Wallace and Buescher, who are right on the cut line on points. I mentioned Wallace on the front row. Buescher also qualified top 10. Ross Chastain starting in the middle of the pack outside the top 10. So it's going to be tough for him. I personally think that Wallace and Chastain are going to have to win the race to get into the playoffs. I know 21 points, 27 points, mathematically speaking, like I mentioned with Elliott's gap to Reddick as well as Kyle Larson's gap. Can they make those points up? Sure, they definitely can, especially with Wallace qualifying on the pole. The problem is that Chris Buescher qualified on the top 10 starting spot as well, so he's probably going to lean in and get some stage points. It seems like the Toyotas are going to fall off later in the run. The Fords seem to have better long-run pace based off of practice yesterday. Ryan Blaney was the fastest in practice on the 20-25 lap average, and he had the second fastest 15-lap average to that of Alex Bowman as well. So I think the Fords can take over on the long runs, even though track position is going to be tough to come by. I kind of saw it yesterday, even in the Xfinity race as well. I know it's a completely different car, but the Toyota seemed to fade more on the longer run side of things. We saw that out of like Christopher Bell, even Creed in the early going of the race. So maybe that'll be the same here for the Cup side. I do like the same 3 above the cutoff line. Truex, Gibbs, Buescher getting in. Like I mentioned, I think Tyler Reddick is going to win the race tonight. He's my pick. And for that reason, I don't think we get a new winner. So I don't think they're going to get bumped that way. And if one of those drivers were to get bumped because of a new winner below the cut line, then the gap between Gibbs and Buescher is 28 points. So that's going to be tough for Buescher to overcome on Gibbs. I do think there's actually more of a probability that Buescher can gain 28 points on Gibbs just by out-qualifying him like he did and getting stage points to maybe Gibbs not getting stage points. Gibbs was honestly one of the weaker points of the Toyotas this weekend. Both the legacy cars look quick. 2311 Toyotas look quick. Joe Gibbs Toyotas, for the most part, yesterday through practice and qualifying. But, yeah, I think Bubba's going to get close. I don't think it's going to be easy for Chris Buescher. Again, like I mentioned with Reddick, he's got to execute. He's got to not have a pit road speeding penalty because you know Wallace is probably going to get a lot of stage points. Worst thing that could happen for Chris Buescher, he has a speeding penalty in stage 1. He doesn't get any stage points today. Bubba goes out there, you know, even if he doesn't win a stage, let's just say he scores like 14 to 16 points. And then that gap's down to single digits, and Wallace only has to beat Buescher by a few positions in the running order to get that last spot. That's the worst thing that could happen for Buescher. Maintain your gap. Even if Wallace beats you in every stage here today, finish within a few positions behind him so that way when the final stage comes around, you still got about a 12, 14 point gap or so. That's 12 to 14 positions Wallace would have to beat you by at the end of the race. And Buescher was very good in the spring here, although it doesn't look like he's got quite as quick of a car this weekend as what he did in the spring race. Same for Keselowski. I still think that they can have decent runs. I expect somewhere between like a 6th to 15th place day for Buescher, and I do think that will be good enough as long as he gets at least a few stage points, assuming Wallace scores a lot of stage points to get in there. I don't think Chastain is going to be able to score a lot of stage points in the race today, so to beat, you know, Buescher by over 20 positions more than likely at the end of the race doesn't seem very likely for me. I don't think he's going to have speed to win the race. I think Wallace, maybe of the drivers on points that can point their way in, probably is the best speed to win the race today, but I still don't think that's going to happen. I think there's, you know, Tyler Reddick, like I already mentioned, a better driver. Even Kyle Larson's led a bunch of laps here in the Next Gen era, won the Southern 500 last year. I think those are probably better options to go with there. So that's my in-depth analysis on the points predicament for the playoffs and the regular season standings battle. Pull the raw feed up now as it is available on NASCAR.com. We'll have our full leaderboard per usual on screen. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Our goal is going to be to get to, usually it's 150 likes. Hopefully we can get to at least 100 here tonight. We were not able to do that last week at Daytona, so let's try to get to at least 100 likes on the stream here this evening. About 23 right now, and the race hasn't began yet, so that's good. Quick shout outs to those of you in the chat that I have not shouted out so far today. Patrick Shadley, thank you for tuning in. Susan Greenland, Robert Goodrich, Kyle Lance, Ethan Chua, Gerald Landry, NASCAR Penske Cup Series Racing, Mark DeMars, NASCAR Fan 05, Sunshine Coolwater, and others that are watching right now. Be sure to hit that like button. Thank you so much for tuning in for tonight's coverage on KRC of the Southern 500 at Darlington. Dale Jarrett driving the famed number 11 Cale Yarborough car around the Darlington Raceway moments ago, prior to cars hitting the racetrack, as the command has just been given to fire engines. We are not that far away from the start of this year's Southern 500. It's a scorcher out there in Darlington, South Carolina. It's going to be hot. 500 miles. We'll start this thing in the day. We'll end it at night. Track conditions will change drastically from start to finish. Temperature is still going to be warm into the middle portion of the night. By the end of the race, still right around 80 degrees. So it's still going to be muggy out there. Potential thunderstorms later in the evening. We're definitely going to get this race well past halfway before any potential rain. But we'll monitor that, obviously, later into the night as well. It's looking to be around 11 o'clock now. Last night when I checked the weather, it was looking to be about 8, 9 o'clock, but it has been pushed back, whatever storms are supposed to be rolling in. So it's looking about 11 p.m. They should get the full race in. But if for some reason those storms come earlier, with the humidity the way it is, maybe we get a pop-up shower earlier in the evening. Again, we'll monitor that, but should be in the clear at least for now. We'll go through the starting lineup for this year's Cookout Southern 500. Bubba Wallace again on the pole for the first time this season. 21 points below the cutoff line. He's 17th on the playoff grid. Can he get in tonight as he starts the field of the green today? Carson Hocevar with his first career front row start as well. So he'll be starting second. Great season so far for the rookie. He is in a must-win situation if he wants to make it to the playoffs. Same for the inside starter of row 2 for Chase Briscoe. Kyle Larson will be outside of that row trying to go for a season-high 5th win on the year. Martin Truex Jr. and Tyler Reddick will be in row 3. Reddick trying to clinch the regular season championship. He's 17 points ahead of Larson coming into this race today. Ryan Blaney, William Byron in row 4. Blaney yet to score a top 5 finish in his career at Darlington, but had the best 20 and 25 lap averages in practice. Didn't make a 30 lap consecutive run, and he was second fastest in the 15 lap run. So what does that say? It means he's got a good long run car. If we see long runs in this race, which we typically do at Darlington, will Ryan Blaney be able to break through and finally get a victory lane at the Lady in Black? Christopher Bell and Chris Buescher will line up in row number 5. Buescher, first driver above that cutoff line, or I should say technically last driver above the cutoff line on points. Again, plus 21 coming into the night. And Christopher Bell trying to go for his 4th win of the season, after winning the Xfinity Series race yesterday, trying to double down with a sweep this weekend. Austin Cindric and Brad Keselowski in row 6. Keselowski won his way into the playoffs, winning at Darlington in the spring race earlier this year. Ty Gibbs and Denny Hamlin in row number 7. Hamlin, a 5-time Darlington winner and a 4-time Southern 500 winner. Josh Berry and Austin Dillon will line up in row number 8. Dillon's career best finish at Darlington is 2nd in the 2020 Southern 500. Looking for a 2nd win of the year, but to boost his way into the playoffs this time around here tonight. His teammate Kyle Busch on the inside of row 9 in a must-win situation to make it. He's a multi-time winner at Darlington in his Cup career as well, and John Hunter Nemechek impressed in practice yesterday. Top 10 speed there, starting mid-pack here tonight. Corey LaJoie and Chase Elliott in row 10. I mentioned Elliott in the regular season championship battle. He's 18 points behind Reddick, only 1 point behind Larson for 2nd. Justin Haley and Ross Chastain in row number 11. Chastain, the latter of the drivers, trying to battle for the final spot to get into the playoffs on points. If we don't get a new winner, he's minus 27 points below the cut line. Joey Logano and Harrison Burton will line up in row number 12. Logano's only career win at Darlington with the next-gen car 2022 spring race. Trying to go to victory lane for his first career Southern 500 win here tonight. Daniel Hemrick and Zane Smith will line up deeper in the field in row 13. Row 14 for Alex Bowman and Eric Jones. Jones, a 2-time Southern 500 winner, 2020, yeah, I had it right. No, I didn't. 2019 and 2022. Got my years mixed up there. Noah Gragson and Ryan Preece will be behind them in row number 15. Gregson had a top 10 at Darlington earlier this spring. Michael McDowell, Daniel Suarez in row 16. Row 17 for Todd Gillen and Shane Van Gisbergen in SVG, making another Cup start this weekend. Double duty, of course. Only Xfinity car driver, I should say, in the field for the race today. Kaz Gralla, running part-time in Xfinity and Cup this season, will be in the 15 again for Rick Ware Racing this evening on the inside of row 18. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who crashed in practice yesterday, is starting at the rear of the field today. Was unable to qualify that car following that crash, but they did get the damage repaired, and I don't believe he is in a backup car for this race. Timmy Hill, the only non-chartered entry car this weekend for MBN, driving the 66 Ford Mustang. He'll round out the field in row 19, and that will make up our 37-car field tonight. Our scheduled distance, 500 miles, 367 laps around this 1.33 oval, egg-shaped oval at that, here in Darlington, South Carolina. The race is on the USA Network if you're wondering for visual purposes where you can watch. Again, USA Network. 81 laps, thanks for tuning in as well. I'll be shouting out as many people as I can see in the chat throughout the course of this one as well, per usual. For late-breaking updates prior to the drop of the green flag, here is the USA Network broadcast In the booth here today, of course, Lee Diffie, who is on the call for the rest of the Cup races this season. He'll be doing the play-by-play coverage, of course, along with Jeff Burton, Steve Letarte in the booth, just as we heard last week at Daytona.
Folks, Lee Diffie, along with a crew chief who won here in the Southern 500, Steve Letarte. Stevie, when you come here, the history just grips you. You're a huge golf fan, right? It's like going to Augusta National in Georgia. But why has it been so special for so long?
Well, it starts because the challenge has stood the test of time. It doesn't matter, but for the last 75 years, the speeds at this egg-shaped original NASCAR speedway, it's always been the challenge of the track. You race the other competitors, but this venue, it's a historic venue, is as famous as the event.
The drivers quite often say you've got to respect the track more than the competitors. How do you get it done? That's what Cliff Daniels wants to do. Let's dial him up.
Let's check the crew chief at 5. He's found his way to victory lane here. Let's see if I can catch him. Hey, Cliff, it's Letarte, the guys in the booth. You got a copy? All right, I think we'll give that a little try later.
Well, what have you answered for, Cliff?
Well, listen, I want to let everybody know that Cliff, the crew chief for Kyle Larson, he's found his way to, there he is sitting right there. He's found his way to victory lane in the Southern 500. He's agreed to take his time. He's going to talk to us. I'm going to jump on and talk to him a couple times over the course of the evening. This is a nearly 4-hour event, sometimes over 4 hours.
Marty, what you got?
Hey, Div, Ty Gibbs does not need a win to make the playoffs, but he does need a simple, solid night. Right now, plus 39 above the cut line. Chris Gale told me the way I'm looking at it, I honestly have to assume there will be a new winner tonight. So I'm approaching it like the 17 is the car I'm racing. I cannot be further than a couple of points away from him in each stage. Fascinating battle within the battle tonight to watch, Kim.
Chase Elliott ran yesterday's Xfinity Series race, finishing 4th, and Chase admittedly has struggled at Darlington and wanted the extra seat time to better himself for tonight's race. He said running that race last night, he definitely feels like he learned a couple of things that will help him here today. This team is still in the hunt for the regular season championship, just 18 points behind Tyler Reddick, but they've got some work to do tonight, Dave, rolling off from the 20th position.
Kim, there's only one way in for Chase Briscoe, and that is to win tonight in the Southern 500. The 14 car is good, but it needs to win the race. It's out of the points as far as making it in. So what did Chase do? He qualified 3rd. Is that a one-hit wonder? No, not according to crew chief Richard Boswell. They had a practice where they ran long runs, and over the long run, the 14 was very good as well. He said, we just hit the balance right in qualifying to put ourselves up front. We want to stay there. We want to win our way in. Lee?
Dave, let's remind everybody at home just what's at stake here again by looking. If you're in yellow, you're good. You're going to the playoffs next week in Atlanta. If you're in white, if you're above that cut line or below, there's a lot on the line here tonight. Feeling a little more confident if you're Martin Truex Jr., but the closer you get to that red line, the more nerve-wracking it is, the more pressure-filled it is. Like the pole sitter in the Air Force Camry, Bubba Wallace, who is 21 on the wrong side of that cut line.
Now, we've talked. This is your first trip to Darlington, Lee, and you continue to ask, like, what makes it special from a competitor? And it's just a lack of gimmicks. There's nowhere to hide. There's no secret to be good at this racetrack. You have to have a great pit crew, a great race car driver, and a great race car. That's very hard to do. And then be nearly perfect all day long. If you think you're going to be perfect, you're crazy. You're absolutely going to touch this wall, Jeff. You talked about it. You were just out there in the free race. You showed us a nice, clean, painted wall, but you can see all the scuff marks from the years. You have to accept mistakes are going to happen.
They are going to happen, Steve, and the key is how they happen. The angle at which you brush the wall. If you hit it, with the right front too hard, it's going to damage the car. If you hit the right side at the same time, the right front, the right rear, you can get by with that as long as it's not too hard of a hit. And Lee, the key is for 500 miles. You have to operate at 99.9%. You can't go right around and say, I'm not going to hit the wall because you're going to get lapped. So you got to operate right at the edge of grip, and if you cross over it, you're going to hit the wall.
Which one right at 99.9% is our Marty Snyder. Marty, what you got?
Well, let's go for not quite 100, as you said, 99.9. Let's chat with Cliff Daniels. So the guys in the booth talking about how you can't quite be at 100% all night long here. Why is that the case at Darlington?
Yeah, really, Darlington's just all about race traffic.
our team is doing that. There's a good and a bad way in the fact that, so much confidence in our team tonight. I think it's not Kyle. Only two tonight, but we underscoring that the tried hard for her, all year. Of course, we want to go try to get the drivers points tonight. But big thanks to everybody at calls.com, Trevor Lenny, getting the balls back at home. And, we're going to stay locked in, race the flag, do our thing, and see how we go.
Yet they're also going to try and defend their 7-5 win from last year.
Good stuff, Marty. Thank you. Let's go inside the 23 team for that last minute petrol. Have a listen.
You got it, Mama. We're going to go. Sorry, man. Go after. No group. You're a little bit.
Good stuff. This man showed tremendous resilience and guts yesterday. Bubba Wallace not once, but in two qualifying run to show how.
Fans on their feet, packed crowd for another Labor Day weekend at Darlington Raceway. The green flag is in the air, and the 2024 Southern 500 is underway as Bubba Wallace leads the field to the green. Great launch on that outside lane for Wallace as well as the field rumbles into turns 1 and 2 on this initial start. Kyle Larson quickly jumping into second place, side by side for third between Reddick and Hocevar off turn 2. Carson on the bottom lane, Reddick on the outside. Reddick trying to find his way into third. Should be able to in turns 3 and 4 and does. Hocevar continues to lose positions. And Bubba Wallace will lead the first lap of the race as Kyle Larson is right on his back bumper down the front stretch, I should say, headed into turns 1 and 2. Everybody knows the tale. For the most part, single file in the top 10 positions. Hocevar was able to get himself into line eventually. See if the raw feed is working here for a second. It seems to be down on our end. Of course it is. Oh, geez. Oh, we got trouble already. A crash. Truex in the wall with Ryan Blaney. Caution flag is out. Let's try to get the raw feed back up and running again. We've got a crash in turns 1 and 2. Pretty hard lick for both drivers. Lap 3. Turns 1 and 2. Mark Truex Jr. Ryan Blaney battling for 7th. Get into a crash. Very significant damage for both race cars. Oh boy.
From the standpoint of potential stage points and then the overall points. He's locked into the playoffs, but this was what neither driver wanted.
Truex just simply got into the corner too hard for the amount of grip that he had. That's part of this, though. Lap 3, he doesn't really know. It chases the car up the racetrack, makes contact with William Byron, overcorrects the car. Big damage to Blaney.
He wrecks himself because he knew the option 2 was to wreck the 24. That's not Truex's style at all. He didn't want his mistake to affect it.
As we ride along, he just got up the racetrack. That's one of those wrecks on lap 3 at Darlington. Do you really want to be 3 wide getting into turn 1? This is something that 15 years ago we never would do.
Right.
The drivers have gotten more and more aggressive in how they approach turn 1. Chris Buescher sneaking by. Look, Mark Truex Jr. is one of our sport's best, period. Just a little too much aggression early in the race.
Everybody talks about racing the racetrack 25 times. Mark Truex Jr. has run Darlington. He knows what this racetrack holds, and yet a mistake like this just proves all the hyperbole about Darlington, the track too tough to tame.
It's true.
It's on display 2 laps in.
It's true, and Martin has an extraordinary record here. As you see, Ryan Blaney step from his car. You'll see him in the playoffs. But this is far from an ideal situation.
Grabbing his
Let's
wrist.
have a listen to his radio. Take you back a few moments.
Blaney is.
And you can see him paying extra attention to one of his hands and forearms.
Yeah, that's that impact. You could hear in his voice how much it hurt. Anytime you're on the outside and a car hits you that hard and shoves you into the wall with all of the force of the car underneath you, those are massive impacts, Steve. Those are some of the biggest wrecks I ever had.
Marty?
This is just massive for the playoffs, as everyone has talked about. Martin Truex Jr. came in plus 58, and the word just now from James Small telling Martin Truex Jr. to get out of the car. Truex came in the weekend and said, we just need a clean, smart race, and early on, they're going to be out of it. And man, can they make the playoffs now? That's something we're going to be watching all evening long.
Look at that. Currently dead even. No more points to gain for the 19. Gibbs, Busher, Chastain still on the racetrack, and that's without a new winner.
We know that's Bubba Wallace's goal tonight. The race had only just got going, and one of the playoff contenders is out.
It's Toyota's national sales event. What?
Crazy start to this one. Lap 3. Martin Truex Jr., Ryan Blaney tangled together in turns 1 and 2, bringing out a caution on just the third lap of this race. Truex trying to make a pass on William Byron for 6th, entering the corner. Washed up the racetrack into Byron, made slight contact, lost the rear of the race car as a result of which, and overcorrected into Ryan Blaney, who was fast coming on the causes the opening caution to start things off. Our raw feed is now working. It was a few laps behind up the start, but we are good to go now. So again, raw feed is up and running at the moment. Appreciate everybody that is still tuned in. Season championship battle as well as the playoff battle to keep you guys informed as this race progresses. So that way when the final stage starts, I can tell you exactly how many positions one driver has to be to next to make it into the playoffs on points, as well as winning the regular season championship, as those 3 drivers, Larson, Reddick, and Elliott, are going for those additional 15 playoff points. So the calculator will be at the ready here this evening. But again, under caution in the early laps of this race. Nick Salmon, Nathan Urich, also thanks for tuning in. John Barber, Bubba Davis, David Conley, thanks for watching. Playoffs are coming next week. Somebody asked about the perks winning the regular season championship. 15 playoff points goes to the regular season champion. And the regular season champion since 2014, in the first 10 years that we've seen a 16-man playoff format, has made the championship 8 out of the 10 times. The only times we have not seen the regular season champion make it to the championship 4 was last season with Martin Truex Jr., as well as 2020 with Kevin Harvick. Kevin Beeler also thanks for tuning in. Directions watching the race on TV, USA Network. The race hasn't even started yet. Not sure what your problem may be there. Other than maybe it's like on record if it's a streaming thing, because I know like sometimes on Hulu, it'll like know what I watch. So if it's NASCAR, sometimes they'll start at the beginning if I like log into it a couple minutes late, so I'll be a couple minutes behind or something like that. Same with other sports. So maybe it's that. That's the only thing I can think of.
So as we check in with Dale Jarrett, Kyle Petty, fellas, points implications already at such an early stage in the race. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, Lee, it's just amazing. We sat here and talked about the difficulty of that, but we also did it, just like Jeff Burton said, been there, and you understand what's at stake here, but, you're still a race driver, and that's your mentality, KP.
Yeah, it's amazing. As you watch this, and they called it perfectly in the booth. We see Truex just get in over his head a little bit, wants to stay off the 24, overcorrects, and takes Blaney up in the wall. What's fascinating is we sat here, as we watch all these angles, we sat here and talked about Gibbs, talked about Busher, talked about Wallace and Chastain. We never mentioned Truex.
No.
A rookie mistake by a guy who has won at this racetrack and knows you have to race the racetrack every lap. I don't believe, I am shocked right now, and hopefully this will send a message to these other guys. Step back a little bit.
Yeah, the impact for the playoffs possibly. Ryan Blaney came in here 4th in the regular season, certainly going to drop from there, and those points could be valuable in the playoffs.
Great point.
Hopefully he's okay.
These images.
Talk about hurting his arm.
Truex stepping from his car and also heading to the infield medical center just for a check. Jeff, you highlighted it in one of those replays. Chris Buescher, one of the playoff hopefuls, just narrowly avoiding that incident. Sometimes luck's on your side. It wasn't for Blaney. It was for Chris Buescher.
Yeah, you have to have those things go your way. And look, I've been in that situation. You heard DJ KP talking about it. You make a mistake when you know it's your job, right? It's your job not to make that mistake, but you're pushing. You're trying to make something happen. You feel horrible because you feel like you let your team down, but it's just if you can't get it back.
Well, in all of that, now it's back to the task at hand. We have Bubba Wallace and Larson on the front row. Reddick, Briscoe, Hocevar back to fifth. But I thought Carson, 21, youngest guy to ever be on the front row of the Southern 500, Jeff, you just was patient early, right? Like he gave up a few spots, making sure he didn't make that mistake. Long night ahead.
All right. AMR safety team done an excellent job helping the situation, clearing the situation. We're ready for a take two. Let's get this cookout.
All right, green flag back in the air. Lap number 10 following the early crash. Wallace still in the lead. Another good launch on the initial start. This time Larson, instead of being outside row 2, is inside row 1. And Tyler Reddick on the outside of row 2 right behind both cars who are side by side for the race lead off the exit of turn 2. Barely. Not anymore. Larson lost a little ground down the back straightaway. Wallace has a bunch of trash on the grill of his race car. Looks like he's got a bunch of napkins and stuff. So that is going to be interesting to monitor here. Have to keep those air temperatures down. And Reddick not going to take it lightly with his teammate. I know both 2311 Toyotas would like to be in the playoffs, but remember Reddick trying to go for a regular season championship here today. So stage 1 would be big for him as they run 1-2 at the front of the field in the early laps. Wallace leading now the first 11 laps of the race as we run. Reddick losing a little bit of ground through 3 and 4 there. Remember, it's all about managing your tires, especially if we get a long green flag run. Too early to pit for a set of tires on just the 3rd lap of the race when the caution came out, although the tires would have made it that much of a difference in just a couple of laps. Only getting X amount of sets for the entire race. Don't want to hinder yourself early on and fall behind on tire strategy. So looking to get a long green flag run in the early going at the very least. 115 laps in this first stage today. It's probably going to be anywhere between a 2 to a 3 stop strategy in each stage. All race long. Reddick gets really loose off the exit of turn 2. Still trash on the grill of the 23 car at the moment. Larson has ran down Reddick for second, looks to the inside through 3 and 4, can't carry the momentum off the exit of the corner and stays in line behind the 45 again. Very tightly, lap 14.
We ride on board the HendrickCars.com Chevy for the man who led 55 laps en route to victory here in the Southern 500 last year. We'll get back to that. Let's hear from Kim Coon with Ryan Blaney for the latest.
Yeah, Ryan Blaney, part of that incident with Mark Truex Jr. We heard you talk about your arm or your hand. Are you okay, and what happened?
Yeah, I'm all right. I don't know. I saw Martin get loose and kind of hit the 24. I thought he was going to spin to the bottom, and so I kind of gassed up to get around him, and he, gosh, I hate it. Wreck on that too, but yeah, it's one of those things. It's like you think he's going to spin to the bottom, and then his rear's hooked up, and he just came off. So I hate it for everybody in Menards and Ford. I thought our car was great and just didn't even get a run any laps. But hopefully next week goes a little bit better.
Great to hear from Ryan. That was some scary radio that we heard after the incident, but nice to hear him talk to Kim, and I'm with him. I thought it was one of the best cars in practice. Well, we'll just never know.
Look at Spires. Carson Hocevar in 77. Running well. Last time he started on the front row. Was in the Truck Series last year at Homestead Miami Speedway. And that great performance came from that. So I wonder if the same trend continues the same for the youngster, for the 21-year-old here tonight in Darlington. So we've heard from Ryan Blaney. Kim, tell us the Martin Truex side of the story.
Yeah, Mark Truex Jr. out of the care center, out of the race. First of all, we heard you say idiot on the radio. Clarify what you were talking about and what happened.
And I got a run on the 24 and went to the inside, and
thought everything was going fine, and the car just took off, and I ran into him. So obviously that was on me, and I hate it for my guys at Bass Pro Shops and Toyota, everybody. We had a phenomenal race car, and I know this is the longest race of the year. Just a dumb mistake on my part.
This is your last full-time season in the Cup Series. Right now, as it stands, you are not a part of the playoff picture. Describe the emotions.
We've had a miserable 2 months. Fast cars, nothing to show for it, and again tonight. Tonight was all me. So sorry to my team and all the guys that worked so hard.
Classic Truex. He is in the best of times and in the worst of times. Has always been a class act, giving the time to the fan, to us in the media, taking ownership of this issue right here. I think that's why he's so kind of beloved in the fan base and in the garage as we see Christopher Bell battling Buescher. And we're just going to have to wait and see, much like Truex, to see if he has enough points. Now it's up to guys like Buescher to see if Truex advances.
So the fight for 7th position between the guy who won the Xfinity Series race yesterday. Back to the teammates. The two Toyotas at the front of this field. Bubba Wallace, Tyler Reddick. They just got a narrow margin over Kyle Larson in this early running.
Talk in the garage this morning was that these two cars had a lot of speed on the early part of the run. There was also some talk that they were not good on the long run. We'll see. That was one thing to do that in practice. It was in the middle of the day. Clearly, the sun's still out. The track's going to continue to cool down as this night goes on. But currently, that short run speed is there, and also the long run speed is.
Just to remind everybody on the left, that playoff bubble, that's with Wallace leading, right? That's a new winner, taking the 14th spot. That makes the Truex, Buescher, Chastain situation even more precarious. If Wallace is not leading the race, that complexion will change completely. But we saw Harrison Burton a week ago.
Yeah.
Why not, Bubble?
Yeah, that trash on the front of the 23 car doesn't seem to be upsetting his handling of the race car any way drastically, I guess. So he still continues to lead. He's led the first 22 laps of the race. Now, it is also worth noting, for those of you watching on the USA Network, seeing that Martin Truex Jr. either tied on the cut line with Chris Buescher or -3 points, this is because Bubba Wallace is leading the race. If we were to get, say, anybody who has a win so far this season to jump back into the lead of the race, and Truex is going to be well above the cut line and pretty much the same points predicament as what Chris Buescher is in at the moment. So Wallace trying to gain points obviously on Buescher and potentially Truex, with Truex out of the race today. Looking at the running order here real quick, Ryan Blaney will be scored with a last place finish. Martin Truex Jr. second to last, 36. 36th on back, scores 1 point. So Truex will be taken out in the lap 3 crash. So that is where we stand for now. 0.3 of a second lead at the front of the field for Wallace. Tyler Reddick is in second. Kyle Larson 0.8 back in third. Chase Briscoe still hanging on in fourth. 1.1 seconds off the lead for him. William Byron in fifth, 1.7 seconds off the lead. Carson Hocevar in sixth, 2.8 seconds back. Christopher Bell seventh, 3.5 seconds off the leader. Denny Hamlin, 4.9 seconds off the lead in eighth. Chris Buescher ninth, 5.2 seconds off the race lead. And Ty Gibbs has broken into the top 10. He's 5.7 seconds back. So 5 Toyotas, 2 Fords, and 3 Chevrolets make up the top 10 in the manufacturer order. And quite a bit of fall off already, as we typically see at Darlington. We're on lap 25. We've ran probably a little less than 20 green flag laps in this race with the cleanup that had been made during the caution period between the crash of Blaney and Truex. So about 20 green flag laps, and we've seen already about 2 seconds of fall off. Bubba Wallace's fastest lap of the race is the fastest lap overall. It was a 29.615. And that last time, Wallace ran a 31.766. 2.1 seconds slower than his fastest lap. So, again, a lot of fall off in just 20 laps. And we saw in the Xfinity race yesterday, it was about every 10 laps, a second of fall off. And that seems to be the case here with these Cup cars at the moment as well. That average speed for that lap as well for Wallace, 166.051 miles per hour, back on lap 2. Once you get more than a couple laps into the stint on tires, you're not going to be seeing a faster lap ran especially early in the race when you know that all these drivers are trying to save their tires for the long haul and not burn them up too early. Monster Jam X10, thanks for tuning in. Still do the 2 tickets? Yep, for fantasy if you do win. I know you're in the running. You're up by 10 points coming into the night, so good luck to you. Xfinity race yesterday. Feel bad for Sheldon Creed. Nobody could be that unlucky. Apparently him. I mean, this is like Casey Kane 2004 bad luck. Is basically what this is at this point. That's the best I can compare the luck that Sheldon Creed, or lack thereof, that Sheldon Creed has had in trying to win an Xfinity race is similar to Casey Kane's rookie season in 2004, how close he came to winning so many races and wasn't able to. Reddick has closed the gap just a little bit on Wallace during the commercial break. Full screen currently on the USA Network at the moment. We are at lap 29. We'll probably be seeing our first pit stops of the race during the next on-screen action. When we get to those pit stops, you'll get to listen into the actual race coverage. As we continue on during this green flag run. Top 4 all within a second of each other still. And as far as the back of the field in which lap traffic could potentially be caught, it's still going to be a minute. They'll probably catch Timmy Hill somewhat soon. Hill's about 6 seconds behind Shane Van Gisbergen for the last spot on the lead lap. But the depth of lap traffic is going to be a ways out yet. Field will probably get spaced apart more during green flag pit stops, and then we'll maybe see lap traffic come into play after that. Christopher Bell, Denny Hamlin making passes post-commercial break on Carson Hocevar for 6th and 7th. Carson drops to 8th. Gibbs made a pass also during the commercial break for 9th on Chris Buescher. Top 5 all stayed in the same order.
The BuildSubmarines.com Ford RFK Racing's Chris Buescher. Let's go for a little ride. Have a listen. All right, Mr. Southern 500 winner. You like what you see? You like what you hear?
I do like it. Against the wall, but not inches away from it, the way it'll have to be. But with only 33 laps in this race, is now the time to be right against the wall? Probably not. I tell you what I see in the front of this pack, though. Bubba Wallace still leading this race, but look at how they've all stacked up right behind him. That tells me that the pace isn't quite what he needs it to be. Everybody's starting to catch him just a little bit. Still with good pace, but the fastest race car, Hamlin, Bell, they're starting to run this group down.
Let's build the positives for Bubba Wallace. This is his 13th visit here, and he has led 4 laps this evening, and he has Stevie combined in the 12 other visits. Off to a great start.
Off to a great start. It really started in qualifying. What we saw yesterday, I don't think it'd be overstated. You mentioned it didn't take 1 effort, but 2 efforts.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's kind of taken the performance of the 23 and put it on his own shoulders. He said, we have to be better. We have to win races. I have to do better behind the wheel. I like that approach from Bubba.
And what we're talking about, if you weren't with us when qualifying yesterday, right here, Bubba grazed the wall. I mean, as an understatement. He hit the wall twice on his first qualifying lap to make it into the fast 10, into the top 10. And then it was a pretty electrifying run for him to grab the pole. So he backed it up twice, and here we go. Pit stops are happening. Race leader is in. Kyle Larson follows Bubba to pit lane. Marty Snyder standing by. Take it away.
Kyle Larson comes to a pit stall, which is at turn 4, also join the hit on everybody should fit in a very small window here. Sticks and he answered forward to Kyle Larson. He simply said, really good. Hey,
Bubba Wallace seemed very happy with the 23 car when he was asked to give a balance check by his crew. He said, it's just a little greasy when I'm running really hard. That's not something they really adjust for. That's just what they want to hear from the driver in terms of what he's feeling. He'll get 4 Goodyear tires and a fuel build here. And he's got that first pit stall. Marty.
Tyler Whitaker ran second to his teammate Bubba Once for that run since the very end. I feel like I'm burning up the rears just a little bit so I can stand to be a hair tighter. Otherwise, very happy as green flag picks up. The first set happening here at Darlington in the Southern Cup. Now look how busy pit road is, Lee.
And successful for Kyle Larson, the 5, beat the 23 off.
Yeah, that first pit stop of the 23 will be a big advantage under yellow, but under green, no real advantage. Almost a disadvantage because you're so close to getting up to speed. As we see Reddick pull away, Kyle Larson overtook the 23 car. Still some cars to come to pit road, but the 5 will assume the lead of the race when it cycles.
One of the crazy things about Darlington, staring into that sun, driving down the back straightaway, makes it really difficult to judge where the wall is.
And he narrowly, Lee, avoided some contact with Martin Truex Jr. He was the front that Truex almost got into before hitting Ryan Blaney. He said his car is just a little bit too free. So, see, these cars went it's a little bit longer here. Advantage for them on the back end of this run.
I don't think so. I don't think they've run long enough for the fresh tires to be an advantage. I kind of dissected the last 2 or 3 races here. Now, if you can run 10 laps longer, it kills you. You lose like 20 seconds, but you do have those fresher tires the whole next run. The problem is you see Kyle Larson easily drive by Denny Hamlin. The question for Denny Hamlin is, with 76 to go, are they trying to stretch this out to the point where they maybe eliminate an entire pit stop and save a set of tires? That would be a really aggressive call, but maybe Chris Gabehart is concerned about yellows later in the race. Lawson goes by, so too Wallace. And you see how quickly they go by you. Now, the advantage to this strategy is if the yellow comes out right now, you see a Bubba Wallace on back or a lap down. So Denny Hamlin will pit. Everybody would take the wave around, but he instantly would be the first car on fresh tires. It would be a huge advantage for him.
There's only 3 drivers following or 2 other drivers following the Hamlin strategy. That's Kyle Busch and Shane Van Gisbergen. And everybody else has come to pit road.
About 2 seconds a lap. Maybe not quite 2 seconds a lap, right, Jeff?
I'm impressed with that. I think that Denny Hamlin, their ability to run this pace on this many lap tires, I think that's allowing them to play this strategy. 2 seconds is a lot, but we've seen it much more than that. Here he comes to pit road.
Dave?
Wow, Bush has come to pit road in the 8 car. He was running second to Hamlin. Crew Chief Randall Burnett told me that they needed something special to happen tonight. Didn't have a lot of pace in practice like they thought they would need. He'll get 4 tires and fuel here, Marty.
Considering and show that he didn't wants a little bit long in the skull. We'll see that constant anytime. And Chris Gabehart told me this morning, he said, listen, if I finish top 7 in stage 1, I'll count that as a win. He's also very close to the wall. So we'll see if that stops. Maybe it slows down here for the 11. Costs him a little bit in this green flag cycle.
Some leaves. We want to take you back and show you this. That involves Kyle Busch.
Oh,
Boom.
It's a pretty good little contact right there. Flat, luckily, but let's take a listen.
As a part of the racetrack where the wall actually comes back out into the track off of turn 2. Very, very easy to hit the wall there. When this race is over, he won't be the only one to do it.
11 came in, and Marty said that he slid a little long. I don't know if that's what got the timing, but watch this right front tire changer. Tire off, goes to put the other tire on. This lug nut had fallen out. That single lug nut magnetizes to the socket. He had reached down, grab it, and then on the left side, tight quarters, enough room to do the work, but it definitely messes up the timing with that little bit of space. The 11 was about 4.5 seconds behind the leader before anyone came to pit road. He's currently all the way back at 21st, 20 seconds behind. So fresher tires for sure. Well, we'll just have to see over the next 20 or 30 laps, can the 11 make up that time?
We got off to a pretty eventful start with Martin Truex Jr. having to watch anxiously the remainder of the Southern 500.
My moderate to severe Crohn's symptoms kept me out of the picture.
Under a full screen commercial break again on the USA Network, middle of stage 1, lap 46 of 367 in this long 500-mile race. We don't see too many of these 500-mile races anymore in this day and age of NASCAR, but this is a classic here at the Darlington Raceway, one of the 4 Crown Jewel events, and of course this year even more so with it being the regular season finale. Kyle Larson, following green flag pit stops, has cycled to the race lead. Bubba Wallace sits second, Chase Briscoe in third. Shane Van Gisbergen is fourth, but he has yet to hit pit road. He's the only driver that has not pitted yet. Tyler Reddick, make that now, SVG is seventh. Tyler Reddick's up to fourth. Christopher Bell, fifth. William Byron, sixth. SVG still to pit in seventh. Josh Berry, eighth. Ty Gibbs, ninth. And Carson Hocevar is 10th. Chris Buescher in 11th. 12th for Brad Keselowski. Austin Dillon, 13th. Ross Chastain, 14th. 15th for Chase Elliott. 16th is Joey Logano, Eric Jones 17th, Ryan Preece 18th, Austin Cindric 19th, and Denny Hamlin 20th. Todd Gilliland in 21st, 22nd for Michael McDowell. Alex Bowman 23rd, Corey LaJoie 24th, 25th, John Hunter Nemechek. Harrison Burton 26th, Daniel Hemrick 27th, Daniel Suarez 28th, Noah Gragson 29th, Zane Smith 30th, Kyle Busch 31st, 32nd, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., and he's the last car in the lead lap. Justin Haley a lap down in 33rd. Kaz Gralla 34th. Timmy Hill 35th. And 2 cars out of the race. Martin Truex Jr., Ryan Blaney on their lap 2 crash. Lap 3, but they only completed 2 laps in the race. Truex will finish 36th. Ryan Blaney 37th. Bubba Wallace has led the most laps so far from the pole. He's led 34. He pitted lap 35. Cycled out of the pits in second. Kyle Larson is now the leader. He has led the last 4 laps and counting. Also during green flag pit stops, Tyler Reddick for a lap led. William Byron led 2 laps. Denny Hamlin for 4. Shane Van Gisbergen for 4. So already 6 different drivers have led a lap. 5 lead changes amongst those 6 leaders. Nobody has led more than 1 time. And that lap 3 caution, the only yellow so far. Lap 50 will take our first ad break. You're listening live on KRC to the Cookout Southern 500 2024 edition.
Awesome tradition. And the 5 of Kyle Larson would like to continue the tradition. That is winning here in the Southern 500. He'd like to defend his win of a year ago. Leading Bubba Wallace by just under 2 seconds. Chase Briscoe is having a nice start to the night.
No surprise whatsoever. Chase Briscoe ran 5th here in the spring. And all of the Stewart-Haas racing cars had performance in that race, and they had it in practice, Dave.
And Jeff, what telling words from the 29-year-old as he tried to make his way by winning to get into the playoffs. On that first caution, he had lost the spot on the track. So Richard Boswell, as crew chief, was concerned about what was going on with the driver of the 14. He said, it's fine, just being careful. You know, there's times, Jeff, when you just have to be careful here and watch what you're doing and not what happens to Truex. It can happen in an instant.
Well, if you can be careful and make this pace, Steve, that's a great thing, right? If you're out there and you're having to give 100% right now to run this pace, and maybe back up a little bit and give up a 1/10 of a second. But if you can comfortably sit here and run 3rd place, that is a great sign that there's even more for this car to go get.
I love the confidence between crew chief and driver that, hey, if you need something, know it's okay. That's it. So we don't have to keep confronting it. I'm going to believe you, and we'll sit back and kind of watch the show. Still 62 laps to go in this stage, though, Lee, and I expect another round of green flag pit stops. They're not going to try to take this set of Goodyear tires all the way to the finish of this stage.
Briscoe's got that positive memory of when he had that unbelievable victory in NASCAR Xfinity Series competition here a few years ago. As we climb back aboard, Kim, the Roush, Fenway, Keselowski, Ford, and Chris Buescher. Tell us more about the 17.
Yeah, with 62 laps to go in this stage, Chris Marshall currently 1 step out of the top 10 in the stage, and you have to be top 10 to earn stage points, and that was a goal for this team. Crew chief Scott Graves told me they will be paying very close attention to points. Their goal was to try and put pressure on the 23 of Bubba Wallace and the 54 of Ty Gibbs. Both those cars, though, right now, solidly in the top 10, looking to earn points. Pusher right now, moving up to the 10th in the party. This team, they just cannot get a car that is turning well.
And speaking of Ty Gibbs, it was actually Kyle Larson in the pre-race show who said, quote, "The Southern 500 is going to be fun tonight." Ty Gibbs must have listened to that. Here's what he said on the radio a moment ago.
Dang, everybody's great to be so nice. This is so awesome. Thanks, guys. Everybody. Look, like you're going to
454 miles to go, so.
Keeping it light, only 15 miles into the Southern 500. Sometimes you got to have that attitude when you're running the Southern 500, Jeff, right?
Well, I love how relaxed he is. And, we keep thinking about Ty Gibbs to win right around the corner, and they have the pace. Many races they can't. They seem to lose a little bit as the race goes on, but they have. I mean, every race we look up, and there he is running solidly in the top 10. If you do that long enough, you're going to get your win.
Solidly in the top 10, Jeff, and solidly in the top 5, 7 times able to step from the car when the AMR safety team rescued him. Incredible scenes. He's rebounded beautifully to be running 7th, just ahead of Gibbs. The front row starter, Carson Hocevar, runs 9th, ahead of Chris Pusher.
This is, I believe, you're starting to settle in what makes this race such a challenge. Fellows lately. We saw one early, and we normally get them late in this race, but this first and second stage, we see a lot of green flag racing, and it's not a lot of time, not a lot of break. I mean, there are straightaways here where you can adjust your visor, take sometimes your right hand or left hand off the wheel and kind of rest your wrist or your grip, but when you go into the corner, there's just really no room for error.
DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR, and this week, new customers can bet $5 and pocket $250 in bonus bets instantly. Download the app and use the promo code SPEED. When you sign up, DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. What numbers and drivers jump out to you, Steve?
Well, Larson was the favorite earlier. He just continued, his odds continue to drop down at plus 320, so a little over 3 times your money. Hamlin, Reddick, no surprise. Toyota's right behind Larson with Bell also and Wallace. You got to look down for a little bit of value. Do you think it could be Kyle Busch's night? If so, 16 to 1. And how about Chase Elliott? Rarely do we see Chase Elliott with longer odds like that. He currently runs 15th. You could bet live Chase Elliott 16 to 1.
Let's talk more about the man who started on the pole position in the 23, Bubba Wallace, with Dave.
Right, and I thought Steve made an interesting point about that green flag pit stop, the number 1 pit stall not being such an advantage. Steve, I want you to get back to that. But Bubba has stayed focused since that pass for the lead that happened as a result of that pit cycle. Steve, they told him there's going to be one more green flag stop if it stays green before the end of this stage. So be ready again. What is the disadvantage one more time, Steve?
Well, so basically the advantage of the number 1 stall is it's very close to the camera, which is where they score you under yellow when you're racing off their road. But under green, you leave your pit box in first gear, you start to accelerate, and you actually cross over the yellow line where the speed limit ends, and you're not even up to the speed yet by 5 or 10 miles an hour. Everybody else, when they hit the yellow line, they're already at pit road speed, so they're leaving at 40 miles an hour. It's not a huge disadvantage here, and I would absolutely take it because under yellow, it's a huge advantage. Only 22 feet to that scoring line. Under those late cautions, I take the stall number 1. So pile up and right, Wallace the time Reddick and shoot John in front and fifth.
I think we've had a lot more Darlington stripes off camera than the few that we have seen today, especially based off of practice and qualifying alone. Kyle Larson has really extended his lead out quite significantly during this first stage. He's got a 4.2-second lead built up over Bubba Wallace, who still remains in second. Tyler Reddick, 4.8 seconds off the lead in third. Chase Briscoe, 5.6 seconds back in fourth. And Christopher Bell, 5.8 seconds off the lead in fifth. Sixth place is William Byron, 6.3 seconds off the lead. Josh Berry, 11.9 seconds back at seventh. Bigger gap there between sixth and seventh place. Ty Gibbs is up to 8, 12.3 seconds off the lead. Carson Hocevar remains in the top 10 in 9th. He's 16.4 seconds back, and Denny Hamlin 16.7 in 10th. And now Hamlin actually just made a pass for 9th on Carson Hocevar. He's gained a little bit of time. Remember, Hamlin was one of the last cars that stayed out of the pits. Of those that are on the lead lap right now, he was the very last car to stay out of the pits. So he gave up some time on older tires, trying to gain it back at this point on fresh tires. Got about a 5-second difference between him and 8th place Ty Gibbs at the moment. So that is that. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. We'll take our next ad break. You're listening live to the Southern 500 on KRC. Quite a bit of racing still to go here today. Again, 115 laps, first stage. So as of right now, a little less than 50 to go in this stage. Should see one more pit stop left. It doesn't look like anybody's going to try a 3-stop strategy. I would assume it is going to be a 2-stop strategy for this stage. Our first drivers came to pit road at lap 35, so maybe close lap 70. That means they would have to go 45 to the finish instead of 35. And it does seem like Larson's struggling a bit in lap traffic as he had a 4-second lead and now it's down to 2.7 seconds. That last lap, he was quicker by about 0.07 of a second to 4 cars are on the lead lap at the moment, with Nemechek in 25th being the first car lap down.
Did you know you can download the official app of NASCAR and follow the action with free live scoring in-car and radio broadcasts, and you can upgrade to premium for full access to driver audio channels and completely ad-free experience. Search NASCAR in your app store to download and start a free trial. Welcome back to Darlington Raceway. The Cookout Southern 500 continues. Lee Dippy, Jeff Burton, Steve Letarte. Let's show you something that is fascinating here at Darlington. Jeff, you had a magical year in 1999, winning the spring race, winning the Southern 500. How did you manage this? We were talking about it yesterday. The imperfection of the shape of the wall, it's just crazy. I mean, if this racetrack was to be built today, it wouldn't be built this way, but that's what is the beautiful part of the character of this.
That's what I love about it. You look at turn 3, the wall actually goes to the right. That creates opportunity. Watch the drivers. They actually turn into the
second round of stops here in stage 1, starting with the leaders. You see Tyler Reddick coming down their road to the last adjustment, made the car a little bit better. He comes in running third, Dave. His teammate Bubba Wallace on pit road in front of you.
He gets up second place, Marty, after that first round of pit stops. Remember, lost 1 position in that cycle. And hitting his pit stone here, remember, the important role for the driver, they've got to be perfect as well. He does it good there, so the break is shade. He needs the car to be a little bit.
First round of stops, Dave. Kyle Larson led all 25 laps between the 2 stops. The pit crew got him the lead last time. We'll see if they can keep him the lead this time. No changes to the 5 car.
5 stopped 1 lap after Reddick and those, but he had massive 3-second lead, which has allowed him probably to run that extra lap. We will see if that's what pays off. Here at a penalty for the 2 of Austin Cindric for an uncontrolled tire. We talk about mistakes for the driver. We've really focused on that because of the difficulty of the racetrack, but mistakes by the pit crew can be just as costly. So as we see the 5 leaving pit road on this slippery apron in 1 and 2, we'll kind of take a peek up. We're looking at the 23 of Bubba Wallace. He's going to be the first car off pit road, and kind of there he is. So the extra lap did not hurt the 5, Marty.
Ty Gibbs said his car started a little bit tight, but came to him the longer they ran. Chris Gale making the call to come down pit road for 4 fresh Goodyear tires. So Steve, his teammate Denny Hamlin still is not pitted. Chris Gabehart made the call for one long before the first stop. How long would he leave Denny Hamlin out here in the second stop?
Well, I thought it was a net loss the first time, so I believe the 11 of Denny Hamlin might flip to the shorter strategy. We'll see if he does that. Jeff, we talked about the walls of 1 and 2 and the difference, but how about pit entry here at Darlington? Very difficult.
It's one of the most difficult race places to get on pit road. Suarez, that is legal. He just simply beats Larson to pit road, turns underneath him. Larson being a little bit safe, which is the smart thing to do here. It's so easy to shoot pit road.
And here's that replay of what happened with Austin Cindric's team and that errant wheel. And that's what was the catalyst for the penalty for the driver of the two.
We still have Hamlin, Elliott, and Bush waiting to make their pit stop.
You know, Denny Hamlin's never had a DNF here.
That is shocking.
He has got the most incredible numerical record, but then throw in on top of that, no DNFs.
That is unbelievable. And now the one advantage of Hamlin running long, I'm looking at it by like the 10th of a second or the half a second. I do think he's losing a little bit of time to Larson. But you know what he isn't doing? He's getting himself out of the chaos. Right? On and off pit road. We just saw that 99 and the 5. That can easily turn bad for one of them. 5 runs a little long. Denny understands the plan. I mean, look at it. He's got clear track out front. Sometimes it's not all about time, Marty. Sometimes it's about just avoiding the eye of the storm, trying to stay out of the mess.
See, that's interesting where Darlington falls on the calendar this year. It has normally been the first race of the playoffs. It will again be in 2025. But this year, it's the last race of the regular season. We can see how much Denny Hamlin's struggling with the handling of the race car. So I'm wondering how much that changed the game and opens up the playbook for Chris Gabehart to make a call like this.
It's interesting. I'd have to. I have it on my list to call Chris this week and see exactly what he's seeing because I don't see a time advantage. I've seen Hamlin net out about the same on positions, but net time to the leader lost. But the 9 of Chase Elliott came is kind of on the same strategy as the 11, sort of.
So watch that run. They reminded him this run to the end is going to be slightly longer, so take care of those tires.
Kyle Busch on this strategy as well. And Steve Brandon Burnett told me there really wasn't a great opportunity to flip the strategy at this track because of the tire wear, but they would try to do what they could. So running a little extra long here as well. He'll fall back in the queue after he gets 4 bigger tires and fuel, Marty.
So Denny Hamlin pitched from the lead here at lap 77, working lap 78 right now, 38 to go here in the stage. No complaints with the handling of the car. But see, you're starting to see this group now maybe running a little bit longer. You saw Chase Elliott and his race team, Kyle Busch, and now Denny Hamlin kind of taking this longer strategy here in stage 1.
Now, to the defense of the 11 strategy, remember, first time down pit road, a little bit of a botched pit stop. Trouble with the right front with the lug nut, too close to the wall for the driver. That pit stop right there looked extremely clean for the 11. 37 laps to go. We see where he'll blend out. It'll probably be just outside the top 20, but with those brand new Goodyear tires, will easily start to overtake cars that pitted just a few laps ago.
Denny proudly displaying the Flying 11, which is a tribute to Roy Hendrick, who passed away. He was a regular competitor at Denny's home track, Southside Speedway, so a lovely tribute.
Yeah, I raced with Roy South Boston Speedway. He was the very first late model stock car champion at South Boston Speedway. Really legendary family.
You see sport clips on the side of that. A longtime partner for Denny and Joe Gibbs Racing down here at Darlington. We see that scheme. And if you're going to have a track where you decide to kind of anchor your coverage, Denny Hamlin at Darlington has been a pretty good choice.
Well, and this could be the night, and this could be the race that turned things around, right? The engine issue and that huge penalty, the loss of points, and then getting caught up in one of the big ones last week in Daytona. It's going to need to change that trend.
I actually think this race is more important to Hamlin than perhaps other than winning the first one of the year and getting in the playoffs. This one for that momentum. I think the points are one thing, but it felt like a lot of air out of the balloon on that engine penalty, right? Even when he talked about it, shoulders down. It's not what he said, it's how he said it. He wasn't that kind of pound your chest, Denny Hamlin, ready to thunder into the playoffs. A good run here perhaps could correct that.
If you've never been to Darlington Raceway and wherever you're watching from around the world, for about 100 miles southeast of Charlotte, North Carolina. We're northwest of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Getting closer to the end of stage 1, now down to just 23 cars on the lead lap, and the lead still remains about 2.8 seconds post second green flag pit stops of stage number 2. Kyle Larson, or stage 1, excuse me. Kyle Larson is your race leader. About 32 laps to go as of right now in stage 1 at the moment. Again, 2.8 seconds is the lead for Larson, trying to catch Reddick for the regular season title. In the running order behind Larson, we've got Bubba Wallace in second, Tyler Reddick third, William Byron fourth, Chase Briscoe fifth, Christopher Bell sixth, Josh Berry seventh, Ty Gibbs eighth, Brad Keselowski ninth, and Carson Hocevar is in 10th. Chris Buescher in 11th, Austin Dillon 12th, Ross Chastain 13th, Todd Gilliland 14th, 15th for Joey Logano, Denny Hamlin 16th, Alex Bowman 17th, Ryan Preece 18th, Eric Jones 19th, and Corey LaJoie is 20th. 21st for Noah Gragson, Michael McDowell 22nd, 23rd for Daniel Suarez, Chase Elliott 24th, Kyle Busch is the first car one lap down in 25th, Zane Smith 26th, Shane Van Gisbergen 27th, Harrison Burton 28th, Daniel Hemrick 29th, John Hunter Nemechek is 30th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 31st, Austin Cindric 32nd, 33rd for Justin Haley, Kaz Gralla 34th, Timmy Hill 35th. Two cars still out of the race, Martin Truex Jr., Ryan Blaney 36th and 37th. Lap sled side of things, it is a tie for the most laps led. Kyle Larson's led for 34, also 34 for pole sitter Bubba Wallace. Larson and Hamlin, the only two drivers to lead more than once, each led twice in the race. Hamlin for 10, Larson for 34 plus. Reddick led one lap during green flag stops today, 2 for William Byron, 1 for Gibbs, and 4 laps for Shane Van Gisbergen. Those are the only 7 drivers to lead at least 1 lap in the race today, and we are currently sitting at 8 lead changes late in the first stage. And the only caution all the way back on lap 3, as this current green flag run has gone over 75 laps. So we'll see if we'll stay green to the end of the stage. Again, lap 115 will mark the end of stage number 1. As we go back to the coverage once again.
Join the club. And by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit progressive.com. Sun's slowly starting to go down here in South Carolina at Darlington Raceway. One thing that hasn't changed out in front, but now 35 laps is the HendrickCars.com Chevy of Kyle Larson. Hot in pursuit of Tyler Reddick in the regular season points. Now, while the overarching theme and the headline is the race for the playoffs, right? Who's going to make it, who isn't? Kyle Larson said that it's deeply important to him to win the regular championship. To win,
I think some of that goes back to, remember, him missing the Coca-Cola 600 when Indianapolis ran the Indy 500. Had a great plan, but you can't control the weather. The weather got him delayed. Yeah. He missed the start, so he got 0 points there. And I think Larson, he might not say it, but in the back of his mind, he's only 15 points behind. He probably easily could have scored 15 points in that situation if he could have started the car. So I think if you win the regular season, kind of no harm, no foul, Jeff. You don't want to carry a missed opportunity into the playoffs.
Yeah, it's so important because of the points that allows you to start the playoffs with.
There goes Kyle Busch, fresher tires. You can see the big difference there. And here is Tyler Reddick, who, by the way, happens to lead the regular season points. Marty, tell us what's happening at the 2311 machine.
Yeah, Lee, they're certainly focused on that tonight for the 45 of Tyler Reddick. He has not run worse than 3rd so far in the Southern 500, but is he not feeling well physically behind the wheel? Listen in. Yes, that was a request for Tom's. I did confirm with Billy Scott this afternoon. Tyler's been feeling a little bit sick on the stomach so far today. So, Jeff, I can't imagine. Number one, the Southern 500 is the toughest race all year long. But when you're not feeling 100%, how big of a challenge is that going to be for Reddick tonight?
Well, what you hope is that as the race goes on and the temperature comes down, he starts to feel a little bit better. He knows he had the long night ahead of him, and temperature makes everything worse. You see Briscoe trying to get underneath him right now. But sometimes it also allows you to just focus, right? I'm not feeling well, so I have to focus a little bit more. We see a lot of athletes have their best days when they are sick.
Oh, the old flu game?
Oh, yeah.
Or the Michael Jordan flu game? Hey, remember, may or may not was pizza delivery? Is that what we
Remember that move that we saw Daniel Suarez in the 99 car? He got by Kyle Larson getting on to pit road. When he did that got him back in the lead lap.
Yeah.
And since he made that move, he has sat there. You see, Kyle Busch getting by him. Kyle's got newer tires than Suarez, but Suarez is he's the last car on the lead lap, but he has stayed in front of Kyle Larson this entire run. So that move, there's Kyle Larson working, but that move has allowed them to say with 23 laps to go, that could be
the news this week that the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series schedule has been released, and with the addition, the exciting news of Mexico City on that calendar, which was music to the ears of Daniel Suarez. So excited. There's been a lot of hype about that. That'll happen next June as Larson goes to the low line to try and take Daniel Suarez off the lead lap. Remember, Suarez got taken out of Daytona last week in the most bizarre incident when he was pitted ahead of Denny Hamlin. Hamlin fired up the 11, went to take off. There was flames. There was a little bit of excess gas on the ground and a fire ignited, and Daniel had to bring his then Coke machine back to pit lane, and he was a retirement.
These are hard passes at Darlington. It's always been difficult to pass. Larson going to try to drive right here. This is tight. Larson's being aggressive, but not overly aggressive. No one's really pushing him, so he wants to lap him. But he doesn't want to get himself in trouble doing it. Now he's trying to run the bottom of the racetrack. It's hard to get grip down there. If he can stay side by side with him here, which he can't do it. It's so intense inside that race car.
Well, I like this move, though. The higher entry, he's going to turn to the bottom. It's very tight side by side, but he has momentum now heading to turn 3.
Yeah, so is he going to try to slide him, overdrive the entry to the corner? There he goes. Suarez with great entry speed, trying to stay even with him. He can't do it. He'll get momentum on the exit on that high line. Oh, he got there, but not quick enough.
Kyle Larson closes Daniel Suarez and puts him a lap down. As for his Trackhouse teammate, Ross Chastain runs 15th. Here's a reminder of what went down a week ago. It was a pretty crazy scene for Suarez, and that thing lit up fast.
Yeah, scary, very bizarre. Fire department right there to put it out as quick as you can. You look inside the car, you see the flame pouring out of the trunk. A backfire. You see the left side kind of spark. It lights the fire, the fuel that's on the ground, which is chases forward and goes into the trunk.
And that was Daniel. That was a replay of Daniel watching a replay of how it all transpired. So 17 laps to go in this opening stage of the Cookout Southern 500. And Kyle Larson has led the most laps, 46 over Bubba Wallace's opening 34 laps led. And Wallace is about 2.5 seconds behind the Hendrick Motorsports driver. Has had a really solid night. Chase Briscoe ahead of Tyler Reddick. And then Christopher Bell having a nice quiet run by himself in the top 5. Determined to win the regular season is what Kyle Larson did when he won the overall championship a couple of years ago.
NASCAR nonstop commercial break, 15 laps to go, stage 1. Just over 100 laps complete here at Darlington in the Southern 500 already. Kyle Larson dominating this first stage. He's got a 3.2 second lead over Bubba Wallace. Chase Briscoe 3.7 seconds back in third. Tyler Reddick falls to fourth. He's 5.9 seconds off the lead and feeling a little ill, I guess, this week, as reported during that latest portion of the telecast that you were able to listen to on our coverage. Christopher Bell, 5th place, 6.5 seconds off the lead. That's the top 5, the intervals between themselves and the race leader. The race for the regular season championship right now between Reddick, Larson, and Elliott. Again, a 17-point difference between Reddick and Larson, with Reddick ahead. Reddick is 4th right now. Larson looking to get 10 points for winning the stage. 4th would pay out 7 points for Reddick. And Chase Elliott has not cracked the top 10 yet today. He's currently 22nd. Battle for the playoff standings. Bubba Wallace sitting in 2nd, looking for 9 points in the stage if he can hold on to 2nd. And then Chris Buescher is currently outside the top 10 in 12th, not looking at any stage points. And the gap between those two was 21 points coming into the day. Ross Chastain was also 27 points behind Chris Buescher coming into the race. And Chastain is currently outside the top 10 as well in 15th. So that is the way things are looking at the moment. But again, a long race still to go. Yeah, they are racing in Mexico next year. NASCAR Cup and Xfinity Series will be back in Mexico. Same road course at the time Busch and Nationwide Series ran in the mid to late 2000s. So that'll be cool to see the Cup Series go international. I'll tell you what, if Daniel Suarez wins that race, it's going to have the same feel in the stands, atmosphere at the track as what it would be if Dale Jr. won at Talladega in the early 2000s. I really think like that place would absolutely explode in cheers, and you never know. You never know what could happen. Even if he takes the lead, I feel like they would just go absolutely nuts. He doesn't even have to win the race. Would definitely be pretty cool. Place sits a lot of people, and I would imagine a lot of race fans will show out to that event. Larson's still continuing his lead by a pretty good pace. I mean, him and Wallace have traded lap times back and forth for the most part since Larson has gotten into lap traffic. It was about a 2.8 second lead at the least amount during the middle of the green flag run. It hasn't been any larger than where it's been at recently, which was about a 3.8 to 3.9 second lead. That's about as big of a lead as Larson has had in this stage. Kind of managing the gap, really. Don't want to burn the tires off the car pushing too hard and extending that lead out to like 12 seconds or something of that nature just to have Wallace come climbing back. So he's doing a great job for himself right now. This is something Larson has definitely gotten better at in the Cup Series over the last couple of years alone. I can remember back to 2021 when he was in Hendrick Motorsports equipment for the first time, and even though he won 10 races that season, how many races got away from him because of pushing too hard on a track like Darlington or in Atlanta at the time, where he was leading a bunch of laps early, would burn up his stuff early in the run, and late in the run he had nothing for the oncoming traffic that would surpass him towards the end. But here in this case, they are definitely looking a little better. They got some snacks in the 45 pit box. Might be getting ready to get to Tyler Reddick here during this next caution. Next pit stop. Try to keep the energy levels high for the driver, the 45. Keep him in the hunt trying to win this regular season title here today. So he feels a little bit under the weather this weekend. And you mix that with the high temperatures that these drivers have been dealing with this weekend as well, it doesn't seem to be panning out well for him, I guess, right now. He's still having a good run, though. 4th place. Qualified well and pretty much just ran about where he qualified in this one, which was 4th. Brad Keselowski cracks the top 10 for the first time today recently. Carson Hocevar has dropped to 13th. I think he's the driver who's lost the most positions from the start of the race so far. Started second was Carson Hocevar, now back to 13th place, so not looking at stage points in stage 1. And he actually lost a lot more positions, it seems like, after Keselowski passed him not that long ago. Keselowski and Buescher. So Hocevar fading on the long run. We'll never get to see exactly what Ryan Blaney could have had today. I mentioned in the pre-race he was the fastest in 20-25 lap averages in practice, so it seemed like the long runs were going to go his way, but that crash with Truex on lap 2, and I'd say definitely took one of the heavier hitters out of it, and that's just kind of been the luck for Blaney at Darlington. 0 career top 5 finishes so far for Blaney at the Lady in Black, and that streak will continue through tonight. So the point standings as they run currently shows Martin Truex Jr. plus 12 points above the cutoff line, plus 6 for Bubba Wallace, minus 6 for Chris Buescher, minus 41 for Ross Chastain. That is with Larson, of course, in the lead, who has had a win this season, 4 of them to be exact. Ty Gibbs also plus 33 points in that playoff picture. But that is calculating that they would finish in the same position they're running right now through stages 1, 2, and the race finish. So I'm still going to be doing my math throughout the course of the night. Like I mentioned in the pre-race, that I will keep you guys updated as to how many positions one driver will have to finish higher than the other to either A, win the regular season championship, or for the playoff picture as well, for one driver to get in over another, and where they would have to beat a specific driver by how many spots. Because each position is worth 1 point for the race finishing results. And then, obviously, if you win, you're in. And 1 point per position for the top 10 at the end of stages 1 and 2. Kyle Busch had a little contact with Ross Chastain. It looked like Ross barely kept it off the wall. Chastain has been falling quickly. Might I add, he was in 15th when we did our running order rundown about 20 laps ago, and now he has fallen back to 21st. Very few drivers up in the top 10 that don't have a win this season. The ones that are up there without a win would be Bubba Wallace in 2nd, Chase Briscoe 3rd, Ty Gibbs 7th, and Josh Berry in 10th. Stage 1 is in the books by 1.9 seconds. Kyle Larson will win the first stage of the night. That's another playoff point added to the season for him, and 10 regular season points as he continues to put the fight to Tyler Reddick for those additional 15 playoff points if he can win the regular season title. Bubba Wallace 2nd in the stage, huge for him. 0. I should say only 1 for Chris Buescher. Buescher got by Keselowski late. I wonder if Brad let him by. I could see a situation there where Brad might have let Buescher by for the last point because Keselowski was ahead of Buescher. I thought it was by a couple seconds. But Buescher got that last spot. Either way, Larson wins the stage. Bubba Wallace 2nd, Chase Briscoe 3rd, Tyler Reddick 4th, Christopher Bell 5th, Denny Hamlin 6th, Ty Gibbs 7th, William Byron 8th, Josh Berry 9th, and Christopher Bell 10th. That was the top 10 in stage 1 and all receiving stage points. So again, for the regular season championship battle, Kyle Larson came in minus 17 points. He gets 10 points for winning the stage. Tyler Reddick gets 7. So that gap is now 14 points as a reset when we begin stage 2. And the gap between Wallace and Buescher was 21 points coming into the day. Wallace gets 9 to entering stage 2. So again, a 13-point difference between Wallace and Buescher now. It was 21 at the start of the race. And the gap between Larson and Reddick for the regular season title is now 14 points, and it was 17. So that is the update. Again, doing the math throughout the night to help you guys. Chase Elliott not getting any points here. Goes from 18 points behind Reddick for the regular. So Chase Elliott is 25 points behind Reddick for the lead. And Ross Chastain also would have gotten no stage points to Buescher's 1. So Chastain goes from minus 27 points behind Buescher to now minus 28 entering stage 2. Ty Gibbs gets 4 points. So his net on Wallace coming into the day was 38, I do believe. So he is getting closer to clinching himself a spot. Well, I guess it's more on Buescher. He lost points to Wallace, but he does gain on Buescher. I think Gibbs is doing pretty well for himself to make it in tonight, based off the start of the race.
2.5 hours faster. That's how far things have advanced. Let's go to pit lane. Marty's there.
Impressive stage win for Kyle Larson, who said the only adjustments I would want is if you feel like the track is going to change. For Tyler Reddick, this is part car maintenance, part driver maintenance. He said, anything you can do to help me feel better, I would appreciate it. They're going to hand 2 bags inside the car for Reddick. They asked him, are you worried about getting sick inside the car? He said, yeah, Dave.
Chase Briscoe hits his mark, touch free on entry, then free across the middle. That hurts his exit. Anthony Wallace still, he is no front grip off the corner. You need an adjustment on that car, and he's going to hold his position. Does not gain this time with that first pit stall.
Dave, that's a good phrase. Hold the positions. Look at all of the zeros on there for lack of change. And fans, NASCAR and its premier partners want to say thank you for your support. Let's take a look at one of NASCAR's biggest super fans, NASCAR, and his experience at Michigan International Speedway.
Say NASCAR.
After the 26-week grind, the 16th gather, heroes, hopefuls, hot shots, hotheads. Their demeanor may vary. Their determination does not. Fortune brought them to this moment. Now, it's up to them. The NASCAR playoffs begin in Atlanta on USA.
Simple shopping. That's all I want.
I think they were going to do something for NASCAR, and they never did. They just cut straight to a commercial break. So, classic NASCAR on cable television. Oh, boy. Remember, next weekend's race at Atlanta is going to go ad-free for green flag action, or at least no full-screen commercial breaks during green flag action, similar to what they did for Daytona last weekend. And the same will be said for the following Super Speedway race at Talladega. And that will be for the Xfinity and the Cup races, by the way, at Atlanta. I don't know about the Xfinity race on the CW necessarily for Talladega, but Atlanta on USA, as well as the Cup race next weekend, also on USA Network. Those will be no full screen commercial breaks during green flag action. Again, just like Daytona. So that'll be fun to see. I've been kind of trying to find a way to get live camera angles from NASCAR.com, like in-car cams and stuff on the side of the screen. I can't get it. I don't know. I know somebody mentioned like a week or two ago about it on why I can do it. For one, I do think it is a copyright issue, which is why it's not showing. But it's supposed to be right above where my camera is, and it's like blacked out every single time. Which doesn't surprise me, but I also don't know how other people on YouTube are able to get it. Just trying to get the best viewing experience for you guys, the fans, throughout the course of these live commentary streams. So trying to add to it, but not sure if there's anybody in the chat that can help me with that or not. I know how many tech gurus we might have in the chat listening. Appreciate everybody showing up again yet live, though, for tonight's coverage of the Southern 500. Again, we have just completed stage 1. Kyle Larson did win the race off of pit road moments ago. And he will be restarting in the lead when we get back underway. Wallace remains in second. Reddick remains fourth. And Buescher gained 1 spot up to 9th. Gibbs remains in 7th. So those are all the battles for either the regular season title or the playoff bubble battle. The win and you're in, obviously on the line here too. Chase Briscoe in 3rd. Needs a win to get into the playoffs tonight. Ran 3rd pretty much the entirety of stage number 1. So, I mean, if the track goes his way, they continue to work on the handling of the race car for the short run and gets a great restart, can jump out in front, get the track position, can Chase Briscoe have something for Kyle Larson? But Larson definitely the class of the field here in the early going. Takes the bottom. And then the next 2 cars behind Wallace in the running order, who would have been third and fourth, both take the outside of Briscoe, Reddick, leaving Bell, Gibbs on the bottom, so you'll have 3 straight Toyotas on the inside. 4 Toyotas in the top 6 positions entirely right now, top 7 positions. 5 in the top 7. And your 8th, 9th, 10th Chevy, Ford. Don't know. We'll find out after the race. Yeah, I was trying to work on that throughout the day today. It's the URL, but that's still not working. I don't know if the URL changes on something like that with it being live every so often. Could be. Anyway, fans waving their towels, waving their hats, green flag back in the air. Wallace struggled on the restart inside of row 1 there. It looks like the top 3 cars on the outside going to blow by him in the first turn. Larson, Briscoe, and Reddick. Wallace in 4th, hops to the top now right in front of Christopher Bell and Denny Hamlin. Bell to the inside of Hamlin for position through 3 and 4. Not quite clear. Got close, though. Big block by Briscoe trying to hold Reddick behind him. They're side by side for position. Reddick's battling hard for that spot. Trying to get underneath Briscoe as Briscoe successful with his blocks on the front stretch and continues onward. Mostly single file through almost the entire field, really. Just a lap and a half into this restart. Reddick again challenging to the bottom. He's wanting to keep pace with Reddick, trying to keep pace with Larson early in the run, not let the 5 drive away and then sit with a big lead again. Reddick was kind of trapped back and forth for most of that last stage. Once they got through the first set of green flag stops, he actually lost a spot during the first green flag stops from 3rd to 4th behind Briscoe, and then even through the second stop to the end of the stage, he still remained further back. Briscoe's pushing hard right now, though. He wants to go after this lead of 367, and that's what he needs to do to get into the playoffs tonight. Final year of SHR before closing down. 3 of those teams at least will be closing down at the end of the year and rebranded back to Haas Automation, a factory team running the final one of those race teams in the Cup Series next season. Reddick had a massive run through 3 and 4 that last time. Top 3 getting away from Wallace at the front of the field. Bubba still remains in 4th, holding a decent enough gap to Christopher Bell. I think I just saw Joey Logano making a pass at Keselowski for 11th off of turn 2 as well, so he's just outside the top 10. It's as high as Logano has been in the running order all night. It's my at Darlington with the laps already being put together. Led for Larson here today. Again, 4 of the 5 next-gen races at Darlington. The most laps led was by a Toyota driver, and in 3 of those 4 was led over 100 laps. Wallace had a good start to the night, but Larson has led the most thus far. And he is getting pretty close to 100 laps led already in this race. Only lap 129, but he's led for 76 laps. 3 different times Larson has led. Basically on every side of the green flag pit stops that we had is the 3 different times he's led. Because in the midst of passing Wallace for the lead through the first pit stop, he hasn't actually lost the lead by getting passed on the track since. Showing replay from a few laps ago, Tyler Reddick brushed the wall through turns 3 and 4. Picking up yet another Darlington stripe this weekend for him. Same for Todd Gilliland, further back in the pack. "24 cars on the lead lap." By the way, free pass at the end of that last stage went to Daniel Suarez. So Suarez back on the lead lap in 23. third currently, but 24 cars on the lead lap. So the battle for 25th at the moment will be the battle for the free pass if we were to get another caution. Wallace continues to lose spots from the restart from second back to sixth. You wonder if just taking that inside of row one is the difference maker in him maybe running second or third versus being back in sixth place right now. Bell and Hamlin have both passed him in recent laps. Reddick losing ground to Larson or Briscoe after he had brushed the wall a few laps ago. And Briscoe trying to close back into the back bumper of the 5 of Larson yet again. Trying to put a challenge for the lead on in the early going of Stage 2. Stage 2 also 115 laps, just like Stage 1. And that will mean the finish of this race, the final stage, will be 137 laps, making up tonight's 3 stage stints. Starter 28 in the chat. I don't know if that's true or not, but all right. Jeez Louise. Didn't expect to see a comment like that in the chat. Something. That is something. Oh boy. Yeah, watching lap times on a symbiotic basis here. Larson about a 1/10.5 quicker than Briscoe the last lap. Briscoe 0.02 of a second quicker than Larson that last time by at the line. Maybe it was a Dale Jarrett lookalike. I was wearing like one of those Halloween masks that it's like a face that looks like somebody else's face. Bubble battle, Busher now +7 over Wallace, with Wallace dropping back to 6th. Again, that's based off of where they're running at the moment in time, as that would assume that that driver would finish where they're running right now at the end of the race and at the end of Stage 2, as we still have yet to award stage points for the second stage. Wallace is continuously losing time to the cars that have already passed him on this restart, though, so that could be troublesome for him. Full screen commercial break as of right now on the USA Network for the first time during green flag action in Stage 2. Again, the top 10 in the running order. Kyle Larson with the lead, 0.3 of a second over Chase Briscoe in P2. Tyler Reddick is third, Christopher Bell fourth, Denny Hamlin fifth, and Bubba Wallace sixth. Seventh for Ty Gibbs, William Byron eighth, Chris Buescher ninth, and Joey Logano rounds out the top 10. We'll take a break and continue our live commentary coverage. You're listening live to the Cookout Southern 500 on KRC. Stage win for Kyle Larson was his 9th of the season, second to only Christopher Bell in the Cup Series. So 9 playoff points off of stage wins alone for Larson here in 2024, along with the 4 race wins that he has. Wait and see who wins Stage 2 here tonight. A lot of racing still to go. Still well shy of halfway in this one. Hendrick Motorsports kind of all over the map tonight. Larson running really well. Byron back half of the top 10. He's kind of been fluctuating between 6th and 10th the whole race. And then Elliott and Bowman have been outside the top 20 for most of this evening's race. Either utter dominance or a much lack thereof for the HMS team. Now, luckily for Chase Elliott, I don't think he can fall out of third in the standings. The only driver who had a chance of catching him was Ryan Blaney coming into the night. But Blaney has already crashed out. So at the worst, Chase Elliott would still finish 8th in the regular season point standing, so he would still get 8 playoff points for that. And mathematically, he's still in the chase on Reddick and Larson for the regular season title. Have to wait and see how this is going to end up panning out. A lot more pit stops still to go in this one. Obviously, we have not had one yet in Stage 2. If it somehow stayed green with the only caution the rest of the way being the Stage 2 break, we're going to have anywhere between 5 to 6 more pit stops left in this race. The final stage being a little longer might lead to a 3-stop strategy versus 2. So that is where maybe we'll see some varying strategy. I would imagine most of the rest of Stage 2 will look just like Stage 1 with 2 stops being the original plan.
Get into NASCAR. Well, I'll tell you what, first of all, he's a tough guy because he went to walk-on at Arizona State. That's the first question I want to ask you, Galen. What's it like being a walk-on and making your way into football that way?
Yeah, I'd say it's actually a lot like working yourself onto a NASCAR pit crew. You got to kind of find a way to fit yourself in the situation and then just work really hard and hopefully things turn out right.
They've turned out well for you. How's your situation tonight? How are the 43 pit stop?
Been a good day so far. Obviously, it's a long race. It's a really hard race. So we're going to try to make sure we keep the ball in Eric's hand and try to be there at the end and have a good finish.
All right, good luck the rest of the way. Galen Mills, one of the stars from the 43 group. Hardy.
That was a jackman of the 43 team of Eric Jones that you got to heard. Kellen Mills is his name. So a little report from Dave Burns there. It's one of the teams that they are embedded with this weekend for USA's network's coverage of this race, as they have been doing on USA and NBC for their telecast in the second half of this season. Basically an in-team perspective or a deeper look in-team on the Stage 2 side of things with the 1 or 2 teams that they have every weekend. They'll have one of the pit reporters basically in the pit box of those teams throughout the course, interviewing the crew chief throughout the stage and some various members of the team throughout the second stage, trying to get maybe a read on their strategy side of things and how they feel that they're running throughout Stage 2. Speaking of Stage 2, we got 2 things that will happen at the end of the second stage. One, our chat poll will close. And I asked you who you thought was going to win the Southern 500. And as of right now, 57% say somebody other than Larson, Reddick, or Hamlin. That is shocking with Larson dominating this race so far, but you never know what could happen. Still the first half percent saying Denny Hamlin. Again, you'll have until the end of Stage 2 to vote. Larry Baba Outdoors, thanks for tuning in also. I also didn't shout you out yet. Saw you in the chat earlier. Forgot to give you the shout out. 89 votes, by the way, have been casted on that community, or not community tab poll, but the poll for the chat. Here we are. Southern 500, regular season finale. And the top, really 10 positions have not changed a whole lot since the race start. The only changes in position since the race start was Wallace basically falling back to 6th. He fell to 4th initially, and then Bell and Hamlin, after about 10, 15 laps or so into the stage on green flag laps, had passed him. Bubba remains in 6th, and the rest of the order in front of him, outside of gaining that 1 spot on the 23 car, have all stayed the same. So not a lot of movement through the field yet. And we should be seeing pit stops any moment here. We saw lap 35 being the moment in which cars pitted for the first time in Stage 1. And that was even with a few caution laps ran at the beginning of the race with the lap 3 crash involving Ryan Blaney and Martin Truex Jr. So I'd imagine any lap we're going to see green flag stops yet again. Who will be the first to come down? We've seen over 2 seconds of fall off, even at this point in the run. So, I mean, you could gain 2 seconds of time. That could be a couple positions depending on where you're running on the lead.
I think Kim's there.
And Ryan Briganti electing to bring his driver in on the earlier side. Ty Dillon saying still too tight for French Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel. That's Joey Logano making it on Marty.
And a moment ago, Lee mentioned that Joey Logano's kind of leapfrogged his way through the field. Paul Wolf making a strategy call to come very early here on this window here in stage 2, Kim.
As you see, Brad Keselowski making his stop under green flag conditions. Brad said, I could use a little bit more drive off and more turn as they complete the pit stop here for French Goodyear tires. Entry not lap. He said, just again, needs more turn as Chase Elliott making his stop. The last stop they made under green was a little bit slow, taking 4 French Goodyear tires. Chase saying, it's the best I've been all night, but I still could have a little bit more turn in the car.
Still plenty of activity on pit road. Marty, they're coming your way.
Yeah, here comes William Byron. Rudy Fugle told me this afternoon, we've been good, not great here at Darlington, so we're bringing a completely different setup. So far, Byron says of that, I'm going to need to turn a lot better as it gets into the night, Dave.
Bubba Wallace back on pit road. The car was good at the start of the run, but then the radio from the driver was that the car is coming back to us. So not a big change, if any. He will get 4 French Goodyear tires and fuel, Marty.
So interesting, here comes Denny Hamlin down pit road, and Chris Gabehart playing it much more straight up in this run. He said the car started to look too tight for him, too free the longer he ran. We expect Tyler Reddick to come in the next lap, and again, more driver maintenance when he does come down pit road. There's Kyle Larson. Yep, down pit road. See, yeah, there's Kyle Larson, who again said the car has been so good for them. They have dominated here in the 7500 tonight, trying to win back-to-back races. Meanwhile, here comes Tyler Reddick, who once again, he's got what am I getting on this stop in terms of nourishment? So they're going to hand over the bottle. There goes the bottle. That's a water bottle and the metal bottle with the medicine that he needs at once, Dave.
Chase Briscoe, the 14 car, the guy that's been keeping the pressure on Kyle Larson up front. His car was going freer at the end of that run. Needs an adjustment for that. Good stop by the crew.
Josh Berry, Austin Dillon, Kyle Busch, Eric Jones are the 4 ahead of the leaders at the front of the field that have not hit pit road, trying to catch a quick caution, leapfrog in the track position running game. We'll see. We used to see a lot more cautions in the middle of green flag stops the first 2 years of the next-gen era, tires falling off, but the teams have gotten very accustomed to securing the single lug on the tires. And we haven't seen as many of those problems in 2023, especially in the second half of the season. Still could get a caution for something else. A little bit of a slow stop for Austin Dillon. About 9 seconds on the right sides alone. Looked like the right rear tire was the struggle point there for the rear tire changer. 14.8 second stop for him, and here comes Kyle Busch and Eric Jones.
He's getting beaten a couple different places in the track, and working with his spotter on how to take that on. He'll get 4 tires and fuel as well. Now, top of your screen, we'll see Kellen Mills, the Jackman, the rest of the 43 crew. Go to work for Eric Jones. On that first stage, Eric gained 10 positions. We know he's good here. It's a two-time winner. And the number system it's a little bit down on Slow Jones.
Quick stops, 9.2 seconds for Jones and Busch. 9.6 for Harrison Burton on his 4-tire stop as well. Buescher trying to get by. Josh Berry still has to come to pit road, and here he comes. He'll be the last of the lead lap cars to pit. He was in 10th before the cycling started.
Now, make pit road. Kim, Josh Berry's headed your way.
Yeah, Josh Berry pitted from the lead. Earlier in the run, he said he was too loose, but take that car in built tight. He has to be freed up for this next run. Crew on the right side, they'll put 4 fresh Goodyear tires on that machine, as well as Sunoco fuel. Looks like routine service here for Josh Berry as he's finished up.
With the overstock Fords.
8.8 second stop for Berry, one of the quickest of everybody that hit pit road. So again, Berry was the last of the lead lap cars to pit. It'll be interesting to see exactly where he cycles when he gets up to speed, but as of right now, Top 10 on the leaderboard post our first green flag stop of stage 2, our 4th stop total in the race, all under green. Well, 3 under green and then 1 during the stage break, I should say, at the lap 115 caution. Kyle Larson has a 3.5 second advantage over Chase Briscoe. Was about a 2-second lead at the start of the pit stop, so that has expanded a bit. Christopher Bell is in 3rd. Tyler Reddick 4th. Denny Hamlin 5th. William Byron 6th. Bubba Wallace 7th. Ty Gibbs 8th. Joey Logano 9th. And Chris Buescher is 10th. That is the top 10 as of right now. Still a ways to go in this one. Cookout Southern 500 live on KRC. Sure to hit the like button on the stream if you haven't done so yet. We're at 56. Try to get to 100 here before the end. And hit the subscribe button if you're new. We have live commentary every NASCAR this weekend for Truck Xfinity Cup races as well as Cup practice and qualifying every weekend. As well as other streams during the week. Part of the daily NASCAR content on the channel. Pretty good run here for Kyle Larson in this one. He has led over 100 laps in the race now. 103 laps led and counting for Kyle Larson at this juncture of the race. Bubba Wallace has led for 35 laps today. From the pole, that's the second most laps led. Denny Hamlin for 10 laps. That was during green flag stops in stage 1. Josh Berry just led for 4 laps during green flag stops here in stage 2. And also in stage 1, green flag laps led for Reddick, who led 1. Byron for 2. Ty Gibbs for 1. And 4 for Shane Van Gisbergen. The only 2 cautions, the lap 3 crash involving Ryan Blaney and Martin Truex Jr. They're both out of the race ever since. And then the stage yellow at lap 115. Our average race speed is 134.68 miles per hour at this point. We're a little over an hour and a half into this race from the drop of the green flag to where we are right now. An update on the regular season points standings. Again, Kyle Larson came into the day 17 points behind Reddick. Chase Elliott minus 18 points. Elliott did not score stage points in stage 1 and currently remains outside the top 20 and 23rd. His chances are slim to none to try to win this regular season title. Tyler Reddick, as we run, was 4th at the end of the first stage. Larson won stage 1. Therefore, Larson ended up getting 10 points to Reddick's 7. So coming into this stage, the gap would technically be 14 points between Larson and Reddick. Larson trying to win stage 2 and narrow the gap even more before the final stage begins. Battle for the final playoff spot. Bubba Wallace got 9 points for finishing 2nd at stage 1 to Chris Buescher's 1 point. So that gap went from minus 21 to minus 13 for Wallace. Chastain did not get stage points in stage 1. And Ross currently sits 16th as well. More than likely going to put him in a must-win situation if he doesn't get stage points again here in the 17 and the 23 do. Unless an incident happens at stage 3, speeding penalties. We haven't seen any speeding penalties so far tonight. And we've had 3 sets of green flag stops, 1 in stage 2, 2 of them in stage 1. That could derail a driver's playoff hopes as well at this point. Truex obviously getting in that wreck early on does not help his playoff scenario, but he's currently plus 16 above the cut line with Bubba Wallace currently in 7th. If we were to get another new winner, Truex would be currently 9 points ahead of where Chris Buescher is at. Ty Gibbs is plus 32. Gibbs had 4 stage points in stage 1. He finished 7th. And currently Gibbs is still in the top 10 at 8th. He came in plus 38. So he's looking pretty good as well to trying to make his way into the playoffs. And Gibbs has actually closed the gap on Bubba Wallace for 7th on track. Byron had cycled ahead of Wallace during the green flag pit stops for 6th. So Bubba actually lost another spot recently. Just going to have to keep at it. Never know what could happen here. Track conditions continue to change from day to night. Lights have been on for quite some time now. Not complete darkness around the racetrack, but getting close. Sun's still shining just a bit in 3 and 4 over the edge of the grandstands in that area of the racetrack, but pretty much dark the rest of the way around. Track temp will continue to drop as well as we get deeper into the night, as well as the overall air temp, which was around 93 at the start of the race, and by the end will drop to around the low 80s, upper 70s. It'll gain about as much grip as this track can potentially gain in a grip level. If we do get a new winner below that cut line, they would vault themselves in, and as of right now would knock Chris Buescher out. And Chase Briscoe, currently a driver that is looking to get his first win of the season, in second. He's the only driver in the top 10, other than Bubba Wallace in 8th, who had just gotten passed by Gibbs, that is below the cut line coming into the race and is in the top 10 without a win as we run. Everybody else in the top 10 either has a win or was already above the cut line like Buescher and Gibbs. That's everything you need to know with the playoff battle and the regular season championship battle, as we are in the middle going of this race. Lap 170 of 367 still, a little less than 200 laps to go. Racing through lap traffic as of right now. Still 24 cars on the lead lap. That's what we started stage 2 with after Daniel Suarez got the free pass. Chase Elliott at the tail end of the lead lap, only a couple seconds ahead of his teammate Larson. Austin Dillon, Daniel Suarez, Alex Bowman also at the tail end of the lead lap, and we still have half of stage 2 to go. And one more pit stop to get through in this stage at least, assuming it stays green. Maybe more if we get any cautions. Briscoe's closing the gap a little bit, though, during this run. I think a lot of it is the lap traffic around the race leader, Kyle Larson. At last lap, Chase Briscoe was 0.2 of a second quicker than Larson. And the lead's down to 1.6 seconds. It was 3.5 seconds right after the green flag stops. Maybe Briscoe gaining some speed as we get deeper into the night. Now he was 0.3 quicker that last lap. So 2 to 0.3 quicker the last few laps for Briscoe as he continues to try to close on Larson here, middle of stage 2. Again, a lot of racing still to go, but he starts to put a fight to him now. You can really start to think of Briscoe as a real threat to win this race. Larson still showed some pretty good long run speed in stage 1, but again, that was more in a daytime situation. Now we're getting deeper into the night. Maybe that 5 team is not able to keep up with the track conditions quite as well as at least one driver behind him. Christopher Bell also quicker than Larson the last few laps. Briscoe is still a little quicker than Bell, but only by a couple thousandths of a second. A couple laps ago, that last lap, he was about 1/10 of a second quicker than Bell. 1.2 seconds the difference between the 5 and the 14 now. Looks like the USA Network will be headed to another commercial break. It will be full screen. We'll go through the full field running order rundown now. Lap 175 of 367. Kyle Larson with a 0.9 of a second lead over Chase Briscoe. Christopher Bell in 3rd. 4th for Tyler Reddick. Denny Hamlin 5th. William Byron 6th. Ty Gibbs 7th. Bubba Wallace 8th. Joey Logano 9th. And Chris Buescher 10th. Brad Keselowski in 11th. Ryan Preece 12th. Kyle Busch 13th. Josh Berry 14th. And Todd Gilliland 15th. 16th, Ross Chastain. Noah Gragson 17th. Eric Jones 18th. Carson Hocevar 19th. And Corey LaJoie is 20th. Daniel Suarez 21st, Austin Dillon 22nd, Alex Bowman 23rd, Chase Elliott now the first car 1 lap down in 24th. Harrison Burton 25th, Austin Cindric 26th, Zane Smith 27th, Jonathan Nemechek 28th, Daniel Hemrick 29th, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 30th. Shane Van Gisbergen 31st, Michael McDowell 32nd, 33rd, Justin Haley, Timmy Hill 34th, Kaz Gralla is off the track 31 laps down in 35th, so he must have had a mechanical issue at some point in time here in stage 2. And then Martin Truex Jr. 36, Ryan Blaney 37. They have been out of the race, only completing 2 laps. Larson's now led 121 laps and counting, as we are getting closer to the halfway mark in today's Southern 500. Briscoe continues to chip away at Larson's lead during this long green flag run. And we should have our next pit stops more than likely coming up in about a 15 to 20 lap stretch from now. Listing live on KRC. Nathan Urich saying that the last 25 laps of the race probably have 3 to 4 yellows. I sure hope not. We don't need that many. I'll tell you what, that'll probably flip the playoff thing on its side. Kind of like it did off the start, having one of the dominoes fall with Martin Truex Jr. early. Shenanigans. A caution here or there for race flow. Okay, so be it. I don't want to see, violent crashes or anything like that, but yeah, hopefully we don't have that many yellows that late in the race. I feel like we've had just way too many races this year where it's just restart after restart after restart the last 20 to 30 laps of the race. I'm all right with it not happening this week. I think we've had an overtime restart every week since they came back from the Olympic break. And then they had it at Indy the week before they went to the Olympic break. So I think the last 4 races have had overtime finishes in the Cup Series. So I'm all right if this one doesn't have an overtime finish. I think we've had plenty of them this year. I feel like Darlington always has some really, really good long green flag run battles to the checker. And Briscoe continues to cut into Larson's lead. Honestly, I think a lot of it is Larson struggling in lap traffic. It's one of those things that's where if Briscoe passes Larson, that kind of pulls away from him a little bit. Then I think Larson is just falling off and he's not able to keep up, or the team themselves are not able to keep up with the racetrack on the long run. But for Larson's sake, we'll just have to wait and see at the moment. He's got Austin Cindric in the 2 car right in front of him for now. Briscoe's probably 4 or 5 car lengths behind Larson on the backstretch. Still 47 to go in stage 2 this time by. About to hit lap 184. Joey Logano has made his way up to 9th. Remember, he started outside the top 20. Brad Keselowski, first car to pit for the second time in stage 2.
Timer Snowmobile. Brad getting it numb in the center. I feel like I'm overdriving the entry. Just need the car to turn better. Slight air pressure adjustment on that Ford Mustang.
Check this out. As Larson struggles to...
Larson finally gets by Austin Cindric, but Chase Briscoe right there. Bottom of the racetrack, Larson trying to keep Briscoe in the dirty air as long as he could on the bottom lane. And Briscoe was not able to pull alongside Cindric off of turn 4. And with Larson clearing the 2 car, I believe Cindric is now 2 laps down. Yeah, Cindric is 2 down in 30th. 3 down, sorry. Cindric is 3 laps down in 30th. And now he's going to let Briscoe go. It looks like he's coming in. We got a lot of other cars on pit road. Priest, Busher, and more. Logano, Gregson are in. Wallace is in.
No, a little too tight, Dave, on that.
Kosovar, Suarez, Chastain are pitting. Reddick is in.
He said, just nothing there.
Gibbs is in.
No grip. Oh, corner. So they'll change all 4 corners. Get more fuel and send it back, Marty.
Hey, we got updates on this run from Tyler Reddick. So he did say to Billy Scott a moment ago, I still have no idea where to tell you to go. Balance one. Billy said, okay, that's fine. Working on the lead like it is.
Larson's pitting.
Also in Kyle Chinooka for the first time tonight. You guys talked about the switch and the racetrack. So the car was getting too tight for him, and you saw that on the long run, Dave.
Jason Briscoe was going on the outside of Austin Cindric that last time down the backstretch. That's why he couldn't get to pit road with a late call from Richard Boswell. But Boswell trying anything again to give his driver the advantage. One lap later, now Chase Briscoe comes to pit road. He had been fairly good about that balance, fairly happy with it. Has to go get tires and fuel.
See the 14 finishing up the left side. William Byron on the bottom, also leaving pit lane. It's going to be interesting to see. Well, you see it off the rear bumper of the 5, which means the 5 of Larson holds serve battling Briscoe. Some cars still yet to come to pit road, but the 5 of Larson should maintain the lead through.
It actually looks like Larson has gapped Briscoe through pit stops yet again. He was able to do that during the first stop in stage 1, and seems to be the case again here, or stage 2, excuse me, and now the second stop under green in stage 2 as well. Hamlin, Barry, Busch, Dillon, Elliott still on the racetrack. Christopher Bell is now just pitting. So Bell's on pit road. Was waiting to see if we were going to get an update from the pit reporters there, but it doesn't look like we are. 8 cars scored on the lead lap, with Larson, Briscoe the only ones that pitted that are on the lead lap at the moment. Everybody else trying to get their laps back on Hamlin. Hamlin pulled this strategy waiting to pit in stage 1. Here in stage 2, though, we're seeing him maybe try to take it. I'm going to guess he's going to go to 30, 35 to go before he pits, and then try to make up time on the back half of the run to the end of the stage, because that'd be more of an even split than pitting when everybody else just did. It's more of a follow the first car that pits kind of scenario there, like we tend to see on this style of racetrack. With this much tire fall off, Keselowski pitted with 47 to go, and everybody else followed immediately. Monkey see, monkey do. But Hamlin is out in front for the moment right now. Second different time he's led. First time was also during the green flag cycling back at stage 1. And it was after the first stop of the stage, not the second. This is the second stop of stage 2. Chase Elliott on pit road.
Sal, the 9 on pit road, Kim.
And finishing up the stop here, putting good years on there. Just talked about how he had a hard time feeling the front of the race car in traffic, so that front end just a little bit numb. And again, slow stops by the 9 has been their flank tonight, Dave.
Kyle Busch again cycled to the front. Again, has to come to pit road. Nothing's too much time to the others. He'll pit for 4 tires and fuel here.
The Morgan & Morgan onboard shows us Kyle on pit road, and this is per the sequence similar to Hamlin.
After a lot of drivers and crew, it's been a very clean day on pit road. We have
Denny Hamlin pitting from the lead.
pretty clean as now we see Hamlin. This long strategy, Marty, we'll see if it pays off.
Yes, Steve, it's been the same group, really, with Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin, and Kyle Busch playing this long strategy. Chris Gabehart making the call once again. And as the track has shifted here, Hamlin said his car has gotten much better here. 38 to go. And Gabehart reminded him, Kim, you have a tire advantage once you cycle out.
Air Chief Rodney Childers would like to keep Josh Berry out on the longer runs during these green flag cycles. Josh Berry just reporting it's just a little bit on the tight side in traffic, but otherwise good clean air. They're going to put fresh Goodyears on and take a trip at Sunoco fuel on that Ford Mustang.
Ken mentioned Rodney Childers, the crew chief. He's
In a Briscoe, and one thing I will give Briscoe is he was closing in lap traffic before this last round of green flag pit stops. He had to come from 3.5 seconds back to a half a second off of Larson. At least this time, despite losing ground to Larson again on pit road, he only has to come from a 1.5 seconds back. Did much better in that second stint than what he did in the first stint as far as trying to manage his gap to the leader. Just past halfway, 194 laps complete, 173 still to go. The Cookout Southern 500 at the Darlington Raceway. Kyle Larson is again the race leader as he still sits 1.6 seconds ahead of Chase Briscoe. 4.4 seconds off the lead is Christopher Bell and 8.8 seconds back in fifth. That's the top five and the intervals between them. We're listening live on KRC. Kevin Beeler, thanks for tuning in. $66 likes on the stream so far. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. We have live NASCAR streams every NASCAR race weekend, Cup Xfinity truck races, as well as Cup practice and qualifying. Next weekend at Atlanta Motor Speedway, there will be no practice session for the Cup Series on yet another drafting / super speedway style racetrack. So the qualifying stream next Saturday would be it for the Cup Series prior to race day. Usually practice qualifying in the same stream most weekends, not the case next week. Gonna look up the start times for next weekend's stream while we're under the commercial break currently. All right, so next weekend for the NASCAR Cup Series, we'll start things off Saturday afternoon at 12:30 Eastern Time. Again, 12:30 Eastern, we will go live for Cup Series qualifying at Atlanta Motor Speedway. And then that will be followed by the Xfinity Series race at 3 p.m. Eastern, also Saturday afternoon. And then on Sunday next weekend, we will have our live full flag-to-flag coverage for the Cup Series. That will begin at 2:30 p.m. Eastern with our pre-race show. So that will start things off for next week. So again, 12:30 Eastern Saturday for Cup qualifying, 3 p.m. Eastern Xfinity race Saturday afternoon, and again on Sunday, our Cup Series race, will begin at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. So that's our start times for next weekend. As for right now, about 2 hours into this race from the drop of the green flag to where we are. Fairly quick race pace by Darlington standards, only having the 2 cautions so far. 30 laps to go in Stage 2. Our average race speed is 137.26 miles per hour. Again, 201 laps complete, 166 and counting still to go. 20 cars on the lead lap. Kyle Larson has led for 138 laps total. 35 laps led for Bubba Wallace, second most after starting on the pole. Larson also won Stage 1. 15 laps led for Denny Hamlin. Led 3 times during green flag stops tonight. 4 laps led for Shane Van Gisbergen, 5 for Josh Berry. 1 for Ty Gibbs, 1 for Tyler Reddick, 1 for Christopher Bell, and 2 for William Byron. Everybody pretty much has only led during green flag stops today, except for Larson and Wallace at the very start of the race. Pit road, when Larson cycled ahead of the 23 team post green flag pit stops. I mean, Larson might lead to over 200 laps in this race the way things are looking right now. I can't believe how clean it's been on pit road the whole night, though. You don't usually see this, especially with this many green flag stops. Darlington Raceway is a very difficult pit road to get onto during green flag conditions. It's very narrow, it's tight. There's so much asphalt that has to be covered from the racing line, which is so tight up near the wall practically, only a couple lanes off the wall, to where the entrance to pit road is to get to the commitment line in the pit wall down on the very bottom of the track in the middle of 3 and 4. No issues getting on or off of pit road, no issues speeding. And no pit road penalties in general. We've had 4 cycles of green flag stops and 1 under caution so far, so 5 pit stops total in the race. We're guaranteed at least 3 more, I'd say anywhere between 3 to 4 stops the rest of the way, unless we get a bunch of cautions in stage 3, which changes the strategy maybe a little bit on the tire side of things. A little bit of time. I'm not sure if he pitted way earlier than everybody else, but he was an 8th, and he has now dropped back to 13th, it looks. He just got passed by Ryan Preece. Todd Gillen also trying to get by Joey Logano. Lap time's way off for that 22 right now. Kyle Busch looking to get by Gillen through 3 and 4 first. And he's outpacing Logano. May get. First car 1 lap down at the moment is Alex Bowman in 21st. Oh, Busch with a slide job. Could not pull the pass off on Logano. Still stay side by side with his former rival. Again, this is a battle for 13th. Busch kind of slowly chipping away at this one. Started 19th in this race, so he's up 6 spots from the start. Stenhouse is on fresher tires. He kind of followed the 8 car by the 22 and the 38. Ross Chastain still trying to move forward as well. We'll have our diecast showing at the end of stage 2 as usual as well. And then also for the Fantasy League, that will close at the end of stage 2. If you have not joined the Fantasy League yet, it is on NASCAR.com or the NASCAR mobile app. It is free to sign up. All you need is your email. And when you create a password, you'll want to join our league. It is the KRC League. KRC in all caps, space capital L on league. As you have a chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season if you win our regular season and or playoff championship. And this is the regular season finale, so we will crown a champion tonight. Our points will reset for the playoffs if you're not in the league already. You'll be qualified for the playoffs as long as you're in the league when the playoffs begin next week. So be sure to join. Only criteria in that, other than winning the league championships, one or the other or both, we will have 2 separate champions, would be that you have to be a subscriber of the channel. So hit the subscribe button as well if you haven't yet. So as of right now, upper right-hand corner of the screen here, Inside Uranus currently our leader as the race runs. He's got 228 points. Monster Jam X10 with 227. And coming into the night, Monster Jam X10 had just a 10-point lead over second place, who, I want to make sure I get this right, had a 10-point lead over Frank T26. So that is the tight battle we are watching right now specifically. And Frank T26 at 173 points as of right now. Let's see. Monster Jam X10 has Ty Gibbs, Kyle Larson, Brad Keselowski, Chris Buescher, Bubba Wallace, William Byron. In his lineup is bonus picks, Josefar Wallace, Gibbs and Buescher. And Frank T26's team has Truex, Buescher, Keselowski, Larson, Wallace, and Ryan Blaney. Blaney in his garage, that won't change because he has crashed. Unfortunately, Truex was in his lineup as well and has already crashed. And the bonus points are a little different, where he has Josefar Wallace, Truex, and Buescher. So major difference here. Bonus points, really the only difference is Gibbs and Truex. So there could be a 10-point swing in bonus points at some point in the race, which would be 20 overall if it goes one way or the other. And then obviously with Truex out of the race, it's going to be tough to beat. Trying to see what the difference is there, who he has versus Truex. Usher, Larson, Wallace. He's got both RFK cars. And Ty Gibbs is the difference, I think. Yeah, the only difference is Ty Gibbs versus Martin Truex Jr. And Gibbs has had stage points. So mathematically speaking, as long as Ty Gibbs scores more than 20 points in the race, no matter how the bonus points go, Monster Jam X10 should be able to win. So that's what you're hoping for if you're watching still. Monster Jam X10 is if Ty Gibbs, mathematically speaking, scores at least 20 points in this race. 21 technically to beat it. I don't know who would have the tiebreaker. It's probably whoever's got the most wins this season, I think, is the tiebreaker if it comes down to that. But yeah, so 21 plus points for Gibbs scored tonight, and you'll lock your championship up based off of having the same team. Unless they all fall out of the race, and then whoever's third, fourth, fifth in points on up that has a different team may be able to leapfrog in. So Tyler Reddick got a piece of the wall off of turn 2 just a little bit ago. And as a result, he lost a spot to Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell, and Ty Gibbs. So Reddick now falls to 7th. Kyle Larson still with a 1.7 second lead over Chase Briscoe. 7 seconds back to William Byron in 3rd. 12 laps to go, stage 2. And Hamlin is closing on Byron as well. Remember, Hamlin waited to pit a little bit longer. So he's got fresher tires than those around him. He should be able to get by Byron for position, but being 7 seconds off of Briscoe and Larson, I don't think he's going to catch them in the final 11 laps. He's not that much quicker a lap than the leaders. It's only about 2 to 3 tenths quicker than the leaders per lap. So mathematically, there's just not enough laps to catch second, but he can take his time and find the right move to try to make the pass on Byron here before the end of the stage for 3rd, as he tries to put himself in a position to win a 6th career race at Darlington if he can go to victory lane here today. Carson Hocevar currently in the free pass spot, 19th, if nobody else falls off the lead lap. Josh Berry also on a similar strategy to that of Denny Hamlin, on slightly fresher tires than those around him, and Berry's up to 9th. He might be able to get by Wallace before the end of the stage. He's only about a second and a half behind him. Although you get to this point in the run, you'd have to imagine the tires are slowly evening out. You wouldn't think 30 to 35, 40 laps would be much of a difference compared to those first 10 to 20 laps on the tires being the major difference. I'd say the strategy's worked for Hamlin because he has gained a couple spots out of it. Obviously, you have to execute with a clean stop on pit road as well, and his team has done that so far, as we've seen for pretty much every team in the field so far this evening. Even during that caution flag pit stop, we didn't really see anybody lose or gain a huge amount of positions like we would typically see. So it'll be interesting to see if that ends up coming into play at all during the stage 2 break. Gap between Buescher and Wallace as we run is 5 points. Again, we will have the exact difference in points at the end of this next stage, and I'll be able to tell you how many positions Buescher, well, more than likely, how many positions Wallace will have to beat Buescher by to get the final playoff spot on points if we don't get a new winner. And then, of course, how many points Buescher would have to gain over Truex, who has been out of the race since lap 3. In case we were to see a new winner, because then Buescher would be the first driver out as of right now. Hamlin made a little contact with Byron. It's like bump and run in the midst of the pass. He was on the left rear quarter panel. There was definitely contact there as Hamlin made the pass for third. And now he's driving away from the 24. Christopher Bell still a few seconds behind. Larson stuck behind Suarez. Suarez trying not to go a second lap down. Suarez actually was one lap down at the end of stage 1. He had gotten the free pass. And even restarting at the tail end of the lead lap. He is in 18th place, so he's gained some positions. And now he's just trying to hold on to the lead lap again. Carson Hocevar's got to be Daniel Suarez's biggest fan right now because Suarez would knock Hocevar out of the free pass spot if Suarez does lose a lap here. And Larson hoping that Daniel Suarez doesn't hold him up too much as the lead again is 1.2 seconds. And now it's about a 1.1 second difference at the line. 3. Kyle Busch up to 12th. Chris Buescher's actually fallen to 13th. And Josh Berry did pass Wallace for 8th a few laps ago. Wallace should be able to hold on to 9th. He's about 7 seconds ahead of Keselowski, who is in 10th. So Chris Buescher fading as the night progresses. He was 10th at the end of stage 1. Now he's 13th. Wallace also fading. Going from 2nd at the end of stage 1 to 9th. That's why it's so crucial for him to qualify on the pole and capitalize early on in those daytime track conditions before the track started to change too much. And the risk that they could have potentially fallen off as they have as the race carries onward. I think the big thing is, too, when you think about how far back Buescher and Wallace are, they're right in the middle of that range where we see accidents around there on restarts, and we're guaranteed at least one more with the stage break coming up. We'll also have to wait and see if many positions will be gained or lost on pit road for any of those drivers. Kyle Larson going to go on to win stage 2 here tonight. Dominating fashion as stage 2 goes caution-free through its 115 laps. Chase Briscoe second in the stage, Denny Hamlin third, William Byron fourth, Christopher Bell fifth, Ty Gibbs sixth, seventh for Josh Berry, Tyler Reddick eighth, Bubba Wallace ninth, and final stage point goes to Brad Keselowski in 10th. So those are all the drivers receiving stage points here today for stage number 2. So Larson getting 20 stage points total in the race. Tyler Reddick getting 10 means that the gap between Larson and Reddick going into the final stage is only going to be 7 points. So again, the gap between Larson for the regular season championship and Tyler Reddick is only 7 points. And Chase Elliott would be 28 points behind Tyler Reddick, though he is a lap down in 22nd. Free pass goes to Carson Hocevar in 20th place. Scratch that, 19th. Hocevar in 19th will get the free pass at the end of stage 2. And then Bubba Wallace finishing 9th in the stage gets 2 points. Ty Gibbs gets 5 for finishing 6th, so 9 stage points on the night for Gibbs. 11 for Wallace. So 11-1. It's going to be an 11-point difference between Busher and Bubba. And Ross Chastain is minus 28 to Busher. So that is what we are looking at the moment. So again, that battle for the final playoff spot, it's an 11-point difference between Busher and Wallace. So Bubba Wallace would have to beat Chris Busher by 11 positions in order to get the final spot on points, assuming we don't get a new winner. Which again, Chase Briscoe has been top 3 all night, 3rd at the end of stage 1 and 2nd here at the end of stage 2. Can Briscoe pull off an upset, as we've seen so many of which throughout the summer months this season? Just the drivers outside the top 10 in points alone that have a win this year. And again, all in the summer months. Well, Daniel Suarez was early in the year. He's the only one pretty much not in the summer months to have that.
Of this Cookout Southern 500. Been a really good night for Chase Briscoe. Denny Hamlin fighting his way forward as well. Chris Busher with the 1 point. All right, pit road's about to get super busy. As you saw the top 2 hit, there they go. Hamlin, William Byron, but they're coming your way.
Boy, Lee, yeah, you're right. What a dominant performance for the 5 team tonight. Kyle Larson said at the end of the run, he had a little bit of an uneasy feeling. And then Cliff Daniel said something very interesting. We looked at the adjustments at the 24 made on the last stop. We're going to copy that on this stop. Meanwhile, Denny Hamlin made it up to 3rd. He said that was the freest the car had been all evening long. An adjustment coming for the 11th day.
Christopher Bell finished 5th in that stage. Chase Briscoe 2nd. Briscoe said, for the long run, I need root grip. I cannot make any tighter to the front. The driver of the 20 said, going loose with laps, and that started pretty early. He'll get adjustments well. 4 tires fleet. Watch the race off pit road.
Watching. Thanks, Dave. Here it is. Hamlin grabbed one. Nice work. Pretty stable there. Bubba Wallace grabbed one as well. Tyler Reddick trying to hang on and hang tough, and that's the way it's been since 1950. This place oozes history, and if your name is on the winners list, that is truly special.
So I pinned the comment again. 11 positions is what Wallace has to beat Busher by in this final stage, because he was able to make up 10 points in the stages today, stage 1 and stage 2, over Chris Busher. 11 points to 1 in the stages. So he did a good job. I don't think he did his best job, but he did a good job. But he's going to have to do a better job here in the race to try to gain more track position. And I mean, honestly, Busher stays about where he's at in the running order. And Bubba really only has to gain about 4 or 5 more spots to the end of the race from where we are right now. So it's not impossible. But that, again, is hoping Busher stays where he's at. Or Busher continues to lose positions, because, again, he was 10th at the end of stage 1. Now he's 14th. So he is dropping. It's weird, though. I mean, Wallace is dropping, too. It's just kind of a matter of who's going to drop the least in the running order if they continue to fall behind on track conditions. But Kyle Larson wins the race off of pit road. Carson Hocevar got the free pass. He'll be back on the lead lap. So he's waving around the leaders. Denny Hamlin 2nd out of the pits. Gains a spot on Briscoe. Let the yellows fly. Can't hold back now. Oh boy. Busher and Bubba separated by 1 point. No, that's not the case. Technically, as we run, they'd be separated by 5 points. 6 points. It'd be a 6-point difference. between the two of them right now. And I think Chris Buescher has the tiebreaker because of the best finish this season. Because he finished second at Darlington, so I think Chris Buescher would have the tiebreaker. Or do they go by stage wins? Because if they go by stage wins, I don't know what the tiebreaker is. In the playoffs, it's the best finish in the round. But in the regular season, I'm not sure what the tiebreaker is. Because on points, it would be wins, but technically these two don't have any wins, so I don't know what the next tiebreaker would be beyond that. I'm trying to get the standings up. And again, for those of you wondering, the regular season championship battle, the difference between Larson and Reddick going into the final stage is now 7 points. Larson capitalizes winning both stages tonight, so he gets 20 points in the stages. And Tyler Reddick gets 10. Dave Burns with Jimmy Johnson on pit road.
Making forward progress, but now we've had some things happening with Eric's car. What's going on?
We're not quite sure yet, so unfortunate turn of events just before the stage ended. It seemed like there was something going wrong with the steering, maybe in the left front. We got those wheels and tires off, nothing blaring there, everything looked fine. New wheels and tires go on. Sitting here, and I'm not the guy in the car when the steering does whatever it's going to here at some point.
Well, on the box, not in the 84 car this weekend for one of your starts this year. What do you like to do? How do you like to be involved? What do you like to provide on a race basis here?
I have so little time on a pit box watching that I'm just taking it all in and trying to understand the communication between driver, spotter, crew chief, watching our pit crew do their great work over the wall. So really just observing right now because it is still so new to me.
The view is so different, right? Because you want to contribute and you were a driver for so long, but it's so different. There's different stuff you can pick up.
It is so different. It's very helpless. When you're in the car, you have such a better understanding of what's going on and connected to the performance of the car. It is very confusing and very distant sitting on the pit box watching.
All right, taking notes is the co-owner of Legacy Motor Club. Going to get some ideas for next time they get together and talk about it, Marty.
You're going to give a quick health update on top. And what a gutty performance it has been for the driver of the 45 so far this evening. On to that last stop, he did ask for more medicine to be mixed up in a water bottle. They were able to hand him that medicine. And the interesting point, Jeff, he made is that it's
taking a lot of medicine
that he got in stage 2. Number 1 helped him, but number 2 was wearing off towards the end of the stage. Stage 3, much longer. So how much can Tyler Reddick stand tonight, and can he make it all the way to the end?
Well, I think he'll make it to the end. I mean, he's much past halfway in this race. And emotionally, Steve, that means, hey, I'm making it. I'm going to be all right.
I agree. And the adrenaline of the potential opportunity to win. When we come back to green here to start stage 3, we're going to listen inside the 5 team. Let's get ready to go. Stage 3.
All right, 130 laps left. Green flag back in the air. Kyle Larson front row of the restart, as well as Chase Briscoe. Briscoe on the bottom, Larson on the top. Low contact. 14 side swipes the 5, and now as they roll through turns 1 and 2, 14 trying to side draft the 5 car aggressively through the middle of the corner. Briscoe off the exit of turn 2, close to clearing. Larson gets the run up the high side drafts him back, door to door into 3 and 4. Briscoe is pushing really hard, trying to get in front of the 5 car here. Trying to get in the track position to begin the stage and set the pace. If it goes green to the end. We went caution-free in stage 2, so it's not unlikely. And Briscoe is not going to be able to hold on much longer. Full lap, he was side-by-side. Bell got up against the wall, I think, running side-by-side with Gibbs. Wallace is going to pick up a spot out of it. And Chris Buescher up a few spots on the restart from 14th to 11th. So he's gaining ground as well. Difference is 8 points as they run between Buescher and Wallace. 7 now, as Kyle Busch made a pass on Buescher for 11th. So it was actually Josh Berry who made contact. Gibbs had to lift and then narrowly escape by to the inside. But Berry had wiggled a bit, and then he made contact with Bell, and that's how Bell got up against the wall. Bell fell to 9th before regaining momentum. And that is still where he sits at the moment, trying to get by Wallace for 8th. I imagine Bubba is definitely going to be a tough pass the rest of the way. Buescher just lost another spot to Ryan Preece as well, as he starts to fall right back to pretty much where he was running at the end of the last stage, which was 13th at the end of stage 2. Battle underneath the 23. Couldn't stay side by side on the front stretch. He'll continue that battle on. Front of the field, Chase Briscoe trying to keep up with Kyle Larson. And based off of where they're running right now, so it's 1 point per position. But for the regular season battle, let's say Larson were to win this race, it's a 5-point increment between first and second. So it's a 5-point increment between first and second place. And then it's 1 point per position after that. For Tyler Reddick to win the regular season title, he would have to finish second. I do believe. Third. He would have to finish third, because that would be a 6-point difference. So there you have it. So Tyler Reddick would have to finish third place to win the regular season championship if Larson wins. Again, a 5-point increment between first and second, and then it's 1 point per position. The only reason we aren't talking about that 5-point increment for the playoff battles because Buescher and Wallace, obviously if they win, they're already in. So the points would be nullified. But for the regular season championship, that would be the difference between Larson and Reddick right now. Reddick is currently 5th, so he's got 2 more positions to try to gain 15 playoff points on the line for the regular season title. This is probably as close as the regular season championship has been since the stage racing era began in 2017. I don't think it's come down to like a couple of points like it is right now. Albert Wilson, Ace Alshire, thanks for tuning in. Come on, Bubba and Buescher to get in. This is tough. Yeah, that's not looking likely that both of them are going to be able to get in here. Wallace definitely not going to be able to make up enough points on Truex. Mathematically, he couldn't make up enough points on Truex based off the stage points that have already been listed. So Truex pretty much locked in, even with the early crash. Chase Briscoe trying to spoil the party here. And where Ty Gibbs is at, Ty Gibbs is actually 31 points ahead of Chris Buescher. So if we get a new winner below the cutoff line, essentially there isn't going to be a points battle at all. Unless Gibbs drops out of the race. Then maybe there's a chance for Buescher or Wallace to get in on points that way. But if Gibbs remains in this race, with him especially being up in 7th right now, I mean, 31 points from where he's at, he would literally have to fall all the way back to, well, even if he fell back to 35th, which is as low as he could finish with 2 cars out of the race right now. Actually, is Gralla? Gralla's still in the race, but he's 33 laps down. Yeah, I mean, even if Gibbs were to fall out like right now, he would finish 35th. So to outpoint him by 31, then Buescher would have to finish. Do the math here. For Buescher to beat Gibbs, he would have to finish 4th. If Gibbs were to fall out right now. Yeah, we'll see. Said the name right, no one ever gets it right. It's a silent E. I know I pronounced your name on the channel before too, so I also remembered it off of that, but I guess with commentating, I have to be able to enunciate. Kyle Busch is up in the top 10. He passed Keselowski recently, so he is up to 10th place. First time Kyle Busch has been in the top 10 tonight. Just kind of slowly chipping away. Looking at a good finish at least. at least they have looked a lot better post Olympic break than what they were through the summer stretch before the Olympic break. For RCR as a whole, and especially the 8 team. And the fact that Austin Hill was able to win a race too. So both the RCR cars here, both post the Olympic break just on raw speed alone. 1/8 of a second lead for Kyle Larson over Chase Briscoe as of right now. Second place, again, is Briscoe. Third, Denny Hamlin. Fourth, William Byron. Tyler Reddick fifth. That is the top 5 as we run 115 laps to go. Still in the Southern 500 at Darlington. You're listening live on KRC. Nathan says he'd like to see a new winner. I think we've seen enough new winners this year. We've got 14 of them. 13 in the playoffs. Right now, we actually might see a surprise like round of 12 entrance. A lot of these guys outside the top 10 in points with wins or outside the top 16 in points with wins, there might be enough of them that like at least one of them is going to get into the round of 12. Who would be the best between like Suarez, Cindric, Burton, and like a Briscoe or something? You would think those would be the 4 eliminated, but if like there's one bad race for somebody else that doesn't have a lot of playoff points with no wins, like a Truex or a Gibbs, then they'd be able to steal that spot easily. They just finished the races, so. They were interviewing Jimmy Johnson just now. Yeah, they were a little bit ago. It was during the stage break. They had it playing audio-wise. Might be a little bit behind. Unless they're talking to him again, and I'm not back from commercial yet, but I think that was the case. Briscoe trying to stay right there. Only drivers in the top 10 without a win below the cutoff line. They can win their way into the playoffs tonight would be Chase Briscoe in second, Josh Berry 6th currently, Bubba Wallace 8th, and Kyle Busch in 10th. So there are 4 of them in the top 10 and only 1 in the top 5. But Briscoe's been top 3 all night. I mean, they're just one adjustment away, if that, to putting a fight to Kyle Larson. It was Larson and the rest of the field in stage 1. Briscoe narrowed the gap between himself and Larson. And Denny Hamlin's up there too. He did a great job on strategy by pitting later to leapfrog up to 3rd. If he could stay close enough to Briscoe and Larson and does a similar strategy in stage 3, it could work out for Hamlin to win the race as well. The top 3, I think, are definitely the 3 favorites for the win as of right now. My pick before the race started was Tyler Reddick. Speaking of which, I did not close the poll out yet. I asked you guys in the chat who you thought was going to win the Southern 500. Looks like 107 votes were casted. 53% said somebody other than Hamlin, Reddick, or Larson, who were my 3 favorites going into the race today. 53% taking other. That's insane. Larson at 31%, 8% for Tyler Reddick, and 6% for Hamlin of those 107 votes. So appreciate everybody that voted. Josh Berry in danger of... Or I should say Reddick in danger of losing another spot to Berry. Ross Chastain looking to the inside of Joey Logano as well, trying to press forward. Ross hasn't cracked the top 10 yet tonight. This is a battle for 13th for the one team. In the championship 4 just 2 years ago and in danger of not making the playoffs here this season. A rough summer here for Chastain. All the upset winners just killed him. I mean, if we look at the actual driver standings, Bubba Wallace is 13th and Ross Chastain is 14th. If we were just taking the top 16 in points, those 2 would be in easily. They would have already clinched on points. But we are not taking just the top 16 in points. In fact, if we were taking just the top 16 on points, Kyle Busch would be in too, but we have 3 drivers outside the top 16 with wins. that are playoff eligible, and that would be Daniel Suarez, Austin Cindric, and Harrison Burton. By the way, with Larson winning both stages tonight, he's tied for the most stage wins on the season with Christopher Bell. I mentioned stage 1 was his 9th stage win, so now he has 10. So 10 for him, 10 for Briscoe. Or, sorry, Briscoe's at second. 10 for Larson, 10 for Christopher Bell on the season. And Kyle Busch is running down Bell as well for position. Battling for 9th. Hopefully you don't hear. Fireworks are cracking. You might hear it on my mic here for the next several minutes. Or 20. However long they go on for. Briscoe is falling back. He's 2.5 seconds off of Larson now. Larson really starting to outpace the 14, and actually Hamlin is now putting a battle up for Briscoe for 2nd place. Larson and Hamlin have been battling for these Southern 500 wins the last few seasons. Really, 2021 and 2023. These two were going for it, and it might be the trilogy here tonight. Between the 5 and the 11, battling for a Southern 500 victory here at Darlington. 104 laps to go still. Again, your top 5. Kyle Larson in the lead. Chase Briscoe 2nd. Denny Hamlin 3rd. William Byron 4th. Tyler Reddick 5th. Reddick still remains in front of Josh Berry at the moment. And the battle for the final playoff spot. Chris Buescher is 12th. Bubba Wallace 8th. And again, a reminder that Bubba Wallace has to beat Chris Buescher by 11 points. That's 11 positions. Fireworks will really start when it's 25 to go. Yeah, on track. On track fireworks will start around then. On the scenario. I haven't looked at the weather in a while for Darlington, South Carolina. I know they were in the clear for rain until like 11 p.m. tonight. I just want to make sure nothing has moved in recently. I haven't heard it on the broadcast at all yet. Yeah, it's still looking to be around midnight before the rain rolls in Darlington, so we'll be able to get this thing in uninterrupted. 92 degrees at the start of the race. It is currently dropped to 81. And it'll pretty much be around there, around 80 degrees to the end of the race. Won't be a dip off in air temperature around Darlington Raceway until well after the race and that rain comes overnight. Briscoe now 4 seconds off the lead. He's really starting to hold Denny Hamlin up as Hamlin's not able to get by Briscoe. Briscoe trying to keep track position in case we get another caution. I think Briscoe was just pushing so hard early in the run to keep up with Larson. His tires have just gone away. He just doesn't have that kind of pace without pushing the tires to stay in front of the 11 and stay with the 5. William Byron is also starting to close on the 14 and the 11 as well. 99 to go. Side-by-side commercial break continues on the USA Network. We'll take another break. You're listening live to Southern 500 on KRC. Hamlin's still about 3 to 4 car lengths off of Briscoe at the start-finish line this time by. I mean, you can try to alternate a strategy here if you're the 4th team of Briscoe. Try to stay out, like if Larson pits before you, try the Hamlin strategy from stage 2 and try to stay out like 15 laps, 20 laps longer and try to gain in the back half of the run. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of if it stays green to the end for him to have a chance to catch Kyle Larson. Because if he pits way before him, yeah, he could probably leapfrog him initially, but then be right back into having hope for a caution or something of that nature because he just ended up losing that ground back in the back half of the run. And he wouldn't get enough of a lead either by doing that, considering that he's 4 seconds behind him right now. He's not right on his back bumper. He wouldn't be able to leapfrog him even those extra few seconds. Brad Keselowski down on pit road for his first stop of stage 3.
Will stop 3 times. That car just sounded like he had Novocaine on the front of the guitar with his reporter.
And remember, we stopped 3 times. It's not because it's snow.
All right, so there you go. 3-stop strategy then for the guys pitting right now is what it seems. So that is one thing I haven't talked about since kind of the middle or beginning portion of the race. We could see a 3-stop strategy versus 2 because this final stage is 22 laps longer than that of stages 1 and 2. So if we go green all the way through, it could be a 2-stop versus a 3-stop strategy, which could also lend into hand to a changing of the guard at the front of the field. Ty Gibbs also on pit road.
Be the race within the race. So this is Chris Gale answering what Phil Surgeon did a moment ago. Remember, all of these drivers around the cut line right now where Ty Gibbs is, feels pretty comfortable above the cut line, but he's just covering what the one have done on the last stop coming in the lap before. He's coming for 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Tony Hirschman constantly reminding his driver Ty Gibbs, take care of the right side of the car. We're truly racing ourselves tonight.
It's Chase Briscoe. Been a great night for him, Dave, and a win is still on the cards if he can do anything about Larson and keep Hamlin at bay as well.
Lee, he might have tapped the wall just a minute ago.
Oh, yeah, I see
The
this.
car's been just so loose. He's been encouraged by his crew chief. Keep fighting for us. We'll fix you up on this stuff. You can see the mark on the right rear quarter panel. Well, that could have come from earlier as well. It is Darlington after all. But Drew going to work now, trying to hold their position here as Martin B65 the Larson on pit road.
Yeah, Kyle Larson coming down pit road. He saw Michael McDowell, who had been waiting earlier in this stage, coming behind him, and he said, "Sit your behind." And they said, "No, McDowell is a couple of laps. Now, it's just been outstanding all night long, Lee."
Another slick, efficient stop from the 5 crew. This night could not be going any.
So we'll see what the interval difference will be then between Briscoe and Larson once Larson gets off of pit road. Briscoe just working his way off turn 4 right now. Kyle Larson still in the pit lane. It's a 9.4-second stop for the 5 team. I didn't see what the pit stop time was for Briscoe. I can actually check on here. They don't have it yet. Okay. We'll wait for that to update then. Wonder if Larson's is accurate. It says Larson's 10.0. That was a stop before that. So Chase Briscoe on fresher tires. Quite a few drivers, though, at the front of the field looking to try to run this first run out longer. We have already seen Briscoe, Larson pit, but Hamlin, Byron, Barry, who are all in the top 6, still on the track. Bubba Wallace, Christopher Bell, Kyle Busch, Chris Buescher, they're all still on the track as well. But quite a few have already pitted. Front 3 of those that have already hit pit road for the first time in stage 3 would be Larson, Briscoe, Gibbs. As we have 91 laps to go in the Southern 500 at Darlington. Showing the replay of Briscoe getting up against the wall in 3 and 4 a few laps before his pit stop. Here comes Chris Buescher on the pit road.
Kim's there.
And they're running big. No mistakes. Do not speed on this stop. If you're the right side, Chris started off just a little bit free on this stretch. And he said, do not tighten it up. They'll take 4 fresh Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel under green.
And the guy he's fighting to make the playoffs just saw his teammate and one of his team bosses go blowing on by Bubba Wallace in Brad Keselowski.
So Wallace continues to try to stay out on the racetrack. Chris Buescher in the 17 is already pitted. This is now the second lap. Wallace has stayed out past Buescher. 12.2-second stop for the 17 team. That wasn't very quick. There's time to be had there for Wallace to try to increase that gap between him. We've seen a lot of sub-10-second stops, so 12.2 ain't great. Especially this juncture of the season for the 17. 1/10 of a second difference between Hamlin and Byron at the front of the field right now, by the way, as they continue to stay out on the racetrack. So that'll be the battle for the lead on those on the strategy of staying out a little longer. And Hamlin, Byron are both coming in.
Hamlin's answering our question and our query, and William Byron's following him in.
Both got the pit road clean. That's the first challenge right here. Now, Marty, it's up to the pit crew. They don't need the perfect stop, just a solid 4 tires.
And here's the interesting part, Steve. Rudy Jubal has now flipped to the strategy of Christine Walton Lane. These 2 cars, as you will see, just 1 pit stop apart. William Byron has a little more trouble getting into this tunnel. He looks at this car's a little bit too. William Byron has been so good on the wall runs to free at the end of that run. And Hamlin on the 11 team getting a good over the 24 on that stop.
Now the race went.
So Bubba Wallace is still out on the racetrack until now. Now Wallace is pitting. Same for Christopher Bell, Todd Gilliland,
We just have to see how
and
the
Kyle
tires
Busch.
Bubba Wallace
Logano's in.
the pit road as well. Dave.
And before the cycle started, Steve,
Osavar's in.
once on the track. So you got to do something different, right? So that's why there's some strategies here. And with the one that Denny Hamlin and others were running as well. 1 lap later, Bubba Wallace comes to pit road, expecting his pit crew to do a quick stop for him, maybe a little bit of change, but really no complaint for the driver on the balance, perhaps just keeping up the track. 2 tires on. Here come the other 2. Fuel moving in. Christopher Bell on pit road.
Busy pit road, decisions by crew chiefs. Let's set the stage for the win. 5 of Larson, still a pit stop to go.
All right, so Kyle Larson still out on the racetrack. Or I should say has cycled back into the lead on the racetrack following pit stops. We're going to see a big difference in the running order because we've got a lot of split strategies going on here. Some drivers stayed out about 10 laps longer than others that pitted, but everybody has cycled through for their first green flag stop of stage 3. 85 laps to go in the Southern 500 at Darlington. Kyle Larson again has retaken the lead. He's 1.9 seconds ahead of Chase Briscoe in second place. And then Ty Gibbs is cycled to 3rd. Ross Chastain 4th. 5th for Tyler Reddick. Brad Keselowski 6th. Denny Hamlin 7th. William Byron 8th. Daniel Suarez 9th. Ryan Preece is 10th. That is the top 10 in the running order as of right now. And again, alternating pit strategies has kind of flipped the field a little bit as of right now to begin stage 3. That's why I see Chastain at 4th. He hasn't even been in the top 10 yet today until now. So really at this point, a caution would be huge for Chastain to at least get him into what is more than likely a race win to get into the playoffs in the situation he's in on points. Chris Buescher 12th, Wallace 13th, but Wallace on fresher tires. At last lap, Bubba was 4/10 quicker than that of Buescher. So how many more spots can the 23 team pick up? They had to do something different because based off of where they were running, they were going to have to gain 6 or 7 more spots to get by the 17. Big time slide job for Wallace. He just cleared Buescher on the track for position as well. We'll take our second to last break of the race. You're listening live on KRC to the Cookout Southern 500. And Buescher getting passed by Bell also. So how many spots is Buescher going to lose being one of the first cars to pit road? He pitted a couple laps after Keselowski. Keselowski was the very first car into the pits. But he's still got about 10 lap older tires than Wallace and a lot of those guys that stayed out as long as they could before pitting. Gillen Busch on the same strategy as the 20 who just passed the 17. This could end up actually cycling Buescher quite a bit deep in the field here. Buescher 20 seconds off the lead. That last lap, he was 3/10 slower than that of the leader, Kyle Larson. Larson 2.2 seconds still ahead of Briscoe. And then Denny Hamlin in 6th, who stayed out a little longer, just ran a 30.8 that last lap to Larson's 31.6. So we'll see. I mean, he was 8/10 quicker that last lap, and he's 8.5 seconds off the lead. May we see a changing of the guard at the front of the field the longer this run goes. So again, Kyle Larson was 7 points behind Tyler Reddick in the battle for the regular season championship when we began stage 3 based off stage points scored through 1 and 2. And then for Bubba Wallace, he came in 11 points behind Chris Buescher into the final stage. So Wallace has to beat the 17 team by 11 positions in order to point his way into the playoffs, assuming we don't get a new winner. As of right now, Larson obviously wouldn't be a new winner. Larson, by the way, has led for 216 of the 289 laps that have been completed so far. I mean, he keeps on what he's doing right now. He'll end up leading 200 laps more than the next closest driver. On an intermediate track, nonetheless. This isn't a short track. I mean, it's kind of like an overgrown short track, and it's a lot of laps, but still, in the race in general. It's weird, though, as many laps as he has led in this one, and as dominant as the 5 team has been on execution and Larson from behind the wheel, he still hasn't had more than like a 4-second lead the whole race. He's starting to gap Briscoe a little more now, 3.3 seconds. I think Larson's getting through the lap traffic a little better. Briscoe, when he first cycled out of the pits, was about 1.5 to 2 seconds off the lead, so he's definitely lost time. Denny Hamlin's marched his way to 4th, and Hamlin is currently 6.8 seconds off of Larson, the race leader. I didn't do this diecast showing at the end of stage 2. I want to make sure I do so now. I didn't give myself enough time. This is the diecast I actually bought at the Michigan International Speedway. I was there for the Cup race a couple weeks ago, hence the reason I didn't have the live commentary stream for the Cup race that weekend. And this is a classic. This is a diecast I've been looking for and haven't been able to find in my adventures going to NASCAR races, and this is one I think you guys are all going to like. It is a Carl Edwards 2011 Aflac Ford. Obviously, this is synonymous with the 2011 Chase for the Cup, where it was a tie between Edwards and Stewart for the championship. And obviously, Carl Edwards did not win the championship, unfortunately for himself. Tony Stewart had to win 5 races of the last 10 in his route to winning the tiebreaker for the championship at the season's end. But this scheme was used through most of that year for Edwards. So definitely a historic paint scheme for that reason. And I've always liked the colored scheme on the car in general. I'm surprised, speaking of which, that they're racing at Darlington here this weekend, that this has not been used in a throwback scheme by my recollection during the throwback races at Darlington Raceway. So hopefully we get a throwback of this scheme at some point. I know it's only 2011, but if we really think about it, it was 13 years ago now. I feel like more than 10 years ago you could run a throwback scheme. I would consider it a throwback, legitimately. I mean, this was 2 generations of cars ago now, too, so back in 2011. So, yeah, hopefully we see a Carl Edwards 2011 Aflac scheme at some point in the future. But, yeah, Aflac is the scheme on the car. Aflac always had some good schemes. This is probably my favorite, though. So, that is the diecast showing. The Quack-Lack car, yeah. Aflac. The good old duck. The good old duck, right? He's cute, but he's stupid. All right, bird-brained is what they would say. 72 laps to go. As we continue our live commentary coverage, another full-screen commercial break on the USA Network. 4.4 second lead now for Larson over Briscoe. Hamlin has just jumped to 3rd, and he is now 5.7 seconds back. And he was 0.5 second quicker than that of Larson the last lap, and that was just by staying out 10 to 15 laps longer than that of Larson. So the pace is there. I think Hamlin's goal is to run down Larson and try to take the lead away from him before this next set of pit stops. Really, if he gets to within 4 seconds, I mean, that's already closer than what he was before the last set of pit stops. So I would imagine that the strategy is looking as if it is going Denny Hamlin's way here in stage 3. And I feel like in these kinds of races, a Darlington, a Richmond, where you see a lot of tire strategy with the fall off being so great, I feel like the 11 team is always a team that stays out longer than everybody else and is on the strategy of trying to run them down and be on the offensive side at the end of the race. I feel like you never see him in the circumstance where they're trying to hang on for dear life at the end. I mean, he's won several races like that. I'm surprised we don't see more drivers trying to do the same. Now, I will also say that William Byron is on the same strategy as Denny Hamlin, and Byron was a 10th quicker. So, in me just saying that, I'm surprised nobody else tries it. Well, Byron did. Same for, I think, Josh Berry. I think Berry's also on that same strategy. He's in 6th. So Hamlin doesn't want to waste too much time trying to get by Briscoe here. He doesn't want Byron to close in any more than that 2-second gap between them, which he is closing at the moment. Regular season standings battle as we run. Larson 4 points ahead of Reddick. Reddick is in 8th. Again, if Kyle Larson wins this race today, Tyler Reddick will have to finish 3rd or better to win the regular season title. But if Larson falls out of the lead, remember it's only a 5-point it is a 5-point increment between 1st and 2nd. So he would lose 5 points off of that alone. Let's say Larson finishes 2nd, Hamlin wins the race. Then that means Larson would have to beat Reddick by 7 positions in order to win the regular season title. And Larson does have the tiebreaker because he's got more wins, 4 for Larson, 2 for Reddick. Remember him and Brad feuding? Yeah, that was a little bit before the Ayrton D car. Around that feud between Brad and Edwards. That was like 2009, 2010. That was more the winged car of tomorrow years, not the spoiler. Hamlin to 2nd. He just got by Briscoe. 4.5 seconds off the lead and charging is Denny. Trying to continue to close the gap the deeper into the run we go. 66 laps left here at the Darlington Raceway. Close.
Does Hamlin run Larson down before they come to pit road again? That's kind of like the first demarcation point where you can kind of start grading the strategies. Enjoying the ride around Darlington Raceway with Denny. Think about next week. Can you imagine kicking off the playoffs at Atlanta? I mean, it's going to be these playoffs dip with Atlanta and Watkins Glen, the Roval, Talladega. These first 2 rounds have, I think, the most roller coaster potential, right? We could have moments, wrecks, anything could change kind of the complexion of these playoffs.
Here's RCR's Kyle Busch. After that thriller last week in Daytona where Harrison Burton won, narrowly ahead of this man here that we're looking back at from Chris. A win to get in. But that's getting increasingly more difficult as Kyle Busch runs in 16th place.
Not only that, but he's for 19 straight seasons, he's won a win. He has won a race. And for a guy like Kyle Busch that's accustomed to winning, this has been a very difficult year. And Dave, he does not want that streak to end.
No, he does not, and he'd like the car to get a little bit better, but he says it's okay tight, meaning it won't steer a little bit, but that is good, but then it just goes loose. Goes loose at the longer the run goes on. So haven't been able to quite fix that for Kyle Busch tonight. Another win here at Darlington looks far out of reach, Marty.
Dave, at 231 laps led and counting, there have been very few cracks in the armor for Kyle Larson tonight. But the handling not quite as good on the 5 car. Listen in. So with a 3.5-second lead, Jeff Kyle Larson and Cliff Daniels feel like the car can be even better. But how does Cliff Daniels even know that there might be a little bit of speed if Kyle Larson takes that exit a little bit higher off turn 4?
Well, those guys, they work so well together. And I think actually what he was saying is that we need to make the car better so you can run higher on the exit of turn 4. He said there's some speed if you can run high on the exit. We can't do it now. So we're going to make a small adjustment the next time we stop.
Well, we have a big battle going right here. You see on the bottom right, that is Chris Buescher, who has now been overtaken by the 8 of Kyle Busch. And why that matters is because this gap right here is down to 4. I mentioned we needed 12 spots between the two. Well, now on the bottom of the screen is the 23 of Bubba Wallace. And if you look up here, he's got 3 cars up to Chastain right in front of him that I think he can get. Here's Reddick coming back to him in a hurry. I mean, the 23 is much better than the 45, the 1, and even the 54 in their tire situation. So now it's down to 3 points. I think this is going to be a high pressure, high nerve situation for the 17 and the 23 over these last 60 laps.
Could it be back-to-back races at Darlington Raceway that breaks Chris Buescher's heart? Remember earlier in the year when he was fighting with Tyler Reddick and he was looking good for a victory, and Reddick tried a slide job on him and ended up in the wall. And he was furious. Buescher was furious with the driver of the 45 then. So now it's down to 2. Buescher is 2 above the cut line, Wallace 2 behind, but the balance of power is massively swinging Bubba's way.
It is. And this whole time, Hamlin has run Larson down, only 2.7 seconds behind. 59 laps to go. These leaders are sliding around on like 36 laps on the Kyle Larson machine. We have Ross Chastain on 41 lap tires. So between 30 and 40 lap tires, Bubba Wallace said he has to do better. He wanted it on his shoulders. Well, he might just get that opportunity in this last 58 laps.
He's got 5 seconds to make up to try and catch Ty Gibbs. This is what I was talking about a few moments ago. This was in the spring race. And look at how incensed Chris Buescher was with Tyler Reddick. Reddick's trying to plead his case and say, I'm sorry, man, I didn't mean it. It was just one of those things. And Buescher's like, I needed that win. You're already in the playoffs. I needed that. Are we going to be talking about that moment back in the spring at the end of this cutoff race tonight in just 57 laps?
In the Cookout Southern 500, Kyle Larson 2.7 seconds ahead of Denny Hamlin. Chase Briscoe remains in the 3rd place position. William Byron 4th, Josh Berry 5th, Ty Gibbs in 6th, Bubba Wallace 7th, Christopher Bell 8th, Ross Chastain 9th, Tyler Reddick is in 10th, Todd Gilliland 11th, Brad Keselowski 12th, Daniel Suarez 13th, Kyle Busch 14th, Ryan Preece 15th, 16th is Chris Buescher. 17th, Noah Gragson, Joey Logano 18th, Carson Hocevar 19th, and he's the last car in the lead lap currently. Austin Dillon is in 20th. 21st, Chase Elliott, Corey LaJoie 22nd, Alex Bowman 23rd, Austin Cindric 24th, Harrison Burton 25th, Zane Smith 26th, Shane Van Gisbergen 27th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 28th, Eric Jones 29th, and John Hunter Nemechek 30th. Michael McDowell 31st, Justin Haley 32nd, 33rd for Daniel Hemrick, Timmy Hill 34th, 35th, Kaz Gralla, Martin Truex Jr. 36th, and Ryan Blaney 37th. Average race speed 137.95 miles per hour, just over 3 hours from the start of the race to where we are right now. 240 laps led for current race leader Kyle Larson, who swept the stages today as well, still trying to go for the regular season championship. Got to get the raw feed back up, sorry for that. Accidentally logged out of it. Caution is out. Oh, who spun? Carson Hocevar at the tail end of the lead lap spun. He had gotten the free pass back at stage 2. Hocevar loses control off turn 4. Ross Chastain was on pit road when the caution flag came out, but was he a lap down? Chastain short pitted this final stop, but he might have been a lap down. Maybe able to get the wave around here because he doesn't have to pit now for fuel and tires, but he'll be at the tail end of the lead lap. We'll have to wait and see what the timing and scoring says here. I do believe Larson was out ahead of him because Hocevar spun right in front of Larson, and that was off turn 4. Chastain was already on pit road. 53 laps left, and the caution is out for the 4th time today at Darlington.
In non-stop, we are under caution for just the 2nd on-track incident, and it is Spire Motorsports' Carson Hocevar, who started on the front row earlier today, losing control of the 77 all by himself.
Underneath Eric Jones. Not sure if anything happened before they got to turn 3, but just underneath him, he loses it.
So slick getting to the end of this tire run and Rear grip just goes away, and unfortunate. Couldn't be worse timing for the one of Ross Chastain, who had just entered pit road. I thought there was a chance, Jeff, that he could hit it perfect, service his car, and then
Stay on the lead
leave
lap,
pit
but
still in the lead lap. But he ended up going a lap down to Kyle Larson, but just a few.
he might get the
seconds.
free pass.
By the way, about 3 or 4 laps prior to that, the 5 did have a glance with the wall. You can see it there on the front right and rear right. And Denny Hamlin was just under 3 seconds in arrears of Larson. Says, thanks very much.
And now all of that kind of split strategy, that's all out the window. Now it's 52 laps to go. They're going to stretch this last set of tires, barring another yellow. So now the question is, what do you need? 52 laps on a set of tires would be the longest that most of these guys have tried to put on a set of tires tonight. You're going to run the hardest on this restart, so it's going to be hard to manage tires. And pit crews, right? Green flag pit stops. You could be a couple tenths of a second, even a half a second slower on the pit stop, and it all kind of get figured out in the wash, but not now. Now you're all on pit road together.
And that caution came out. We saw Chris Buescher kind of backing up through the field a little bit, having trouble. That may have been a break for him. We'll see how it works out, but Chris was having issues with his car. Now they get in here, get a chance to make some changes.
Here we go. Pit road's getting busy. Marty, they're coming your way.
Kyle Larson said, overall, I think the track is just losing grip. He said, I need to be freer. This is going to be a long run. Cliff Daniels reminded him, the pit crew has been flawless all night. Let's see if they can deliver again. His teammate William Byron said, I'll do the last adjustment. You did on that run. We'll see if they make the right adjustments here, Dave.
Chase Briscoe gives up third. He said, I was tighter taking off, then made myself lose rear grip trying to make it turn. They're going to go halfway back on the last adjustment they made, 4 tires and fuel.
Gets the race off. Good work again from the 5. No worries. The 11. Chase Briscoe as well. Good work from Stuart Haas to get Josh Berry up 1. And Ty Gibbs. Racing here at Darlington in the legendary Southern 500. Who's going to leave their mark on this race tonight? Can get his win and go back to back.
I will say, I think that caution helped Chris Buescher because he was dropping back in the running order on his older tires, waiting to get to the next stop. And Bubba Wallace was gaining positions on drivers who were still on older tires ahead of him, and they were only a couple points apart from each other live scoring up until the caution came out. So now with Wallace in 6th, Buescher 18th, Bubba Wallace will be +1 to the good. Again, he has to beat Buescher by 11 positions. Now, Buescher can't really lose many more spots because there's only 21 cars on the lead lap, it appears. Chastain took the wave around. Austin Dillon gets the free pass. And it looks like maybe Corey LaJoie took the wave around also. He might have been on pit road in the caution wave without losing another lap. So he took the wave around to get a lap back then, so that caution bails him out. So it looks like 21 cars on the lead lap. But yeah, a lot more positions I think the gain for Buescher. Wallace is just going to have to try to defend for what he's got right now, really. Get 11 positions. The 23 has to beat the 17 to get that final transfer spot on points, assuming we don't get a new winner. That is below the cutoff line, and currently the SHR boards of Chase Briscoe, Josh Berry are 3rd and 4th, and obviously below that cutoff line without a win. Kyle Busch up in the top 10 as well in 10th. A little bit of work yet to be had. With 50 laps left, honestly, I think this is the final pit stop of the race if we were to stay green to the finish. We get another caution, we'll probably see more pit stops. All these teams still have 2 to 3 sets of tires left, so that's not going to be a problem. But the amount of laps we have left in this race, I don't imagine we're going to see anybody pit. Not going to be able to make that time up completely.
Live Wednesday at 9 a.m. Eastern. Guess who's on it this week, this Wednesday? Our very own KP, Kyle Petty. Kyle, what are you going to chat about? And DJ, what do the two of you make about what has gone down? And are we headed for a tiebreaker for that final bubble position between Chris Buescher and Bubba Wallace?
We talk about it all the time. It's a team sport. It's a team sport. and you see these guys on pit road, they falter a little bit, they give up 5 or 6 spots. These guys, the 23 of Bubba Wallace, the 17 of Chris Buescher, it's one-on-one. It's Michael Jordan. It's one-on-one. That's all they care about. 12 positions, as we've heard Steve Letarte say.
Yeah, Buescher right now probably has more cars that he can pass as he looks ahead of that, but he's going to dig down. His car was not good on that last run, but themselves right in this position. Going to be exciting once again. Yeah, how about that 7th car?
And then a very slow stop. Left front wasn't fully installed. Couldn't get the lug tight. They were also slow in the right rear, but just marginally, the team told me. Here's what they told Chris on the radio after the stop.
Fair enough, man. We all night. We're putting on your shoulders here at this point. Around both. You gotta get stuff out for it.
So you heard it. They're putting it on Chris's shoulders. He's got 49 laps to get his way into the playoffs here tonight.
Oh boy, what a nail biter!
So I was right about the tiebreaker being the best finish then, which is second twice for Chris Buescher. Darlington and then Kansas, he would have finished second by a nose. So here we go. Green flag in the air. It is Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin on the front row battling for the win. 48 laps to go here at the Darlington Raceway. Door-to-door for the lead between the 11 and the 5. The 11 with the nose out in front getting into the corner, but using the outside to his advantage is Kyle Larson. And right off the exit of turn 2, a little bit of contact between the 5 and the 11. Nothing too major. 11 side drafts, pulls off to the bottom of the racetrack. Still staying pretty tight through the middle of the corner. Larson clear off turn 4. And Briscoe clear, by the way, for 3rd. Barry falls to 5th as he's right in line between Gibbs and Byron. Gibbs up to 4th. So Kyle Larson is 1-2 with Denny Hamlin, and it is a straight-up race at this point between everybody at the front of the field trying to get the win. If we stay green to the end, there will not be any more pit stops. Who can manage their tires the best? Positions trying to be made by Chris Buescher. He's already gained 4 spots since the restart. And Bubba Wallace, again, has to beat Buescher by 11 plus positions. Buescher having the tiebreaker, technically. Wallace. Oh, contact. Buescher got up against the wall, and he turns the 38 on the back straightaway, and the caution's out again. Everybody evades Gilliland.
Getting the 17 into the wall. Lucky for the 17 to avoid this.
Buescher got squeezed out of the wall. He wasn't happy.
Look at what happened to the front row motorsports driver.
Yeah, Gilliland underneath Buescher. Trying to Buescher back down into it.
Listen. So how bad was that hit, Jim?
I don't think it was that bad, but what? You know, when Buescher gets into the wall, he then comes back. It hits the wall, then it comes back and hits the 38.
It's going to be interesting to see what damage there is. Now, the good news for Buescher is he's 15th, only 5 cars behind him. See right here the frustration. This is sports. This is what we love, right? We can talk about technology and strategy and fuel mileage. Well, in the end, it comes down to the humans driving the race cars. And Chris Buescher, you could see the emotion.
And is there damage? Right? That's a concern right now.
I think you could pit, though, Jeff. I'm pitting. 15th already. There's 20 on the lead lap, only 5 behind me. There's 3 hard laps on the tires. That matters here. I would absolutely come if I'm a 17. I like the tire advantage. We haven't seen very many yellow, making sure because I can't be wrong. I can't stay on the racetrack and then have a flat and allow the 23 to outpoint me.
I agree. A couple cars got back on the lead lap right there because they played a strategy. Chase Elliott, I believe he was the first car lap down. So we're going to end up with 21 cars in the lead lap. Bubba Wallace running 7th. If he pits, if Buescher pits, he's going to have to find a way to get by several race cars to try to get himself back up where he needs to be to get into these playoffs.
I don't think it'll be a problem. Matter of fact, I believe a bunch are going to pit. You know, I think the back 8 or 10 cars are coming to pit road. I think for Buescher, there's no question in my mind I would come here. The damage is just a more,
I think if you're Wallace, you pit.
Kim Road open.
Do you?
It's green right here.
Kim, make sure
He's kind of
tell
in a
us
tough
when you hear
spot.
something, won't you, from inside the 17. This is tense stuff.
And
Really?
they
Oh,
tend
sorry.
to come.
They do intend to come, Kim? So the
Yes.
question is, what does Bubba Wallace do? Right, Dave? So you're down there in the 23 camp. Can they afford to get 3 laps older tires than the 17?
Bomb is the word so far, Steve. They're staying out.
You would think 3 laps is nothing, but here it is. Oh, a lot of guys came. I'm sorry, they all faked me out, but here they come from about 8 back.
Wallace is like one of the last guys that stayed out.
They'll do a quick assessment on this, Kim.
And they said the pictures look okay. They asked about the steering wheel. Chris said it seems okay, somewhat straight, just scuffed up on the right side. They think
Somewhat
Chris
straight.
going to help them, but Chris Buescher absolutely not happy with the 38 of Todd Gillen. Felt like he just fenced him for no reason.
That could have been the end of his playoff hopes. At the moment, they're still alive.
Well, now the pressure is flipped. You know, Bubba Wallace stayed on the racetrack, and unfortunately, there's always these splits, and only a car or 2 behind him.
Yeah, that's not
stayed
good for
with
him.
So I know it's only 3 laps, but we are not at Charlotte or Las Vegas. We are at, I mean, this is the tire grading machine. This wears tires faster than anywhere we go. He has Reddick behind him, but behind Reddick is going to be brand new Goodyear tires. This is going to be a very stressful moment for Bubba Wallace.
The worst thing that you want as a race car driver is to be the last car without tires. Because you know the guy behind you, he's lining up and he has a row of them with new tires. It is, when you look in your mirror, and right now he's seeing his mirror, sees Reddick, but then everybody else that he sees behind him is a lap down. He knows he's in trouble. And what do you do? How do you defend that? It's almost impossible to defend it because they just have more grip than you do.
What does MJ think? Does he get both his cars in this playoff for the 2024 Cup Championship?
There's the nervous energy out of MJ. It only sets the stage better for me, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's so invested. You can tell right there that he's a little pacey, you know, got a little bit of nerves.
But that guy wanted the ball.
That's right.
He wanted to take the shot. Like he was the one that won the basketball at the end of the game to take it. They just took it out of Bubba's hands. Now everybody else has the ball because he has old tires. He can't go. The only thing he can do is go on super offense and try to get people between him and those new tires. But they are going to be coming behind him hard.
The only thing is we have to remember with 42 to go, you know, when I'd say they had a bunch of tires left, they have 2 or 3 sets. We'll get the exact count up and down pit road. You know, we've had a very clean race, right? So, oh, Dave, you got the man himself.
He is. I looked over at him and I asked him, and he smiled because I know this is why you hired Booty Barker to be the crew chief. You didn't want this job. What do you think now?
I trust him. I think they had a good game plan. I think Bubba has done an unbelievable job thus far. I mean, we still got a lot to go. I mean, Bush is tough. You know, he likes his track. He did well last time here. So I mean, we're in shouting range. So he's got to do his job. You know, he's got to go out and race. You know, barring from any other cautions, I think this is the last time we're going to pit. So
Do you get nervous for him?
I'm absolutely terrified right now. I don't want to. And Tyler too. I know Tyler's a little sick, but he's struggling, trying to get through it. And that's what NASCAR is all about. I enjoy it. I don't have basketball anymore, but this can replace it very easily. I'm excited for the next.
I know you text him to challenge him and encourage him. If you could text him right now, what would you tell him?
Well, I mean, everybody wants something, right? But something don't come for free. If you want more, it's going to cost more. That means you got to put the effort out there. You got to get it ready. So, hopefully it gets off.
Wise words from team owner, NASCAR fan, and a very nervous Michael Jordan.
Well, that was exactly what he texted Bubba.
I'm fired up.
Yeah.
I mean, he fired me up. I was already excited. I mean, think about those types of words of encouragement and coaching and where they're coming from.
And if Michael was in the 45, what do you think he would do? He would make that 45 as wide as this racetrack so that Chris Buescher had no way of getting close, or anybody had any way of getting close to the 23.
Well, the story is right here. Last pit. Where are the new tires? Right there. 2 spots behind it. Well, Wallace, brand new tire.
Here we go. 40 laps left at Darlington Southern 500. Larson Hamlin front row. Green flag is back in the air. Fresher tires, for everybody outside the top 10. As they're going to try to charge forward. Kyle Larson with a great restart. Already a couple car lengths out ahead of Briscoe and Hamlin. Briscoe almost got against the wall. Hamlin gave him a lot of room. Briscoe trying to put the battle to the outside lane. And Briscoe shoots through to second as he clears Hamlin off turn 4. Can't count Briscoe out of a shot at the win yet, as he tries to put a hard charge forward. Christopher Bell dives underneath Reddick. Wallace side by side for position there. Very tight off turn 2. Showing the tri-cam on USA Network here. The battle around Wallace, the battle around Busch, and the battle for the lead between Larson and Briscoe. Briscoe wide through 3 and 4. Surprised Larson gave Briscoe the outside line there. Chase has a big run into 1 and 2. And now a different line down to the bottom for Briscoe. Oh, Larson wiggled. Larson had a wiggle in the middle of turns 1 and 2, and Briscoe's got a run on the backstretch. Not enough of a run to try to get to the inside of the 5 into 3 and 4. Both cars take the bottom of the racetrack. The line's definitely going to move up near the wall the longer the tire stint goes. Christopher Bell, though, is the man on the move. From the restart, he's already up to 5th. If he gets by Barry, which he does. Bell's up to 5th. He cleared Barry into turn 1. Wall spots on these older tires. He's now back to 10th. Buescher getting held up, battling Reddick. Both Dillon and Chastain going to get by. And the 45 of Reddick is definitely losing a lot of ground, which is going to make the battle for the regular season championship more in hands to that of Larson, who has already swept the stages today. Only had to outscore Reddick by 7 positions. Buescher's car could be a little damaged yet. Buescher's still having a hard time trying to get by Reddick. I mean, these two have been side by side for nearly 3 full laps, maybe even more than that. Just as long as I've been watching the battle, at least. Buescher's still 7 points to the good right now, which means he's only about 4 positions in the running order behind Bubba Wallace. Chastain had a big moment getting down into turns 1 and 2. I saw him wiggle quite a bit up the track. He is the next car right in front of the 45 and the 17 on screen on the bottom right for those of you watching on USA Network. 34 laps to go at the line for Larson. Chase Briscoe right on his back bumper at the start-finish line. Briscoe trying to pull off yet another upset that we've seen here this season. It'll be back-to-back weeks, really. If the 14 can pull this off. I just think since the Olympic break, if Briscoe were to win this race, we'd see in the last 4 races, Austin Dillon, Harrison Burton, and Chase Briscoe all winning a race. I think combined, if let's just say theoretically speaking, Briscoe were to win this race, the combined amount of wins in their career between the 3 of them would be 8. So definitely an oddball group of drivers for sure. All under legitimate circumstances trying to go for the win, though. Just having the speed at the end of the race. And trying to capitalize on late race restart to get themselves into that position. Well, I guess for Dillon's sake, it was a late race restart, which kind of almost costed him the situation. That was a different circumstance. I mean, Briscoe's right there on Larson. Larson wiggled that one time, and I'm surprised Briscoe didn't gain more ground on the backstretch on him. But one more wiggle like that again, and he'll be there. And I think part of the luck for Larson was the fact he didn't get up against the wall at that time. Speaking of getting up against the wall, we have another caution for Carson Hocevar. 32 laps left. The right front tire is just completely sideways on that race car, and we're going to be back in a situation again. Well, we're going to probably see more cars pit for tires this time than what we just did. Considering that they went longer into this green flag run, and we already saw a big difference of those in the back half of the top 10 to getting up to where they are right now. So caution is out once more.
What that means is, if you're Chris Buescher, 3 and 4 on the last corner could be 5 positions. That could be eliminating you from the playoffs. You get to a point where there's not enough cars left, you start to feel safe. We're going the other way at this point. They are, but now you have an opportunity for your pit crew to step up. Right now, you have an opportunity. To be honest, that's what he needed. Bubba Wallace, Chris Buescher, he didn't want to see that caution. He was getting everything he needed. Bubba Wallace did want to see it. So everything worked the way we assumed it was going to. It showed tires matter. Go back and look at parts of Hocevar again. Problems in, the right front. Something happened with the right front, and I think Gilliland may have got into him as well.
Todd Gilliland was in the wrong spot at the wrong time, unfortunately. That was a pretty wild ride for Carson Hocevar.
Well, Kyle Petty said it earlier. This was a team sport. And we see it in the shops. We see it on the work, all the work done to prepare the race cars. But now we're getting ready to see it on pit road. Now we're getting ready to see which team is ready for this moment. Which team can step up, get their guy out of pit road, in the lead, or pick up spots. And you cannot, if you're Buescher's team, you can't afford a mistake here. If you're Wallace's team, you can't afford a mistake.
Think about Bubba Wallace winning the pole. I mentioned earlier, hours ago, about how the number 1 pit stall was almost a disadvantage under green. But why does everybody want it? For these situations. This race has these long green flag runs, but history would say we have these cautions. Now only being 22 feet from that camera. Drop the jack, you roll forward, you get scored. That could be 1 position. Then you multiply that in the twos. It moves you up another row. It changed the outcome of a race just by 1 or 2 spots off pit lane.
Close call earlier for Chris Buescher with Todd Gilliland. He was able to escape that, dive in, get fresh tires, no damage done to his 17 buildsubmarines.com Ford. Here they come, Kimmy Coon, they're coming your way.
Yeah, it's Scott Gray, the crew chief for the 17, telling them focus on a nice, smooth stop. Chris saying he was a little freer, but not much that run. Just leave it. No adjustments on that machine, Marty.
Larson said it was way too loose on that right. Cliff Daniels going to answer with a chassis adjustment. He also asked if the 14 wins, how does that change the playoff picture? He wants to know everything, Dave.
Chase Briscoe challenging for the win says, just don't tighten me up. Bubba Wallace, so tight. He needs a big adjustment on the 23 as his crew now goes to work back for turn. Nervous for his driver. How nervous is he for the pit crew? As to now, they go for 4 here. Bubba was 13th when he came in. Cars go by him here. Where will he cycle back out?
It's the race off. 2 positions gained by Gibbs. Bush lost 1. Ferry gained 1. Big jump from Austin Dillon. This race, the Southern 500, is 367 laps long. This race, the win, and a playoff spot is going to be decided in the last 29 laps.
Yes, and we know we talked about the point battle all night long, and sitting here up front, 2 guys that can spoil it. Chase Briscoe, he wins, he gets in. Kyle Busch, he wins, he gets in, and they are both in position.
You may have noticed when everybody was diving for pit road, Ross Chastain swerved right and kept his Busch Chevy out on track. Kim?
Yeah, it's in Chastain staying out. Remember, he came down on lap 324. This again was another Hail Mary type call. Phil Sir, the crew chief, telling him you only have 9 laps on those tires. The call was watermelon for Ross Chastain staying out.
Kim, here's that radio from
I might
Bubba
fudge
Wallace.
everything
There's a
up.
twist afterwards. Listen.
Sorry, man, we just got balance on our state. I'm so tight. I know it's good. It's 3 starts and I gotta push hard. Arm out, it's tight. I get it. Go to bed. I can't do anything.
Here's the twist. He was silent on the radio for nearly a minute after that. And then he came back to the crew. Okay, I'm back. Bubba has to do work inside the car, inside the helmet to win races. He knows that, and he was doing it right there.
This is massive pressure. So much on the line. How about this, DJ? Kyle? Unbelievable. It's going to be decided in the last 20 plus laps for the Southern 500, not only for this race win, but the complexion of the playoffs.
Yeah, I think one thing you have to look at, KP, these drivers have been out here over 3.5 hours already. I mean,
And it's been hot too, to add on to that. It's been very hot.
For races like this, but mentally, you can be drained too, but you have to step up somehow.
Yeah, and at the same time, these drivers have been out there and they're stressed and the pressure's going up. These guys on pit road have just been in a rhythm. And now all of a sudden, you're asking them to jump this wall time after time to perform at the top level. And it's tough. And we're sitting on the pit box and I can feel the tension up here.
Yeah, headed to the choose, guys.
Well, that's the question, DJ. The choose is normally which lane is better, but now with the 1-0 tires, Jeff, I know what you do if you're Larson, but behind Larson, where do you dare restart? If you're Briscoe, you got to go with Larson. There you go. Even Hamlin's going to go with Larson. Ty Gibbs, all the way back in fifth, is the first one to line up behind Ross Chastain. And even further behind, everybody's going to the bottom. Just remind everyone how this works, right? The restart rule. Rule 1 is the leader of the race. So when he enters the restart zone, he has the option to decide when to fire, when to accelerate. He can go from the first line to the second. I'm a big fan. I've said it forever. Go early. I want you to go way back here. So you get into the zone, I want you to go. Now, the problem is if he goes and steps the tires, he may not look like accelerating, but Kyle Larson can hear that. And once he steps on the throttle, Larson can go. Audie?
And Cliff Daniels wanted to remind Kyle Larson of the desperation that's sitting right beside him on the front row. Listen.
A lot of coaching going on to the guys around you on obviously the situation that they're in, the situation that they're in at the day for executing the job that you need to do.
A fascinating restart. Come out, Tim.
Steve, you said if Ross Chastain spin the tires, Ross Chastain will spin the tires. It's almost impossible not to own those tires. Kyle Larson half.
All right, here we go. 26 laps left. Ross Chastain, the only driver that stayed out of the pits. He's got 9 green flag lap old tires compared to the rest of the cars behind him. He'll be on the outside of row 1. Larson inside of row 1 of the restart. Green flag back in the air. Actually, a great launch by Chastain. Surprised how great his car took off. He's clear into the first turn. Gibbs trying to beat the 5 of Larson to the outside. He may be able to do it. Ty Gibbs is there. Chastain blocks the 5. Here comes Gibbs. Can Ty Gibbs squeeze away his first career win? Briscoe 3 wide to the bottom, underneath the 5 in the 54. He's going to wash up the track. He's going to use the 1 as a pick, and Briscoe's got the lead off turn 4. Larson to second on the front stretch, or at least to the inside for second on Chastain. He hasn't cleared him yet. Kyle Busch is just behind Larson. Busch is going for third. Larson clears the 1. Busch to third. And the race is on with a spot for the playoffs on the line for Chase Briscoe. 25 laps to hold off the best in the series, Kyle Larson. And again, Busch was able to get to third. Chastain still trying to hold on for dear life in fourth. 24 laps left. About a half a second lead for Briscoe over Larson as of right now. 3 wide around Gibbs. Barry goes for a spin. The 54's around the 99. The 4 backs into the wall. Bubba Wallace collected in it. And several others. Austin Dillon, a lot of damage to Byron. Gregson's got heavy damage to the front of his race car. Barry's backwards against the wall, now gets rolling again. Yellow preceded by yellow late in the race here at Darlington.
Are the playoff hopes over or not? This is far from ideal for Bubba Wallace. Good news is it's rolling. He didn't have to get assistance back. All 4 tires aired up.
A really big shot for it over here.
Spare the bumper, that's better. The weakness on this car is really the right and left rear toe link as far as mechanically. Now, without a doubt, Arrow has got major issues, but the first thing is, can you complete lap? The pusher still has to finish this race as well.
Watch this. How did it unfold? Josh Berry pushing his way through the middle of Denny Hamlin and Ty Gibbs. Keep watching it.
Yeah, 3 wide at Darlington doesn't work.
At Darlington, never worked.
Yeah.
Enough room. Somebody had to lift there. Josh Berry extremely aggressive. Shoot the middle here. And it's just too wide through their speed is difficult, and now they just all back into each other. And Bubba Walton's doing a really nice job to front end contact, but then Noah Gregson nowhere to go. He was the one that made the heavy contact to the back of the 23. So you see right here, planes out the pipes, he's on the brakes, some front end contact, but I think this was enough to kind of end it. Right? You're going to see him run into the 24, and it's not great, but they're right there. The big shot by the 10. It looks so easy in slow motion. What you can do different. Let's ride on board. Even the front end contact, you saw the hood buckle. So, you know, the damage is probably a little more severe than I initially thought.
And while we've been consumed with where Bubba Wallace has been and Chris Buescher for that final spot, what changed the whole complexion of it was Chase Briscoe with the move of the race. Look at Michael Jordan's reaction here when he saw Bubba right in the middle of all of that.
Yeah, he knows what that means. But to your point, if, you know, a 14 win, Briscoe win,
it takes this away.
Yeah, this whole conversation's moot point that.
Because the 54 of Ty Gibbs, who was also involved in that, would get that 16th and final position. What a move that was by Chase Briscoe. Here's Dave.
And keeping an eye now on the 23 repairs. The right rear, wouldn't you think just getting that in decent shape would be the main thing?
Yeah, I think you're right, man. That's the main thing. But at this point, they know that this car can't keep up on pace. And really, if you're Chris Buescher in 10th, you have to start asking yourself, if you risk being in the next restart, which is an awkward conversation, but, you know, they'd have to feel, do they think they need to win the race? They're riding around with 10. Because as you pointed out, Lee, well, Briscoe win, or I don't think the 17 could just sit back. I mean, they still have 21 laps to go.
All right, let's take you back and show you the move. Is it the defining move of the race? Check this out. Chase Briscoe with the ultimate slingshot. See ya. Here I come, and here I go.
The Russian and Gibbs got side by side. Trying to deal with Chastain, who had older tires, and they just lost the momentum. See right here, they just get slow. Chase Briscoe did a nice job of playing far enough back speed to take advantage of it. Goes to the bottom, and we've seen good pace in that 14 car all night on short run. Yeah, you see the excitement on top of the box. This crew, we talk about emotion. This company is shutting down. They're not around. This is more than just a race win. These guys are battling for, you know, livelihood, job. But who comes to pit road? That was another 3 laps. We've seen this split decision. Kyle Busch, he loves Brandy Tire, and I love this call.
And this could save Ross Chastain as well. Kim, this might give him another lifeline.
And there was heavy debate on whether or not to bring the one car of Ross Chastain down. Ultimately, they decided to what Ross reported, Marty.
Kind of nothing to lose here for Denny Hamlin coming down pit road with 4 good times because they knew that other cars will get Ty Gibbs for now, safe in the playoff, but they're going to sit here and check the damage on the 54 car, Dave.
The 8 appears unscathed. He's going for 4 tires and fuel and send it back out there. Who would have thought Kyle Busch had a chance? I can tell you, Busch thought Kyle Busch had a chance, and they've got him up front where it counts now. Actually, got the Richard Hospital on top of the 14 box. First of all, what a move by your guy.
Yeah, I can't say enough about Chase. You know, he promised us last week that he was going to bring everything he had all night tonight. He's an amazing race car driver. You know, there's 323 employees at Stewart Haas Racing that didn't ask for the nonsense that's going on all year. And we want to win a damn race. And we want to do it for all those employees. And it's when we can control. We're going to do our very best tonight to control it and try and make those 323 employees proud.
Did you have any idea as the race unfolded early, Richard, that the car would be this good?
I knew we'd be good here. You know, we were good here in the fall race last year and in the spring race this year. And I knew Chase was in kill mode, and I know when we get him in that spot, he's good as anybody I've ever seen. So just super proud of him. Super proud of this team. Pit crew has absolutely stepped up tonight. Super proud of them. Engineers, car chief, everybody on this team's just done an amazing job. So just trying to figure it out, finish it out in black 19 laps.
Racers know how to race. What a show.
And how about the winless streaks that could be broken here? 73 races since Stuart Haas last had a win. How about Kyle Busch? 46 and 93. That's since Phoenix. His only win in Cup for Chase Briscoe. It could be a victory here for either of these guys that gets them in for the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs starting next week in Atlanta. We couldn't ask for a more dramatic ending for the Southern 500.
So many storylines here. Sure. Fifth and left and sixth. Elliott and Logano found their way back into the top 10. Kyle Busch on those pressure tires. Last time he had 3 lap pressure tires, he drove right into the top 5. I mean, 19 laps to go is a long time. The other side to this is how many more restarts will we see?
Yeah.
Tire count. I jinxed this when I said they had enough because it's starting to run thin on some of these teams. Some only have 1 or 2 sets left in the mix. So
That'll be plenty, I think.
It never ends. Doesn't matter what the first two stage. It's Southern 500. Those are like the survival mode.
Yeah.
You just have to get to this place. Think about the team. Look at Corley Jordan. You know, like Corley Jordan's in 11. Saw him struggling to find his way right at the tail end of the lead lap. I mean, we have so many different players in this field. They tell you. I mean, Chase Cuthbert's lap down. We saw him running in the 20s most of the night. A series of cautions and smart strategy got him back in the game. And when we saw Kyle Busch pit, he is the first car, all tires. He's going to restart tonight.
All right, so here we go. We'll have 17 laps left on the restart. They just got the 1 to go signal this last time by. And Chase Briscoe going to try to win this race. Slightly older tires for the top 9. Kyle Busch, first of those on fresh tires. And it looks like they were going to get the 1 to go signal that last time, and then they waved it off. No, they did not. Okay, never mind. I was going to say, it looked like they were all still single files through turns 3 and 4. I was like, I swear I saw them take the twos rule. All right, here we go. We'll try it again. We have had a lot of cautions in the late going to this race. Let's see. 4 cautions since lap 313, and we're at lap 349 right now. So in the last 36 laps, we've had 4 yellows. Again, 17 laps left on the restart. Briscoe outside row 1, Larson inside row 1. That 3-wide bonsai move by Briscoe worked, using the 1 of Chastain as a pick on Gibbs and Larson at the time to get to the lead. Now, can he hold it? Green flag back in the air. Briscoe, Larson launched. While the 5 of Larson didn't take off very well, Busch going 3 wide to the bottom, passes, looks like if he can get by Priest here, which he does, Busch passes 3 cars at one corner, and he's underneath Buescher for the next. And Buescher's going to battle him hard because remember that if Kyle Busch wins this race, then Chris Buescher is going to get booted from the playoffs. Buescher's 11 points behind Ty Gibbs. Though Gibbs, after getting involved in an incident, is still in the lead lap, but back in 19th. Busch is attacking on fresh tires. He's now under Larson. Larson is past. Busch to 3rd. 16 laps left. Christopher Bell got by Larson on the restart. He was outside of row 2 initially. And now he's up to 2nd. Busch to the back of the 20. Next closest car on 4 fresh tires, I think, is Chastain back in 9th. Busch is to 2nd off turn 4 and charging hard. 2nd a week ago at Daytona for Kyle Busch, a heartbreaker on the final lap. Getting passed for the win by Harrison Burton. And now Busch is going to be going at it. You have 2 guys at the front of the field with a win to get into the playoffs. 15 laps to go. Busch down to the bottom of the track, taking a very low line through 3 and 4, trying to get as much clean air on the nose. Briscoe around the top. Those couple lap pressure tires were huge for Kyle Busch, but the longer we go into the run, the more the tires will even out between the 8 and the 14. And the 14 has had the superior car versus the 8 throughout the night. Busch on speed didn't crack the top 10 until early in stage 3, and then pretty much ran about 8 through 10 for most of the final stage. But now on tire strategy, has a chance to pounce, and he's going for the win. Some point he may have to try to go to that outside lane. He's given up a lot of straightaway speed by running the bottom of the racetrack, especially in turns 3 and 4. 1 and 2, both cars at the front of the field trying to diamond the corners off a little bit. Gap between the top 2 at the line that last time by was about a half a second. Gap into turns 3 and 4, still about a half a second. Busch was only 1/1000th of a second quicker than Chase Briscoe that last lap. Busch did a great job getting through traffic as quick as he did. I mean, the fact he was able to go from 9th to 2nd in about 3 laps has given him this opportunity. Again, Chastain at 7th, next highest in the running order of those on fresh tires, and he's still in 7th, and he's 4 seconds off the lead. Busch is only 0.4 of a second off the lead. A lot of ground gained through 3 and 4 in the first half of the corner, but again, giving up on exit with Briscoe running the top. And progressive banking as close to the wall as you can run, you're going to carry more straightaway speed than that of the car running the bottom lane. Through turns 1 and 2, it's just a matter of trying to execute, diamonding the corner off. Very similar lines through 1 and 2 by both the 14 and the 8 there. On a non-restart, we have not seen a pass for the lead yet today on track. When Larson took the lead from Wallace back at stage 1, it was during the green flag pit cycling. So to pass the car with the clean air, it's not going to be easy for Busch, but he does have a very, very gradual tire advantage. Chastain now to 6th place in the running order, by the way. 1 more spot gain, but he's still 4.5 seconds off the lead. He's too far back without another caution. 10 laps left at the moment. 9 to go this time by, as the top 2 work their way through 3 and 4. Now Briscoe gave up the top on entry. Busch started at the top, cuts to the bottom in the center, and gains more ground in the clean air. He had a lot of clean air for the majority of that corner. Busch 2 car lengths back. Briscoe's going to make this thing wide if Busch gets there. We might have another one of those classic Darlington finishes, the way things are shaping up right now. USA Networks basically had their hard cam right on the front bumper of Kyle Busch, as well as the in-car cam, lap over lap, as we continue to watch this battle for the lead. Still about 0.2 of a second difference at the line. That last lap, Briscoe was about 0.04 of a second quicker than Busch. Well, Busch, again, is within 2 to 3 car lengths of the race lead. 7.5 laps to go as they work down the backstretch. Ty Gibbs about to go a lap down. He's just going to drop onto pit road, it appears. Maybe not onto pit road, but out of the way of the leaders. He's going to let them race on the front stretch. Busch loses a little bit more time. Briscoe found something through 3 and 4. The last 2 laps specifically, he was able to gap Busch by a minute margin. Career-long winless streak for Kyle Busch and Chase Briscoe, for that matter. Briscoe 98 races. 93 races, excuse me. Kyle Busch, not as many, but still a career long. And 6 laps left. The last 3 laps, Chase Briscoe was just a little bit quicker than Kyle Busch. Whatever Busch was doing, he needs to find something else. He gained more ground through 1 and 2 on this lap than what he did the laps prior. He goes to the bottom of the racetrack all the way through 3 and 4 this lap. Trying to stay in the draft now in the front straightaway. Briscoe all the way around the top that last time by. Into turns 1 and 2. Both cars diamond cutting the corner off through 1 and 2. Busch just can't get the turn in the center of the corner to get back into the clean air on that end of the track. And another lap car that the leaders are closing in on. That would be Daniel Suarez. I would imagine he'll just end up dropping off. He's got damage much like Ty Gibbs. Gibbs still 12 points ahead of Buescher. If the 8 or the 14 continue on and win this race. 3.5 laps to go. Suarez drops out of the preferred line of the racetrack. And he'll stay down on the apron through 3 and 4 as Busch and Briscoe race around. 3 laps left at Darlington in the Southern 500. Chase Briscoe, Kyle Busch, a win to get into the playoffs and taking that 16th and final spot. Briscoe had a little bit of a wiggle through turns 1 and 2 that time. Busch gradually, and I mean gradually, gains ground. It wasn't much. He's about 0.2 of a second back at the line. Briscoe's ever so close to the wall. I mean, he was probably closer to the wall that time riding the outside through 3 and 4 than he was before that. Through 1 and 2, Briscoe sails it way off down to the bottom. Busch started his line up towards the top. Busch trying to get a turn in the center of the corner. He gained maybe a little ground. He got a little loose off the exit of turn 2 when he crossed the bump. Busch charges hard on the entry into 3 and 4. Oh, Briscoe popped the wall. Briscoe got up against the wall and off of turn 4. Here comes Busch. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go. Who's going to hold on? Briscoe to the bottom of the track. Busch is going to run the outside lane on entry through 1 and 2 just as he did the lap before. He didn't gain a whole lot of ground. He might have actually lost ground through 1 and 2. Busch is 0.2 back off of Briscoe. Busch sails it into 3 and 4. Both cars pushing hard through the center of the corner, but Chase Briscoe is going to hold on and win the Southern 500 at Darlington. And for the second week in a row, Kyle Busch comes ever so close to victory. Back-to-back runner-ups for him. Margin of victory, 0.3 of a second for Chase Briscoe as he gets the win at Darlington in the regular season finale to punch his ticket to the playoffs. And it is the first win in the final season for SHR before closure at the end of the season. And this is the These two really pulled away from third on back. Christopher Bell in third ended up 5 seconds off the race lead. The 8 was so close, gave himself a chance, but it's Chase Briscoe getting the win. You'll get to hear from Briscoe as well as some of the other top finishers in this race in our post-race show. For the moment, we will go through the full finishing order. Again, Briscoe with the win, Kyle Busch second, Christopher Bell third, Kyle Larson fourth, Ross Chastain ended up fifth, Chris Buescher sixth, Denny Hamlin seventh, Joey Logano eighth, Corey LaJoie ninth, and Tyler Reddick finishes in 10th. And I believe the regular season championship, if my math serves me correct, goes to Tyler Reddick by 1 point. Reddick had a 7-point advantage going into the final stage. Reddick finishes 10th, Larson 4th, 6-point difference. Tyler Reddick by 1 point wins the regular season championship and gets those additional 15 playoff points. Maybe overshadowed by the win of Chase Briscoe, but an incredibly close regular season battle. Comes down to the final lap there as well. Chase Elliott ends up finishing in 11th, Ryan Preece 12th, Austin Cindric 13th, Brad Keselowski 14th, Austin Dillon 15th, 16th for Bubba Wallace, and Todd Gilliland last car on the lead lap 17th. Daniel Suarez first car lap down in 18th, Alex Bowman 19th, Ty Gibbs 20th, Harrison Burton 21st, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 22nd, Zane Smith 23rd, Eric Jones 24th, John Hunter Nemechek 25th, Shane Van Gisbergen 26th, Justin Haley 27th, Michael McDowell 28th, Daniel Hemrick 29th, William Byron Was the first of those at DNF, finishing in 30th. Josh Berry 31st, Noah Gregson 32nd, Carson Husavar 33rd. 34th place finish for Kaz Gralla, Timmy Hill 35th, 36th, Martin Truex Jr., Ryan Blaney 37th. So in total, 8 cars DNF'd in the race today. Kyle Larson led 263 laps out of 367 in the 500 miles here tonight, but does not win the race. Again, finishes 4th. And was 1 position shy of winning the regular season title on a tiebreaker. Chase Briscoe, Chase Briscoe, tonight's winner, leads 29 laps. Larson, of course, swept the stages today as well. 37 laps led from the pole for Bubba Wallace, 21 for Hamlin, 1 for Bell, 3 for Chastain, 1 for Reddick, 1 for Gibbs, 4 for Van Gisbergen, 5 for Barry, and 2 for Byron. Those are all the different drivers who led at least 1 lap in the race. Looked like 11 different leaders, and you could see the list of lead changes on the screen as well. Counted 26, so 11 different drivers led, 26 lead changes. Total time in the race, 3 hours, 55 minutes, 13 seconds. Chase Briscoe celebrating with his crew currently. And here is a word from your race winner here tonight.
Chase, how much of this was for you and how much of this was for the 300 plus employees at Stewart Haas who don't have a job at the end of the year?
Both. Last week was the most embarrassing race I've ever ran in my life. And I told Richard, I said, I don't even want to talk about it. I promise you I will make it up to you next week. And just Stewart fan. And to get this 14 car back in victory lane and, for all 320 something employees to be able to race for a championship in their final year is, man, unbelievable. So, yeah, God, it's just so good. It's like big job with Kyle. Well, with the Xfinity race here in 2020, and I was so loose. I didn't know if I was going to be able to do it, but yeah, just can't take highpoint.com, Amanda Tractors, Rush Truck Centers, Renai, Zet, just everybody that makes us still go around and go to Atlanta and try to steal another one.
What does this say about you and the entire 14 team that you never, number 1, gave up, but never, number 2, never quit on each other?
Yeah, just this group. I mean, the day that we found out that, the team wasn't going to exist anymore, we went over to the shop floor and we all looked at each other and said, we're in this to the end. We're not going to give up. And we kept saying, we got 1 bullet left in the chamber. And that bullet hit.
Lyle Bush was catching you. Was that the hardest you've driven in your entire life?
Yeah, I was sideways, counter steering. I was in a sprint car. So, yeah, this night just literally went perfect. The pit crew did an incredible job. And I was crying. After the checkered, I just won the Southern 500. This is a crown jewel. And what makes this race so special is all you race fans. Every time we come here, it's sold out. It's awesome. And we love you guys. And last time I went here was during COVID, so I didn't get experience with the fans. So grateful that you guys are here. And can't wait to celebrate.
For a driver who loves the history of racing, this one means a lot on so many levels for Chase Briscoe, now a playoff participant, Dave.
Kyle, your team gave you the fresher rubber. Did you think that'd be enough?
Yeah, I did. When I made it through a few of those guys right there on older tires for me to be able to break through the wake once I got within his air, I really didn't have enough to power through that to get closer. I was kind of sliding already. So hate it for our guys, everybody on our team, everybody at RCR and this Morgan & Morgan Chevrolet. They turned it around the last 4 or 5 weeks, and we've run a lot better, and that's been much improved and beneficial to our team and the organization. So something to build on and get better for. We just missed a lot in the early part of the year and through the middle part of the year to put ourselves in this spot to be on the outside looking in. So to come in here for a last ditch effort and have a shot. I mean, early in the race, I wouldn't have thought we had a shot. So it felt like we really overachieved there towards the end and got a really good finish for what we had or what I thought we had. And we'll take it and keep building on it.
It's kind of a tale of 2 seasons, right? Because you had legitimate shots the last month or so.
And Atlanta, yeah. So it's it's just
short, come up short. And, maybe I'm a washed up bulldog, but hopefully I can find a few more trophies.
Think not, but I think you'll be looking for that victory to keep the streak alive in the last 10 races here, right?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that's, I wanted it last week. I wanted it this week. I wanted it in Atlanta. I wanted it in Vegas. There's been a lot of opportunities. Daytona 500, we were up front all day. So I can count them, at least on a hand. Maybe I need two hands to count opportunities that have slipped away. So we're achieving right now and getting success from those runs and pulling in the finishes that we need.
It's a good look from the 8 right now. Too bad they couldn't capitalize tonight, guys.
What a phenomenal run it was from Kyle Busch. This guy fought as hard as.
Well, again, race winner, Kyle Busch. I don't know why it says the average speed is 1,290. It's probably 129 if I had to guess. There's no decimal in there. So we're going to go average race speed 129 miles per hour in today's race. Tyler Reddick, again, gets the regular season championship by 1 point over Kyle Larson. So I'm sure we'll get an interview from him on the other side of the commercial break that is currently airing on the USA Network. 7 cautions total in this race, 5 for incident. Of course, the 2 stage ends in there, lap 230, lap 115. The first caution, obviously, all the way back on lap 3, involving Ryan Blaney, Martin Truex Jr., taking them out of the race just a few laps in. And as far as the other cautions the rest of the way, we had 4 of them in the final stage, stretching in the 30-lap stretch between laps 313 and 343, which set up the green flag finish to the end of 17 laps, as you just had seen, where Chase Briscoe is able to hold off Kyle Busch to win the Southern 500. So more to come on this post-race show. Again, with Briscoe getting the win, he gets the final playoff spot. Well, it gets the win, so technically the final playoff spot on points would go to Ty Gibbs. First 2 drivers out would have been Chris Buescher and Bubba Wallace, who were both battling for the final spot all night long going into the day, and it turns out we ended up getting an upset winner, so all that points talk between the 23 and the 17 all night was all nullified as Chase Briscoe won, and Briscoe ran top 3 the entire race. 3rd at the end of stage 1, 2nd at the end of stage 2, and got 1 spot better again by winning the race. So he was right there. Even on the long runs, he was within half a second at times behind Larson at the end of a fuel run, but once he finally got the track position, got the clean air, nobody was able to get around him in the late going. So well-deserved win here tonight for Chase Briscoe, to say the least. So we've gone through all the race stats. We'll go through the playoff standings real quick for how that will look going into next week. So Kyle Larson will be the number 1 seed despite not winning the regular season title. Tyler Reddick did win the regular season championship, but Kyle Larson gets a bunch of playoff points for finishing 2nd in the regular season standings. And obviously, most wins on the year, 4, tied for the most stage wins with 10. So 40 playoff points for Larson, 32 for Christopher Bell, 28 for Tyler Reddick, who is the regular season champion. Then William Byron will have 22 playoff points, 18 for Ryan Blaney, 15 for Denny Hamlin, 14 for Chase Elliott, 8 for Brad Keselowski, 7 for Austin Cindric and Joey Logano. Daniel Suarez with 6 playoff points. And then the final spot above the cutoff line will begin the playoffs next week at Atlanta. Alex Bowman with a tie of Chase Briscoe and Harrison Burton. Ty Gibbs and Martin Truex Jr. will both be 1 point below the cut line when we begin next week's race at Atlanta and the chase for the championship. Wait to see if we were going to get another interview there. I don't think we are at the moment. I'd imagine they're going to try to talk to Tyler Reddick. I know he was feeling ill throughout the race, so I think the last thing he wants to do is talk to somebody right now, but he did win the regular season championship again by 1 point over Kyle Larson. Chase Briscoe just reaching victory lane. All right, so the only major prediction I really made for the race was picking Tyler Reddick for the win. He ends up finishing 10th, so he did get a top 10 out of it. The must-haves, Hamlin, finished 7th. Kyle Larson 4th. That was kind of my top 3 coming into the night as far as who I thought could have contended for the race win. So we'll take a look at the fantasy, which let me back up a page real quick. So fantasy league, if you're not already joined, be sure to do so because the playoffs start next weekend. For a chance to win the playoff championship, because we have 2 separate champions, regular season champion, playoff champion. You got to be in the league when the playoffs begin. Again, that begins at Atlanta next week. So if you're not in the league, be sure to join. It is on the NASCAR mobile app or the NASCAR.com website for you to join. All you need is your email to sign up. When you create your password to create your league, you'll want to go over to the Join a League. And then you'll want to search for KRC League because that is our league. KRC in all caps, space, capital L on league. Put it in the chat real quick. That is the name. So be sure to join. And I believe Monster Jam X10 is our regular season champion, getting the grand prize of the 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of his choosing the following season, excluding the Daytona 500 because he finishes. Let me not speak too soon here. That would be terrible. I believe he does get it, though. He ends up with 168 points. Frank T26 with 142. Our winner this week, Troy the Great, with 218. Does not cover the gap to 168. I think they would have had to outscore him by 100 because he was over 100 points ahead of third. But it was only a 10-point gap between Monster Jam X10 and Frank T26. And Monster Jam X10 scores 168 points this week to Frank T26's 142. So, and that serves me correct, a 36-point win on the regular season championship for Monster Jam X10. Super tight points battle. Again, only 10 coming into the night. So congratulations, if you are still watching, to Monster Jam X10 for winning the regular season title. We got some more post-race interviews to get through. Here's Chris Buescher.
The first guy outside that will not run for a title. You guys had to win so much today. How would you summarize the 7,500?
We felt like we did what most part we needed to do today, and got back in contention there at the end, and got a decent bench out of it. Just didn't quite get it done again, and now we on the outside of it. But fortunately, it's just the system we're all playing in, and we have such a great year. Our kids work so hard, we've been so fast, and outrun so many of these cars that are going to get run for a championship. But that's the system, and we didn't work it right.
When I talked to your crew chief, Scott Graves, earlier today, regardless of what you did in this race, he said you felt like you guys could do some damage in the last 10 races. What is the approach to the final 10, and what are your goals?
Yeah, it's not on my mind yet. Just I have a lot of things figured out, and that's not it now. So get back, digest this one a little bit. Such a shame, but another great run for our buildup Mustang. Another finish here at Darlington. Just coming up with a new winner, and just crazy. So definitely gonna think back on different times throughout the year, and figure out how to do better next time.
How do you sum up the emotion in one word?
It's just it's frustration and disbelief altogether. The weekend started out so well for Bubba Wallace. That new winner thing caught up with you guys at the end, but there's a little chaos the second half of this race. What was going on?
Yeah, we just got behind on adjustment. We were back and forth on our US Airport 30 camera, just totally loose with its eye. That caution, a couple laps on fire, but we stayed out. I don't really know what the deciding factor from so we just got so tight there and got back there in traffic and spot we hadn't been all day, and I got caught up with someone else's mess. So unfortunate, I hate it for our guys, but man, hats off to the 14. I thought I did something yesterday. They won up this and showed up when it was game time. So that's pretty badass. So congrats to them. Man, just we're gonna up for 16th this year. Hate that. Saying that, but wasn't from lack of effort from all of us on the 23 car. So best of luck to 45 and hopefully it's way to win.
How do you evaluate overall getting to this point, and especially bringing it like you guys did this weekend?
Tomorrow's Labor Day, right? So gotta sit and dwell on hopefully no meetings. But you got 4 or 5 days, reset, and go on to where do we go next? I don't even know. Shows how mental this race was. So we'll be fine.
Boy, where do you go if you're Bubba Wallace, DJ? I mean, this is a hard one.
Alrighty, so you heard from Busher and Bubba again. They were the first two that ended up not making it in the playoffs based off of points. Yeah, it is where I didn't mention myself that Truex got in, but when I was rating the playoff grid, I mentioned his name. He did clinch on points in the race, even though he got in the early incident with the new winner, pushing the cutoff line closer. Maybe some of you were thinking that, oh, maybe he didn't get in. He actually still had more points than that of Ty Gibbs at the finish of this race. So, yeah, he was 58 points to the good over Bubba Wallace. So if we had a new winner, Bubba wasn't going to be able to jump Truex. So Truex got in basically off of that merit alone. The only way he would have missed is if Bubba was the driver who would have ended up winning technically, because he would have outpointed him and then got in, and it's a weird thing. But yeah, anyway, he is in. He is in pretty comfortably, even with the early crash. So I don't really know if we've got much else to cover on our own here. Again, congrats to Monster Jam X10 winning our regular season championship. So be sure to join the league again if you haven't yet. So you have a chance to win the playoff championship. The only other thing I have to announce with that, we will have, I mentioned we were going to have a separate champion, regular season, playoff champion. When we begin the playoffs, I don't know if Inside Uranus is watching this as of right now, but I'll put it in the community tab later. We will have 2 playoff champions. He had won both the regular season and the playoff championship last year. He had chosen to go to Las Vegas for his race of his choosing. Because he had won twice, he either was able to go with 4 tickets to one race or 2 tickets to 2 separate races. Said he's only going to be able to attend one race this season. So he was going to give up the award essentially. And because he doesn't want to see it go to waste, because I don't want to see it go to waste, and he earned that spot. He had stated to me in a direct message on Instagram about a month or so ago, 2 months ago, however long ago it was, he was going to give a spot up, and he was wondering how I was going to give it away. So that's how we're going to give it away. We're going to have 2 champions in the playoffs. We're going to have a first and second place champion. They'll each get the grand prize. It's basically going to take his grand prize from last year that he had earned in the playoffs. So don't thank me. Thank Inside Uranus for giving up that spot. He is still, again, going to Vegas, so he is going to win his regular season championship. But instead of having 2 races of his own, he is giving that spot up. So Monster Jam X10 gets our prize here. We will have 2 playoff prizes. So if you finish first or second in our playoff championship, you will still win our grand prize. So, yeah, I appreciate everybody tuning in here today. Be sure to hit the like button on the stream if you haven't done so yet. Our goal is to get to 100. We're at, let me refresh real quick. We are at 85 likes right now. So yeah, be sure to hit that like button. We didn't quite get to our goal again this weekend, but be sure to hit it so maybe we can get to our goal after the stream. Appreciate all the newcomers into watching this as well. We do live NASCAR commentary on every NASCAR race weekend for Cup, Xfinity, and truck races, as well as Cup practice and qualifying. So we will continue to go live on that throughout the last 10 races of the year and into next season as well. Outside of races, of course, that I would attend in person, then we do race highlight videos for the grandstands and still do streaming during the week as well. Daily NASCAR content on the channel. Kim Cooner's caught up with our regular season champion, Tyler Reddick. Here's an interview with him before we get out of here. Can unpause it. There we go. I had to pause it. It's a little delayed.
Team, it was a heck of a day for you. You were battling some illness in the race car. How in the world did you maintain the focus needed to get that regular season championship?
I don't really know if I did, honestly. Just things fell our way there at the end. Yeah, I don't know. I started the day off feeling really, really good, and just kind of trying to take my time to get around Bubba, and him in the 5 comes up on that first cycle, and thought we were, long race. We had plenty of time, plenty capable, and just, man, I mean, by the end of stage 1, I couldn't even really focus on what to tell the guys to do on our Quebec 40 champion. So it was frustrating, man. We, had that buffer over the over the 5. The pitches wants to disappear all day long, and I trying everything I can to drive the car as fast as I can. It was just a real struggle, honestly. I don't have anything left.
Nothing left, but as we look forward to the playoffs, you guys have been so consistent recently, and now you've got 15 additional points in the playoff bank. What does that mean for this team and what they can do during the playoffs?
Yeah, it's huge for us. It's a bummer, man. This has been one of my best tracks, and we had an all around off night. I hate that. Like I said, I hate we had to use that buffer out that we had coming in here, but I mean, this is what this team's kind of all about. I feel like this is the worst night we've had in months and months, speed wise. And we still finished 10th, and it was kind of an all-out struggle for us. So, just really proud of everybody on this team staying behind me. I couldn't get great feedback, and it was just really, really hard to focus and keep it out of the wall there all night. So, shame we get some points up. You know, I feel like it's a race we could win, but it's really nice to, and year 2 for me here at this team, and year 4 of this team for us to get the regular season championship like we did.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Despite everything Tyler Reddick battled here tonight, gets the regular season championship by a single point over Kyle Larson.
Just unbelievable, Kyle. I mean, how
Alrighty, so next weekend's schedule, we will be live streaming again. We will have 3 live commentary streams, and they will all be at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Truck Series will be off again next week, so again, we'll all be at Atlanta, NASCAR Xfinity, NASCAR Cup Series. We will start things off Saturday afternoon next week with a NASCAR live commentary stream of the Cup Series qualifying session at Atlanta. So Cup Series qualifying 12:30 p.m. Eastern next Saturday afternoon. That'll be in a doubleheader because after that we will have live commentary then for the Xfinity Series race at Atlanta, and that will begin at 3 p.m. Eastern. So 12:30 p.m. Eastern Saturday afternoon, Cup qualifying. No practice for the Cup Series next weekend. Trucks are off as well. And the Xfinity race will be at 3 p.m. Eastern. Next Sunday afternoon, we will be live at Atlanta for the Cup race, and that will be at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Same kind of stream you saw here today, live commentary, full flag-to-flag coverage. You'll hear a little bit of the race audio. You'll hear my commentary throughout the course of it. Live leaderboard as you see all the race statistics like we have every weekend. So hope to see you for that. But the playoffs begin. Congratulations to tonight's winner, Chase Briscoe. As well, congrats to Ty Gibbs and Martin Truex Jr. clinching those last couple of playoff spots on points as well. And race for the championship only heats on even more. 10 races left. 10 weekends of NASCAR left this season. It's winding down quickly. We got 2.5 months. Hope to see you next weekend again. Thanks for watching, everybody. Have a good rest of your Labor Day weekend.